The headless ghost king protected the boy in his arms as soon as he was born. Not only did the legendary Snow Corpse general personally clear the way for him, even spirit medium Deaf Granny was willing to sacrifice herself to save him. Even a ghost immortal who had cultivated for 1,000 years came to propose to him. Only because the boy is a child of extreme mean, a rare encounter in 10,000 years. Once he cultivates the ghostly Tao, his cultivation speed will be 100 times faster than that of an ordinary person. But he will also become the best choice for Bai Gui possession. Therefore, he has become the target of 100 ghosts fighting for him. On this day, which happened to be the ghostly gate opening on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, a pregnant woman went door to door asking for help to save her unborn child. Owen, who was half asleep, was very puzzled, wondering who it could be at this late hour. But he saw that the visitor had a pale complexion. He couldn't help but take another look. He then realized that it was a pregnant woman with a big belly. He thought that she must be a pitiful woman, so he kindly invited her into the house to rest. But at that moment, the deaf granny next door shouted loudly, "Don't mind her, she's already a dead person." Upon hearing this, Owen was suddenly scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He took a few steps back in a row. But he was grabbed by the woman's wrist. "Please, save my child." Deaf Granny, holding a willow whip, slowly approached. "I am a legitimate spirit medium disciple, serving the 4 pillars and 8 columns of the immortals. How dare you demons run wild here?" As soon as she finished speaking, she whipped the woman fiercely, causing her to let out a sharp scream, only to see white smoke rising from the spot where Deaf Granny had whipped. However, the woman, despite being in intense pain, continued to roar fiercely. "I didn't die, and neither did my child," she said. Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny couldn't help but sigh. "Your vitality has already dissipated. You have only managed to hang on until now due to the strong determination of being a mother," she said. "Your unborn child is probably gone as well." But Deaf Granny didn't finish her sentence. The woman angrily tore open her clothes on her belly and roared, "My child is still alive! He's still alive!" Deaf Granny and Owen were both stunned when they saw the huge centipede on the woman's belly. They were shocked to discover that it was actually a deadly fetus being transferred. How could someone use such a malicious secret art to harm others? Deaf Granny suddenly realized what was going on. The fetus's life is hanging by a thread now. If the fetus in the woman's belly dies, and her attachment disappears, she will turn into a ghost struggling to deliver. Then the pregnant women in the village will be in danger. Upon hearing Deaf Granny's words, Owen hastily said, "Then we should quickly assist with the delivery." But Deaf Granny quickly calculated by snapping her fingers. She was suddenly covered in cold sweat. This child cannot be born. It's almost midnight. And tonight at the Z hour it's the year month and time if this child is born. It will cause the living to cry and the 100 ghosts to laugh. Moreover, a child of extreme is born with mediumship, and once engaged in spiritual practice, the speed of ghostly Tao will be hundreds of times faster than ordinary ones, making it the best choice for evil ghosts' possessions. Nowadays, it seems that the area within 100 miles is probably being watched by ghosts, who want to seize corpses for cultivation. If this child is born, it will surely lead to the night parade of hundreds ghosts, and both you and I will die here. But at this moment, the clock strikes at the Z hour. The woman suddenly let out a painful howl. The centipede on her stomach also came alive at this moment. The centipede leaped up and bit towards Deaf Granny. Luckily, Owen was agile and strong. He drew the big knife behind him. He immediately chopped the centipede into 2 pieces. But the woman's abdomen was missing the stitches of the centipede. The baby in her belly fell out wrapped in black blood. Seeing this situation, Deaf Granny reluctantly picked up the baby. This child of extreme was finally born. Owen on the side suddenly asked doubtfully, "How come this child doesn't have an umbilical cord?" It turns out that the baby was taken out of the mother's body as soon as it was formed. He and 5 poisons blood were stuffed into a woman's body born in the year month and time. That's why there is no umbilical cord. Moreover, the person performing the transplantation must be the child's direct relative. After the child matures, he will torture the woman to death. By then, the evil chi will rise to the sky without any consciousness. He will only obey the person casting the spell. Only with deep blood feuds will one seek such revenge on enemies. Not only does this harm the child, but even the child's biological parents will be cursed. After death, they will become lonely ghosts wandering around. The underworld will not even accept them. Saying this, deaf Granny couldn't help but use her hands to stroke the woman's head. You have suffered so much. Rest assured, I will help raise the child properly. However, the woman knelt directly on the ground. This is a family heirloom of the child. I hope you won't tell him the truth. I can only repay your great kindness in the next life. As the woman's obsession dissipated, she completely lost her life force. However, as the woman fell, eerie voices suddenly emanated from all around, calling out Owen's name. Upon hearing this, Owen was about to respond. He was promptly stopped by Deaf Granny. This is a ghost's call. Do not pay any attention to it. The ghostly gate has been opened now. The scent of the 5 poisoned blood is becoming more intense. These dirt creatures can't wait any longer. Take the child back inside first. I will deal with them. After that, Deaf Granny performed the hand seal 4 pillars and 8 columns of the immortals, asking the 8th master to possess her. As Deaf Granny's words fell, behind her, the figure of a huge snake suddenly appeared. Owen also knew the situation was urgent, and quickly carried the boy back into the house. He handed the boy over to Deaf Granny's children. Deaf Granny's son only saw Owen return alone. He was anxious to go out and help. Owen, however, reassured him not to worry. Your mom is the most powerful spirit medium disciple within a radius of 100 miles. In addition, this is the great seal of your mom. She asked you to take it and sit on the rooftop. You must not speak or move, no matter what happens. If something happens to me and your mother, take your wife and children and run. Hide under the old pine tree at East Peak. It will protect you. After finishing these instructions, Owen came into the yard. He took out a piece of cloth and securely tied the machete to his hand. The Deaf Granny possessed by 8th Master saw Owen coming out again, feeling somewhat surprised. Hey, old man, why are you back again? Upon hearing this, Owen respectfully said, You are the mediums of immortals for 8th Master and Deaf Granny, while I am her old neighbor. We each have our own responsibilities to maintain our relationship. When 8th Master heard this, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I'm just a snake. Don't elevate me too highly. If something too dangerous comes, I will be the first to run, he said. Hearing this, Deaf Granny regained her composure and calmly said, It's okay. I've troubled 8th Master this time. As the words fell, 8th Master was seen flicking a package of incense ashes into the air with his 2 fingers, and the powder scattered instantly. Looking at the countless footprints outside the courtyard, 8th Master hurriedly reminded Owen that the incense ashes leave traces. They are here. 2 ghosts' skin appeared at the entrance gate. Upon seeing this, 8th Master didn't say a word and took immediate action. He directly drew out the belt made of willow whip. He whipped Ghost's skin with 1 strike. They let out a tragic scream and disappeared into the air. They were just 2 dead people who had eaten raw souls and dared to come here to try their luck. But 8th Master hadn't finished speaking. A gigantic monster went straight for his head to bite. At the critical moment. Thank goodness Owen made a timely strike. He directly chopped the giant monster into 2 pieces. It let out a furious roar, revealing that it was the 100 Slashes killing blade. Upon hearing this, Owen's face showed a look of disdain. More than 10,000 enemies have been killed by the 100 Slashes killing blade. Just as Owen was feeling proud, the moon in the sky suddenly turned crimson. Ghosts from all directions also surrounded the 2 of them. 8th Master's face changed drastically as he witnessed the scene. The celestial dog devours the moon, with half of it covered in blood. He realized the danger and quickly retreated from Deaf Granny's body. What kind of creature did you save? The weather is so fierce. I won't accompany 8th Master any longer." He said so and turned to leave. But at this moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared behind him. Just then a voice asked, "Where are you going?" 8th Master was shocked and quickly turned around to look up. He saw a headless ghost several meters tall staring at him while holding its head. Deaf Granny, puzzled by the scene, asked, "Leo, how did you come out?" Leo, however, insisted without hesitation. "I was originally a lonely ghost wandering around, but have been worshipped by you, Deaf Granny, for many years. As one of the 4 pillars and 8 columns of the immortals, I naturally have to come out to help. I won't be cowardly and fearful like some people. And I feel a strong aura approaching rapidly in this direction." As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden white mist rose in the distance. In the white mist, 8 female ghosts in red clothes were carrying a sedan chair floating slowly towards us. Wherever they passed, the wandering ghosts and spirits were all frightened and knelt down in worship. In the blink of an eye, the ghost sedan chair arrived outside the courtyard. Inside the sedan chair sat an old lady with a pale face and skinny as a skeleton. Deaf Granny was suddenly stunned by the scene. Then she angrily roared towards Ghost Sedan Chair. "Hemp-clad Granny, as a ghost immortal who is about to achieve enlightenment, why would you damage your own virtue just to compete for a child of extreme mean?" Just listen to a weird voice coming from inside the sedan chair. "Deaf Granny, don't be afraid, I'm just here to take a look. But if you can't stop these little monsters, I don't mind joining in." Owen looked very puzzled at the sight. What identity does this person have? Deaf Granny's face turned serious. She is more troublesome than all these ghosts combined. Just at that moment, Miles, sitting on the roof, suddenly shouted, "Mom, there's dirt about to rush into the house." Ghost Immortal Leo, seeing this, quickly flew towards the house. "Don't worry, I'll go and block it." At this moment, a ghost is prying open the door, trying to rush into the house. Miles is sitting on the roof with the Great Seal in his hands, not daring to move at all. Miles's wife inside the house was trembling with fear. Just as the front door was about to be forced open, Leo rushed over at a critical moment. With one swipe, he tore the evil ghost in half. But there was an evil ghost on the window that, under the suppression of the Great Seal, could not enter the house. It had already stretched its long tongue towards the boy. And the boy directly grabbed its tongue. He even made a mocking sound at the evil ghost, and then bit it directly. Leo and Miles's wife happened to see this scene just as they arrived. They couldn't understand why the newborn baby had grown teeth. Meanwhile, outside the house, the ghosts were killing more and more. Deaf Granny knew that if this continued, once the incense ashes were contaminated by Een energy and lost their effectiveness, these evil ghosts would be completely unstoppable. Owen, on the other hand, calmly expressed, "What's there to be afraid of? The 2 of us are enough to keep them safe until they leave." Deaf Granny fell silent for a moment upon hearing Owen's words. She then shouted loudly inside the house, "Miles, take your wife and children and run. I will hold off these things for you." But before she could get any response, Leo suddenly appeared in front of Deaf Granny, holding the child. Owen was very puzzled at the sight. How did you manage to bring the child out? However, Deaf Granny quickly noticed something was amiss. Leo has been controlled by the child of extreme mean. The surrounding ghosts saw the child of extreme mean and emerged on their own. They all rushed forward eagerly to compete for it. But at this moment, the boy's eyes were shining fiercely, emitting an eerie laugh. He directly burrowed into the abdomen of the corpse. He is controlling the corpse to stand up. The female corpse seemed to come back to life again. She rushed towards the surrounding ghosts. The ghost suddenly let out a series of wailing cries. The howl of the female corpse echoed through the sky. At the moment she stopped, most of the surrounding ghosts had already been slaughtered. This scene shocked everyone beyond words. So ferocious right after birth. Who knows what he will become in the future? But 8th Master hiding aside knows. This won't last long. Once the evil energy in the child of Extreme Yin's body disperses, he will become an ordinary child. Just as he said. after the child erupted with an astonishing energy. The corpse that was still chasing and biting the group of ghosts suddenly fell down. Then the boy's blood-red pupils slowly faded away. The ghosts around started to become restless again. They slowly moved towards the boy. Owen shouted loudly, "Don't touch that child!" and was about to charge forward. He was stopped by Deaf Granny. "If you go over there as an ordinary person, you would just be sending yourself to death for no reason." Then she took out a bone of a wronged soul. "Swallow this bone. I will turn into a vengeful ghost to stop these worship of evil. You take the children and run." Upon hearing this, Leo was shocked and turned pale. "No, you will never be able to reborn if you do this." But Granny showed a firm expression on her face. At this point, this is the only way. Just as Deaf Granny was about to take the bones of a wronged soul, the ground suddenly began to tremble, as if a major earthquake was about to occur. Owen saw the mountain in the distance turning into snow. Could it be an avalanche about to happen? But before he could think any further, several cracks appeared on the ground. A bone-chilling coldness emanated from them. Those ghosts touched the cold air and were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Eighth Master was also so cold that he summoned his true form and wrapped himself into a ball. Even hemp-clad Granny also felt that something was not right. But Deaf Granny sensed that this was not an avalanche, but something was about to emerge from underground. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure 8 meters tall slowly emerged from the cold air. Rusty iron chains coiled around him in circles. At the end of the iron chains, dozens of evil ghosts were being dragged along. He is the legendary Snow Corpse General. Wherever he passed, not only did he scare the ghosts into kneeling and worshipping, even the hemp-clad Granny who is about to become a ghost immortal. She also fled at the first whiff of trouble. But before becoming the Snow Corpse General, his name was Wyatt. Because he was born silly from a young age, he was heartlessly abandoned by his parents in the wilderness. He fended for himself. Fortunately, Wyatt had innate divine powers and managed to survive by relying on his instincts. Later, he was discovered by a kind-hearted woodsman. The woodsman brought him home and adopted him as his own son. Due to Wyatt's honesty and diligence, he won the favor of the woodsman's daughter, Riley. In this way, witnessed by the woodsman couple, the two of them got married and became husband and wife. The good times didn't last long. The bully in the village, who liked Riley, learned about Riley's marriage. He relied on his older brother, who worked as a constable in the yamen. He actually brought a group of people to the woodcutter's house, wanting to forcibly take Riley away. To everyone's surprise, Wyatt was extremely brave and ended up beating up the people who came instead. But the resentful bully used a strategy to lure Wyatt away. The woodcutter fought desperately. But their whole family also suffered a tragic end at the hands of bully. When Wyatt returned home again, the family had already become a few cold corpses. Seeing his wife hanging from the beam, Wyatt was furious. He immediately rushed into the bully's house and slaughtered the entire family. After personally settling the score with his enemy, Wyatt also lost hope in life. He knelt in front of his family's grave for 9 days and 9 nights until he became a corpse covered by ice and snow. Yama learned that he was a person of deep sentiments and loyalty. Instead of condemning him to the 18 levels of hell, he appointed him as the Snow Corpse General, transforming him into a mountain deity to guard a region. Deaf Granny, upon seeing the newcomer, who was the Snow Corpse General, hurriedly pulled Owen to kneel and pay respect together. If the Snow Corpse General also came to snatch the child of Extreme, they would be helpless against him. However, the Snow Corpse General paid no attention to them. Instead, he walked straight towards the child of Extreme. When the child of Extreme saw the Snow Corpse General, he was not only unafraid but also smiled and reached out for a hug. Seeing this, 8th Master, who was hiding on the side, was directly scared out of his wits. He immediately transformed back to his original form and tried to escape. However, the Snow Corpse General just pulled off an iron chain from his body. The powerful force caused the evil ghosts being dragged behind by the iron chain to emit sharp and miserable screams. Then he continued to rub the iron chain in his hand non-stop. He forcefully pulled up the iron chain, turning it into a shiny black earring. He put the earring on the child of Extreme Yin's ear. Instantly, fresh blood seeped out. But the next moment, it was all sucked back into the earring. The Snow Corpse General showed a relieved smile at the sight. Then he went straight to the female corpse on the ground. At this time, the Eighth Master, who had transformed back to his original form, was trying to escape but was caught by him and stepped on the vital point, causing him to scream in agony. The Snow Corpse General slowly picked up the female corpse. He walked towards outside the village. Seeing his mother's body being taken away, the child of Extreme Yin cried loudly. The deaf granny with a lingering fear in her heart hurriedly comforted him, picking him up and saying, don't cry, everything is fine." While the evil ghosts around had no chance to escape. They were also dragged into the underground by the Snow Corpse General using iron chains. When he had completely sunk underground, the first ray of morning sunlight also shone into the village. Owen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Those dirt issues were finally resolved. But deaf Granny looked gravely into the distance. She lowered her head and gently stroked the head of the child of Extreme Yin. The great calamity is not over yet. Before this child's soul is stable, evil ghosts within 100-mile radius will still come every night to snatch the child of Extreme Yin for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Owen's face changed drastically. What? They are still coming? When will his soul stabilize? The Eighth Master, who was about to flee, said solemnly. It's still too early. In order to stabilize the soul, one must open the gate and close the heavens. At the very least, he must be able to speak first. This made Owen extremely surprised. Waiting for the child to speak. It will be at least 1 or 2 years. How can we get through this? Deaf Granny, however, had a serious expression. It seems that there is only that solution left. Next, the two arrived at the big pine tree at East Peak. Deaf Granny placed the offering she carried on the ground. She kept chanting some words in her mouth. Pine Grandpa, I've come to see you. You saved my life. Today, I dare to ask you to save me again. But before she could finish her sentence, a sudden gust of wind blew up, causing pine needles to slowly drift down to the ground. Pine needles form a misfortune. Deaf Granny's complexion changed slightly at the sight. I know this is a great misfortune, but I can only come to ask you for help. While Deaf Granny was speaking, she kept kowtowing non-stop. Fresh red blood. Spilled on the white snow, it was particularly eye-catching. Owen on the side looked at the fresh blood on Deaf Granny's forehead. He also took a step forward to stand under the pine tree. Although I, Owen, do not believe in ghosts or gods, and do not kneel before heaven and earth. But if you are willing to help, I am willing to kowtow to you. After saying that, he suddenly knelt down on the ground. After a few minutes, the pine tree seemed to be contemplating something. A gust of breeze blew again. Immediately, a pine branch fell and hit Owen on the head. Owen is holding the pine branch, looking very puzzled. What is this? And Deaf Granny, upon seeing this, had a smile on her face. This is the pine oil and eternal pine that we need. What use could such a small pine branch like eternal pine have? Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny chuckled. You will find out soon. Shortly after, the two of them went down the mountain and returned to the village. As soon as they arrived in the yard, Deaf Granny inserted the pine branch into the soil. Owen behind them saw this scene, but he looked puzzled. What are you doing again? It's already so late, and you still have the leisure to be in this kind of tree. But as soon as the words fell, he suddenly froze in place. Just as the freshly arranged pine branch was swiftly growing. In just a few breaths, it grew into a towering tree. Seeing the situation, Deaf Granny revealed a contented smile. With Pine Grandpa's eternal pine, those dirt will no longer dare to come. But then she looked solemnly at Owen. Next is the most important change in appearance. After everything is ready at night, Deaf Granny lit 99 candles at home. The so-called change appearance. It means using the skin of a spiritual entity that is over 1,000 years old to seal off all the spiritual realms of this child. But doing so will also lead to the child being unable to engage in spiritual practice in the future. Later, Deaf Granny sighed again. This skin of 1,000-year-old spiritual entity. I have practiced spirituality all my life and have never seen it. For now, I can only use the skin of another spiritual entity as a substitute. Hopefully this child. Before she finished speaking, Eighth Master suddenly said, "Is it that as long as something has 1,000 years of spiritual cultivation, it's fine no matter what it is?" After hearing this, Deaf Granny's face was full of anticipation. "Eighth Master, do you have it?" Owen, on the other hand, looked at him with a disdainful look. Master Eighth was very angry when he saw this. "Don't look down on me, even though I haven't done well. Do you think my ancestors were not well off? My ancestors were descendants of dragons. And snakes like to shed their skin. Isn't it simple to just molt?" The two of them immediately lit up after hearing that. "Then let's thank Eighth Master." "But Eighth Master has a condition. This thing can be given to you. Can you please not mention the incident where I fled in the heat of the moment?" The headless ghost King Leo, who has a quick temper, shouted loudly in response. "Stop the nonsense and quickly bring it out." Seeing the situation, Deaf Granny chuckled and tried to smooth things over. "Eighth Master, you weren't retreating in the face of danger. You were clearly going to get reinforcements." After saying that, she looked serious. "Please protect this place for me." Eighth Master and Leo responded earnestly. "No problem." Then, Deaf Granny was seen dripping pine oil into the mouth of the child of Extreme Een. The next second, the child of Extreme Een emitted golden light all over their body. Deaf Granny placed him in the center of the magic formation. "Eighth Master, where is the skin of the spiritual entity?" Heard what Deaf Granny said. Eighth Master immediately spit out a green mold from his mouth towards Child of Extreme Een. Under Deaf Granny's spell, Child of Extreme Een was instantly wrapped up in the mold like a mummy, emitting a heartbreaking scream. And Deaf Granny just stared at him solemnly. "Child, if you can't control this dragon's skin, then your life will come to an end here. However, the process of changing appearance is extremely dangerous. One wrong move could result in a backlash and be possessed by the dragon's soul." Owen, who was watching from the side, was very worried. The dragon soul contained in this dragon's skin is so powerful. Can this child survive? Deaf Granny was also helpless upon hearing this. Suddenly, she seemed to have figured something out. She quickly asked Owen to bring the things left by the child's mother. Owen hurriedly rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a piece of jade pendant. Just as the jade pendant was taken out, it flew automatically into the hands of the child of Extreme Een. Suddenly, it emitted dazzling golden light. In the blink of an eye, the powerful dragon soul was completely shattered by the golden light. Then the light merged into the body of the child of Extreme Een. When the fusion was completed, the child of Extreme Een smiled innocently and brightly again. He was completely unaware that a dragon pattern had also appeared on his back. Deaf Granny saw that he had faced many hardships since birth, so she named him Pax, hoping that he would grow up peacefully. And Owen besides suddenly noticed that the jade pendant in the hands of the child of Extreme Een was engraved with green. It must be the surname of this child's family. Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny looked kindly at the child of Extreme Een and said, "In that case, let's call you Pax Green." 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Pax carefully followed Owen up the mountain to gather herbs. Suddenly, their footing slipped. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Owen quickly asked in concern, "Pax, are you okay?" Pax, on the other hand, got up. He smiled and shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He tightly held a handful of herbs in his hand. Owen, seeing this, stepped forward. He patted Pax's head and praised, "Pax, you're amazing. You found an herb so quickly." Pax, however, smiled and expressed that he wanted to gather more herbs to help Uncle Miles heal. When Uncle Miles gets better, he can take me to catch frogs. Grandma won't be sad anymore. Owen's face darkened upon hearing this. I'm afraid Uncle Miles might not be able to be cured. And at deaf Granny's house at this moment. The doctor that was called in is looking at Miles, who is lying on the bed, breathing faintly. The doctor couldn't help but sigh deeply, indicating that he was helpless. Upon hearing this, Miles's wife burst into tears immediately. Deaf Granny also forced a bitter smile. It has been a month since the outbreak of this epidemic. Those who could leave the village have already left. Those who can't escape can only wait to be infected and die. It seems that sooner or later, I will be involved too. By then, it will be enough for our whole family to reunite underground. As soon as these words were spoken, weak Miles quickly spoke up to comfort. Mother, don't say such discouraging words. Even if I'm gone, Pax can still take care of you. But just after saying this, Miles couldn't help but start coughing. At the same time, he also didn't forget to instruct that after his death, his wife should remarry when she gives birth to the child. She is still so young. But before he could finish his words, Miles' wife exclaimed excitedly that she would never remarry. Upon hearing this, deaf Granny couldn't stop her tears from falling. Rest assured, I will definitely treat her as my own daughter. She will get married in a grand and beautiful way. Just as several people were heartbroken and despondent, Pax suddenly pushed open the door. Uncle Miles, I brought the medicine back. Deaf Granny quickly stopped him. Pax, please go out quickly. Be careful not to be infected by the epidemic. But Pax said he was not afraid. I have medicine. He then went straight around deaf Granny and headed straight for Uncle Miles lying on the sickbed. But he was grabbed by the doctor and pulled back by his clothes and hat. The child is young but quite opinionated. Do you know how many people have died in this epidemic already? Just a few broken weeds and you think. The doctor hadn't finished speaking when he was shocked by the herbs in Pax's arms. Seeing this scene, Pax spoke directly. Buplurum, astragalus root, almamum fruit, licorice root. Pinellia tuber. These herbs are boiled into minor buplurum decoction. It is most effective for dispelling epidemic diseases and expelling evil influences. The doctor was pleasantly surprised and held up Pax. Why didn't I think of it? Who taught you about minor buplurum decoction? Please introduce me to this master. Pax was about to answer that no one had taught him. Owen suddenly rushed into the room. In order to keep Pax's extraordinary secret hidden, he had to bravely claim that he was the one who taught him. The doctor became even more excited after hearing this. He rushed over and grabbed Owen's hand. The doctor's eyes sparkled as he stared at him. I never expected you to hide so deeply. Deaf Granny lovingly patted Pax on the head. She knew deep down that Owen was not capable of this. Good child, you have saved our entire village. She then hurriedly ran towards the gate to share this news with everyone. But at this moment, Pax waved to Deaf Granny. Grandma, remember to say hi to the sister in the well for me. Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny's face instantly changed color, and she stood frozen in place. She hurriedly asked where Pax had seen it in the well. Pax thought for a moment. It seemed to be in the well at Thomas's house. That sister also flew out and licked Uncle Miles's neck while lying on his back. Miles's wife was horrified after hearing this. You not change Pax's appearance? How can he still see that dirt? Deaf Granny's expression tightened at the mention. When changing appearance, it seems that his eyes were revealed without being covered by dragon scales. I'll take the opportunity of delivering medicine to go and see the sister Pax mentioned. Deaf Granny and a few others soon arrived at Thomas's house. Deaf Granny stepped forward and knocked on the door a few times. Before long, Thomas opened the door in confusion. Aunt, how did you come? Before Deaf Granny could explain her purpose, the doctor eagerly stepped forward to inform her of Thomas's purpose for coming. He mentioned that minor buplurum decoction can cure the plague. Several patients who just took the medicine had already seen their fever subside. Thomas quickly pulled the doctor into the house as a guest after hearing this. Deaf Granny and Owen also followed and walked into the yard. They looked around the yard. They did not find anything unusual. Strange, there is no energy here. She looked at the well in confusion again. Still no issues whatsoever. Could it be that Pax was mistaken? And at this moment, the doctor who left the medicine and Owen are about to leave. Thomas is very grateful and wants to have a few people stay for dinner before leaving. Owen waved his hand to refuse his kind offer. Deaf Granny was still worried and approached to ask again. Any recent discomfort? Thomas scratched his head. There isn't any discomfort, just feeling a bit sleepy. Deaf Granny also felt uncertain upon hearing this. Is there really something wrong with Thomas's family? So she took out a willow-wood dagger and gave it to him. Hanging it at the door can ward off evil spirits and ward off epidemics. But when Thomas took the dagger, his eyes looked a bit evasive. However, he quickly returned to normal. He accepted it and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. After a few people left, he followed Deaf Granny's instructions and hung the dagger on the door. But the dagger had just been hung on the door for a short while. The originally intact dagger unexpectedly cracked open with a seam, oozing a large amount of foul-smelling black substance from inside. After Deaf Granny returned home, she sensed that the willow-wood dagger had been destroyed by the worship of evil. She immediately brought Pax back to Thomas's house. Seeing Deaf Granny come to his house several times, Thomas was very puzzled. I wonder if there's something fishy going on at home. And Deaf Granny, looking at the willow-wood dagger hanging on the door, returned to its original state. Comforting Thomas, she said, "Don't worry, your house is very clean." But when Thomas returned to the room, Deaf Granny looked at Pax sternly and said, "Pax, did you really see that sister?" Pax replied, "Granny, I really saw her. It was yesterday." After saying that, Pax leaned over the well and shouted, "Sister, are you home? Grandma and I came to see you." Deaf Granny, seeing this ridiculous scene, couldn't help but smile. "Child, with you shouting like that, even if she was home, you would have scared her away." She then took out a few copper coins and scattered them into the well. "With my old copper coins that have been offered to the 4 pillars and 8 columns of the immortals, she shouldn't be able to make much waves either." After she finished doing all of this, Deaf Granny held Pax's hand and was about to leave. Just as they reached the front gate of Thomas's house, the gate was pushed open. "Your daughter-in-law is about to give birth." Upon hearing this, Granny and Pax both brightened up with joy and hurried home. They ended up tossing and turning until late at night. The child still hasn't been born. Just as everyone was getting anxious, the midwife Grace suddenly burst out of the door, sweating profusely. "Hurry and get the hospital on the car, the child is in difficult labor." Upon hearing this, Miles was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly went to borrow a cart. Owen went back to the house to get money. But Grace stopped them. "Can't go to the town. We have to go to the large hospital in the county." Upon hearing this, Miles knelt on the ground in pain, holding his head. "It's over 300 miles to the nearest hospital. Even with a car, it would take 6 to 7 hours. How can my wife hold on for so long?" Owen also looked worried. He quickly asked Grace if there were any other options. But Grace shook her head. "If there were any other solutions, I wouldn't have brought this up either." Upon hearing this despairing response, Miles let out a desperate cry to the heavens. "Oh God, spare my wife!" Just as everyone was feeling anxious and troubled, Pax suddenly turned around and spoke. "Uncle Miles, don't worry, I have a solution." Grace, on the other hand, shook her head. "This is a matter of life and death, Pax, don't make trouble." Pax had just wanted to speak out the solution, but he was immediately interrupted by Owen. In order to avoid revealing his secret that was different from others, he quickly pulled him aside to ask, "Pax, do you have any ideas? Please tell me." Pax spoke earnestly. 1 liang of dong K, 5 chien of chuan xiong, and 8 chien of turtle shell. Burn a lump of residual blood into ash, Then add 4 lyan of raw astragalus. After decocting in water, it is called bone opening powder. Before taking the medicine, give Uncle Wyatt the ginseng tablet I received. It will definitely help save my sister-in-law and the baby. Miles, upon hearing this, excitedly stepped forward and hugged Pax tightly. You are willing to bring out such a precious ginseng for Pax. Uncle Miles will always remember your great kindness. And Pax, on the other hand, calmly expressed that it was nothing. In a short while, the bone-opening powder was ready. It was brought in front of Miles' wife. She could hear that it was the ancestral recipe of the Owen family. However, she dared not drink it. The deaf granny on the side spoke in a vague manner, after mentioning Pax's name. She only felt relieved then. It must be the medication Pax prescribed. Immediately, she gulped down all the medication in one go. After drinking it all, her complexion improved significantly, indicating that she was determined to give birth to the child. Sure enough, not long after, the sound of the baby's crying was heard. It is obvious that the child was successfully born. Mother and child are safe. It's a chubby little girl. Miles was very excited and approached eagerly. Your eyes are so beautiful. She looks like my daughter-in-law. Grace also worked hard all night. She had to leave after the baby was born. Deaf Granny felt grateful to her. Granny walked her to the door and reminded her. That thing is up to you now. Grace reassured Deaf Granny. She was not doing this kind of thing for the first time. On the way home, Grace kept thinking about where to bury this human placenta so that it would not be dug up by those bad people. But when she reached Thomas's doorstep, a strange fog suddenly rose. Then, as if controlled by something, she turned her head towards Thomas's house inexplicably. Then Grace pushed open the door of Thomas's house and walked in. She walked slowly to the well that Pax had mentioned. She poured the human placenta from the basket into the well. After she had done all this, she turned and left mechanically. But she had not walked far when a strange laughter suddenly came from the well. The next second, a greenish ghost hand reached out from the well. Immediately after, a female ghost in red clothing stuck her head out. She floated straight towards Deaf Granny's house. And at this moment, in Deaf Granny's yard, Miles kept thanking Pax without knowing that his wife's human placenta had already been eaten by the female ghost. Suddenly, Pax turned to look at the door. Sister, you are here. Why don't you come in and play? The female ghost just lay on the door frame and smiled, as if she hadn't heard Pax's words. In her eyes appeared the figure of Miles' wife, holding a child. Miles couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at the words. Pax, who are you talking to? Uncle Miles is the well sister I mentioned to you before. She's now at our house entrance, but seems afraid to come in for something inside the courtyard. As soon as he finished speaking, Deaf Granny rushed out through the door. Bold evil creature dared to come here and cause trouble. But after she finished speaking, there was silence in the courtyard. Deaf Granny showed a fierce look directly. She caused trouble at my doorstep several times. It seems I have to teach you a lesson. The next day, early morning, Granny came to the room where 4 pillars and 8 columns of the immortals were enshrined to burn incense. She asked the courtyard immortal to show his spirit and help the disciples investigate the origin of that dirt. But the 3-jaw sticks she just lit burned out quickly. Seeing this, Deaf Granny quickly knelt down and thanked the immortal for granting her request. She had just knelt down when several lines of words slowly appeared on the offering table. 3-part earth iron coffin. Black water brings forth 300 lives. Deaf Granny was shocked and stunned when she saw these lines. How could an iron coffin appear these days? But before Deaf Granny could recover from the shock, on the offering table, 2 lines of text appeared again. Each person sweeps the snow in front of their own door and doesn't concern themselves with the frost on others' tiles. Looking at the admonition of the 4 pillars and 8 columns of the immortals, Deaf Granny realized that this matter was very eerie. But she couldn't bear to watch the ghost harm people everywhere. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind to save those 300 lives. After making up her mind, Deaf Granny opened the door and said, "The thing in the well is not easy to deal with. This time, I'm afraid I'll have to risk my life again." Upon hearing this, Owen patted his chest and said, "What's there to be afraid of? We can just find a few strong men to seal off that well if needed." Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny also relaxed her furrowed brow. "All right, I will go perform a ritual. We will definitely be able to seal off that female ghost in the well, so it can't come out." But before she could finish her sentence, Miles hurriedly ran over. "Mother, something is not right. A lot of people from the town have come. They want to help dig more wells for Thomas's family. They even said that the villagers wouldn't need to worry about having no water to drink in the future." Upon hearing this, Owen and Deaf Granny immediately felt a sense of foreboding. They feared that there might be casualties today. The two of them hurried to the scene. And at Thomas's house at this time, it was already surrounded by curious villagers. Because the entire village only has 2 wells, with one of them being dry. Now, someone has come to help dig a new well to make it more convenient for everyone to have water. This is naturally a good thing for the villagers. Deaf Granny and Owen are also watching among the villagers. Thomas smiled to indicate, "Isn't that my nephew Kai working in the town? This kid is concerned about the water shortage in our village. He specially borrowed a machine from the town to dig a well." He had just finished speaking when Thomas's son Kai came out. He said it was all thanks to the government. As soon as the government heard about the water shortage in our village, they immediately sent a construction team. But the ground in my house is too hard to dig. It took half a day for the machine to drill through just over a meter. Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If only a little over a meter has been dug, the iron coffin shouldn't have been reached yet. She was about to speak up to stop further digging of the well. But before she could say anything, the words had not yet been uttered. She was grabbed by Owen before she could say a word. Owen pulled her aside. "Stopping now will only incur public outrage. Besides, government officials have brought machines with them. If you dare to stop them from drilling wells, you'll be accused of disrupting production and construction. Can you afford the consequences? Are you going to stand by and watch them commit taboos?" Upon hearing Deaf Granny's questioning, Owen pondered for a moment. "Are you sure that dirt is really here?" Deaf Granny simply pulled out a clump of dirt wrapped in red cloth from her pocket. "This is the 3-component soil I just picked up by the well. The iron coffin must be right underneath." Owen looked puzzled when he heard the name. 3-component soil. What is 3-component soil? Deaf Granny held the mud ball up to his nose. "Just give it a sniff and you'll know." Owen was instantly stunned after smelling it. How can the scent of blood be so strong? Deaf Granny, on the other hand, said, "If there is a smell of blood, then it's just right." 3-component soil is a mixture of lime, clay, and black dog blood. It is used to prevent corpses from rising or to suppress extremely evil entities. Once it solidifies, it becomes impervious to water and fire. The iron coffin can be suppressed by this 3-component soil. The thing inside must be very evil. And the iron is impenetrable to yin and yang souls inside cannot escape. Buried with an iron coffin is like throwing a person into an iron pot to stew. But adding the 3-component soil on the outside makes it not an iron pot, but a boiling oil pot. Even if the inside is a good person, over the years, it will turn into a vengeful ghost. Owen was shocked to hear that it was so powerful. After some consideration, Owen promised Deaf Granny, "Rest assured, this matter is on me. I will find a way to make them stop working immediately." After returning home, Owen made a mysterious phone call. "It's me. I need your help with something now." The voice on the other end heard Owen's voice and was surprised. "General, you finally contacted me." Soon, it was late at night. The drilling team at Thomas's house had all fallen asleep. At this moment, a team member suddenly opened his eyes. He got up slowly, as if he was controlled by something. He walked towards the outside. He stopped in front of the drilling machine. He pulled the starter. The deafening thunder overpowered the sound of the machine turning. Suddenly, eerie laughter echoed from the well. Shortly after, several copper coins flew out of the well. At the same time, deaf Granny, who was sleeping soundly at home, suddenly woke up. Something is wrong. Just then, Miles suddenly rushed into the house. Thomas's mother had died. Upon hearing this, deaf Granny was suddenly startled. It turned out it had happened after all. And at the edge of the well in Thomas's house, at this moment lay a drilling crew member who had already died. He was dressed so thinly in the middle of winter. The onlookers in the village were discussing it one after another. Could he have been fascinated by some dirt? Upon hearing this, Owen, standing in the crowd, shouted loudly, "Stop all this gossip! It's caused by the dirt in that well." Kai was shocked and turned pale upon hearing this. "Owen, deaf Granny begs you to save me. The drilling team is the one I brought here. What should I do now that something has happened?" Granny Deaf advised him not to rush. Later, she revealed the instructions given by the immortals when she worshipped the 4 pillars and 8 columns. "Don't worry, I will take care of this matter." When Thomas heard about the iron coffin, his face was filled with horror. He quickly grabbed Deaf Granny's hand. "As long as you speak up, we can do anything." Pax on the side saw Thomas's puzzled expression. He seemed to know something. At this moment, Deaf Granny suddenly shouted loudly, "From tonight onwards, no one is allowed to go out after 8 p.m. Everyone must kill all the roosters and black dogs, drain their blood, and pour the blood in front and behind their own houses. Those without should borrow from each other. At this time, everyone must help each other and not just think of themselves." Next, Deaf Granny asked someone to notify everyone to come to her house to collect incense ashes. In no time, all the villagers came to Deaf Granny's courtyard. They lined up to receive them. But there were too many people, and the incense ashes were simply not enough to distribute. This made those who didn't receive them very worried. Deaf Granny hurried to calm everyone's emotions. "Don't panic if you didn't receive the incense ashes. Follow Miles to East Peak to find Pine Grandpa. Remember to bring a red cloth strip. Each person plucks a pine needle. After plucking, sincerely kowtow to Pine Grandpa. Then tie the red cloth strip to the pine branch. You must remember not to make a mistake at all. After this is done, you must go and make an offering to Pine Grandpa. After all, it concerns the safety of lives and property." The villagers dare not delay, and quickly returned home to prepare. But just as Miles set off with everyone, but suddenly 2 people appeared and blocked their way. "Are you gathering villagers to rebel?" Seeing that the newcomers were the police inspector from the town, Miles quickly explained, "We are going to East Peak to seek the blessing of Grandpa Pine. Would you like to join us as well?" Upon hearing Miles' words, the inspector turned his head and looked at the cadre next to him. The cadre hastily and angrily exclaimed, "What era is it now? Why still engage in such feudal superstitions? Do you want us all to be arrested?" Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the villagers. "Stop talking nonsense. Your life is in danger. If you block our way again, don't blame us for hitting you," they warned. Seeing this, the cadre was so scared that cold sweat poured down his back. He quickly brought out his identity as a cadre. Owen, upon hearing this, stepped forward and questioned, "Are you worthy of being a state cadre who disregards public opinion?" Robert on the side saw that it had angered many people. He quickly stepped forward to advise Owen to calm down. "Don't lower yourself to his level, old man. He's used to being arrogant because he's the nephew of the village head. And Owen can't stand these kinds of bullies who rely on others' power." He took out something from his pocket and showed it to the cadre. Instantly, the cadre trembled in fear. "It's you?" But before he could say anything further, Owen angrily shouted, "Get out right away!" Upon hearing this, the cadre's attitude changed dramatically. He suddenly made a 180-degree turn. "Please, please. Otherwise, I'll accompany you." But Owen didn't even look at him. After saying the word, "Leave," he led the crowd to East Peak. Looking at Owen's figure leaving with the crowd, the cadre couldn't help but mutter, "Oops, this time we've offended someone important." Robert, who was traveling with them, saw the respectful manner in which the cadre treated Owen and realized that Owen might be an important person. But he is organizing these futile superstitious activities with the people. Isn't that inappropriate? Owen asked Robert, who did not believe in the existence of ghosts and gods. Have you participated in that cruel war 10 years ago? No, I haven't. I've only heard that the enemy used secret art in that war. But that's just a rumor and cannot be taken seriously. The country has not officially announced the use of secret art. Robert still didn't believe it. Owen immediately took out 3 medals. Seeing this, Robert exclaimed in shock. He quickly performed a standard military salute. It turned out that the person he was instructed to prioritize protecting was you, General. Upon hearing this, Owen just smiled faintly. The title of General is all in the past. I am now just an ordinary retired veteran. If it weren't to gain your trust, my police comrades, I wouldn't have brought these things out. Later, Owen spoke with a serious expression. Comrade Robert, I swear by these medals. The strange occurrences in this village are indeed related to ghosts. Upon hearing this, Robert hesitated for a moment. He answered loudly, I understand. All actions are under General's command. Soon, Owen led the villagers back with the pine needles. Several people arrived at the dried-up well in front of Thomas's house. Owen and Robert are holding shovels, ready to go down the well to dig out the iron coffin. The deaf granny on the side, however, reminded them. They should have only started digging at noon when the yang energy is at its peak. But now time is running out. Be very careful when you go down. As a rusty iron coffin was slowly pulled out of the well, Thomas was instantly scared and sat paralyzed on the ground. Some unknown truths suddenly emerged before everyone's eyes. It turns out that the person in the iron coffin was the concubine married by Thomas's grandfather. She came from a theatrical troupe. Although she was beautiful, she was very unruly, flirting with men everywhere. After being discovered by Thomas's grandfather, she was beaten to death while still alive. Later, he listened to the advice of a sorcerer from the martial arts world. He skinned and tendon-stretched the woman's corpse and nailed it inside an iron coffin. This way, he could make her suffer endlessly and never be reincarnated. Previously, he had only heard about this. Now, the iron coffin was right in front of him. Thomas could not believe this was real. Upon hearing this, the crowd did not expect that he would actually use it, torturing people in such a malicious way. It's no wonder there is such heavy resentment. But currently, it concerns the lives and property of hundreds of people in the village. The most important thing is to see the condition of the body in the iron coffin. Upon hearing what Deaf Granny said, Robert got ready. Offer the incense ashes to the 4 pillars and 8 columns of the immortals. He rolled up his sleeves and walked to the iron coffin. He pushed hard and opened a crack in the coffin lid. Deaf Granny solemnly took out the gold and silver fan and protected it in front of several people. When the iron coffin was completely opened, a foul stench immediately spread out from it. The coffin was filled with black water. A female corpse, flayed, lay silently in the water. She faintly emitted a strange laugh that seemed to echo from another world. Upon seeing this, Deaf Granny hurriedly instructed a few people to move back. She then approached the iron coffin and carefully examined it. But at this time, the black water inside the iron coffin suddenly churned wildly. It seemed to be constantly decreasing, as if being absorbed by something. When the black water was completely absorbed, the scene inside the coffin also unfolded before everyone's eyes, only to see the palm of the female corpse. It was firmly nailed to the bottom of the iron coffin. Seeing this, Deaf Granny's expression became even more solemn. It turned out to be an immortal body filled with deep-seated resentment. Granny quickly used a gold and silver fan to suppress the evil energy of the female corpse. She asked everyone to go back to the house to discuss countermeasures. After entering the house, Deaf Granny solemnly said, I just used the gold and silver fan to suppress the evil energy of the female corpse. Although there won't be any problems for now, when night falls and the female corpse's soul merges with the body, I won't be able to deal with her either." Upon hearing this, Owen and the others all expressed that as long as Deaf Granny gives the order, they will definitely follow it. But Deaf Granny said there was no need to do anything, just make sure to burn the female corpse before dark so that she won't cause any trouble. After hearing this, several people dared not delay any longer. They quickly prepared themselves. As the sun was about to set, Deaf Granny immediately threw the torch in her hand into the pile of firewood. The raging flame suddenly rose slowly. As the burnt smell of the corpse wafted out, the fire suddenly rang with sharp screams. A wisp of the female corpse's soul slowly emerged in the flames, staring fiercely at everyone. "After dark, you will all die." Deaf Granny looked worried. She knew this female corpse was very dangerous, but she didn't expect it to be able to manifest and make sounds even in broad daylight. She quickly took out the mountain opening wood, a treasure used to suppress evil energy. She immediately threw it into the fire pit. "I don't believe in this mountain opening wood. It can't even suppress your evilness." At the moment when the mountain opening would touch the flames, the fire suddenly became more intense. The female ghost wailed in it. But as the fire gradually diminished, the once incomparably terrifying female corpse was finally burned to ashes. Upon seeing this, Thomas and his son were overjoyed and wept. Robert also breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. But Deaf Granny said with a serious expression, "It's not over yet. Destroying the body only ruined half of her spiritual cultivation." But this only ruined half of the female ghost's spiritual cultivation. Upon hearing this, Owen and the other two were shocked. "How can we completely eliminate that ghost?" Deaf Granny said solemnly. "The female ghost holds the deepest grudge against the Thomas family. Tonight we just need to wait for the prey at his house." The time has quickly arrived at night. Before departing, Deaf Granny respectfully paid homage to the 4 pillars and 8 columns of the immortals. "Everyone, tonight I've decided to have a showdown with that evil ghost. If I were to meet my end at the hands of the evil ghost, I ask all immortals to remember the friendship I cultivated for decades. Please protect my family's safety." As soon as the words fell, the 3 incense sticks inserted in the censer burned rapidly. The word, "Okay," slowly appeared on the offering table. Seeing this, Deaf Granny quickly kowtowed and bowed. "Thank you, immortals." She then walked to the courtyard. Turning around to look at the big pine tree in the courtyard, she said, "Grandpa Pine, I'm leaving the house to you." After saying that, she walked towards the Thomas family with a determined look in her eyes. But at that moment, Pax suddenly appeared and hugged her. "Grandma, where are you going? Are you not sleeping at home tonight? I'm scared to be alone at home." Deaf Granny saw Pax, held back her tears, and comforted him. "Be good, Pax. A real man should be brave. You have to sleep on your own sooner or later." But Pax is still young and doesn't quite understand Deaf Granny's meaning. He just wants his grandma to come back soon. But Deaf Granny also knows that this journey is extremely dangerous. Pax has to be obedient and hope his grandma returns as soon as possible. "If I can't come back, don't forget about Grandma." Deaf Granny finished speaking without looking back, and headed towards Thomas's house. Pax watched Deaf Granny's retreating figure, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. He knew that Grandma might never come back again. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly ran towards the village outside. "I don't want Grandma to leave. I'll go find Uncle Wyatt. He will definitely help." And when Deaf Granny arrived at Thomas's house, she first sprinkled the entire yard with dog tooth bone powder. Then she hung copper bells on cotton strings soaked in black dog blood. She also set up a soul-capturing array in the yard. These are not the methods of a spirit medium disciple. Instead, Deaf Granny learned them from a passing Taoist in her early years. Owen also arrived here wielding a blade. Deaf Granny was somewhat moved to see his arrival. "Are you sure you want to take risks with me?" Owen just smiled. We have known each other for so many years. How could I be left out of such things? Owen glanced over at Robert as he spoke. This little guy should not be accompanying us on this life-threatening adventure. Upon hearing this, Robert patted his chest and said, General, in this lifetime, I'll do anything except deserting. When the time comes, even if it means getting dirty, I will take a bite out of its flesh. Deaf Granny sincerely praised. One of you is righteous, and the other is filled with killing intent. Together, you are the nemesis of the worship of evil. Even staying behind can be of great help. Later, she handed the willow whip to Robert and said, When the dirt appears later, use this to whip her ruthlessly. Just as Robert took the willow whip, a gust of cold wind blew through the courtyard, causing the copper bell to ring suddenly. The three of them immediately realized that the dirt was about to appear. They looked nervously at the well opening, and saw two ghost hands reaching out from the well. Then a female ghost dressed in red slowly crawled out. She looked ferociously at Deaf Granny, and the other two. You destroyed my physical body. Tonight you all will die. Deaf Granny and the other two quickly dodged as the female ghost pounced towards them. But they didn't expect that this actually played right into the female ghost's plan. Seeing this, Deaf Granny quickly shouted, Be careful, Thomas. She's heading towards your house. As soon as the words fell, Kai's lifeless eyes opened the door. The female ghost immediately rushed towards him. Seeing the female ghost getting closer and closer, Kai, who should have been scared, had an excited look on his face. Deaf Granny secretly thought, This is bad. She wants to seduce the young man to absorb yang energy. She then splashed the black dog blood that had been prepared in advance. The black dog blood, upon contact with the back of the female ghost, instantly emitted wisps of black smoke. The female ghost screamed in agony, trying to escape, but was blocked by the soul-capturing array. Robert took the opportunity to draw out the willow whip and lash it towards her. Unfortunately, the female ghost dodged and disappeared without a trace. Just as Robert was pulling his strength and distracted, Owen quickly shouted loudly, Be careful, she's behind you. Upon hearing this, Robert snapped out of it. Just as he turned to look, he was a step too late. He was immediately grabbed by the neck by the female ghost. Seeing this, Deaf Granny was about to throw out the black dog blood again, but was easily dodged by the female ghost. She pinched Robert and flew towards the iron coffin. With a bang, the coffin lid closed tightly. Owen hurried forward, trying his best to push the lid open, but it didn't budge at all. Deaf Granny, seeing this, quickly took out a piece of pine branch from her bosom. Granny sprayed a mouthful of heart's blood up. I don't believe you will not come out with a pine branch of Grandpa Pine and my heart's blood. Accompanied by a slap from Deaf Granny on the iron coffin. Although there were waves of screams from the female ghost inside the coffin, she showed no sign of coming out. Deaf Granny immediately glared at you and said, If you don't come out now, I will risk my life to summon the blood thunder to strike you dead. But from the coffin came the voice of the female ghost taunting. If you have the ability, then strike. Even if you strike me dead, you won't live either. Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny was momentarily at a loss. At this moment, there came Robert's scream from inside the coffin. You bastard, let go of me. Don't try to strip off my pants. Upon hearing this, Owen was shocked. Deaf Granny, quickly think of a solution. This female ghost seems to be targeting Robert. Deaf Granny hesitated no longer upon seeing the situation. I'm afraid Robert's life is in danger. She immediately used the hand seal 4 pillars and 8 columns of the immortals to summon the immortal 8th master to come up the mountain. The next second, the eyes of Deaf Granny suddenly turned green. A voice full of dissatisfaction came from Deaf Granny's mouth. I may have said I don't meddle much, but what do you want from me, old lady? Besides, I can't mess with whatever's inside the iron coffin. After speaking, the 8th master is about to leave. Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny hurriedly explained that this beast has already had half of its spiritual cultivation ruined by me. If you can rescue the people, I promise to have a temple built for you and establish a position for you in the immortal ranking. Upon hearing this, Eighth Master's face lit up with joy. In that case, I will go all out today. In the blink of an eye, a giant green python appeared behind Deaf Granny. But Eighth Master had not yet made a move. Suddenly, a helpless scream of a female ghost came from inside the iron coffin. The coffin lid was then violently thrown open, and the female ghost, clutching her neck, swiftly flew out. After Robert put on his pants, he hastily climbed out of the coffin as well. He sat on the ground, panting heavily. Deaf Granny and Owen hurried forward to help him. "Are you okay? How did this beast run out on its own?" It turned out that Robert stuffed the black dog blood and incense ashes he carried into the female ghost's mouth. Seeing Robert blushing, Owen also knew the truth. "You stuffed it with your mouth, didn't you?" This immediately made Robert stunned. "It's a matter of life and death. General, you are really too casual." Just then, the female ghost also recovered. Her cold and sinister voice echoed throughout the courtyard. "I will make all three of you wish you were dead." Then her body gradually began to fade away. The next second, she arrived behind Robert at lightning speed. She opened her mouth wide and bit towards his head. Deaf Granny, possessed by Eighth Master, upon seeing this, hurriedly pushed Robert away. But her arm was firmly bitten by the female ghost. In pain, Deaf Granny suddenly pulled away the spot where she was bitten by the female ghost. A piece of flesh was immediately torn off. Fresh blood kept flowing from the wound. She endured the pain and quickly asked Owen and the other person to step back. The three of them stared at the female ghost in front of them. Owen was the first to speak, asking, "Are you okay?" In order not to worry them, Eighth Master replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine for now. But if this continues, Eighth Master, I might have to run away first." But at this moment, Pax, who was looking for the Snow Corps General, even went the wrong way for the most basic direction. Behind him, there were countless green eyes staring at him. He kept cheering himself on. "I'm not afraid. Grandma says I'm a man. I must find Uncle Wyatt to save my grandma." But at this moment, he suddenly fell to the ground. A protruding stone tripped him. With a thud, he fell flat on his face. Although it hurt badly, he didn't cry. He had to get to the snowy mountain as soon as possible. Find Uncle Wyatt to save Grandma. Then he slowly struggled to get up. Step by step, he walked towards the mountaintop. Despite the heavy difficulties ahead, they could not stop his determination to save his grandmother. He continuously overcame difficulty after difficulty, finally climbing to the mountaintop. At the moment when he stood up, in front of him was a bottomless abyss with no way out. At this moment, a pack of wolves suddenly appeared behind him, with fierce howls. One by one, the ferocious wolves emerged from the forest, walking towards him. The saliva at the corners of their mouths could no longer conceal their greed. Pax saw so many evil wolves, and finally couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. He sat down on the ground, tears continuously streaming down his cheeks. He kept calling out, "Mom, Uncle Wyatt, where are you?" Just as the wolf pack was slowly approaching him, a strange laughter suddenly came with a chilly wind. Two papermen dressed in ceremonial robes slowly walked out of the woods. The wolf pack was so scared that they were trembling uncontrollably, crouching obediently on both sides. The two papermen, however, didn't even glance at the wolves, walking straight towards Pax. It was really lucky to encounter a child of extreme in such a remote place. With a sinister smile, they were about to attack Pax. But just as the paperman's hand was about to touch Pax's, something unexpected happened. They were suddenly struck by a golden light and were sent flying. Behind Pax, a phantom of a green pine tree appeared, rising slowly. At the top of the green pine tree, there was a golden dragon roaring towards the sky. Looking back, Pax was also stunned by this scene. What is going on with this pine tree and golden dragon? But the two paper men, although being shaken and flown out, were not harmed at all. Their gaze once again turned to Pax. "Did not expect you, kid, to have a magical item for protection. But how long can it protect you?" After speaking, They once again charged towards Pax, continuously launching fierce attacks towards the golden barrier. Under the alternating attacks of the two paper men, the green pine tree behind Pax, and the illusion of the golden dragon became increasingly faint. With a loud crack, the golden barrier was completely shattered by the paper men. Two paper men cackled as they slowly approached Pax. Their eyes revealed a hunger for the body of the child of extreme mean. Seeing this, Pax was scared out of his wits, breaking out in a cold sweat. He mustered up the courage and said, "I can feed you guys, but I need to find Uncle Wyatt to save my grandmother first." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong scent of blood wafted from the forest. The paper man sensed this odor and was immediately frightened, refraining from approaching. 8 female ghosts in red clothes appeared out of thin air, carrying a sedan chair. Upon seeing the sedan chair in front of them, the two paper men knelt down and trembled, begging for mercy from the person inside the sedan. At this moment, a voice slowly emanated from the sedan saying, "How dare two lowly creatures lay hands on the child of extreme? Get lost." The two paper men felt a great relief and quickly transformed into a ghostly aura, disappearing from sight. Pax also deeply understood that the person in the sedan had saved him. He immediately knelt down, thanking Granny and Hempclad for helping. Granny and Hempclad was touched to see Pax behaving so obediently, sighed with compassion. Since this child of extreme has changed appearance, and is not of much use to me, saving him can be considered as creating a good bond. Subsequently, she looked at Pax kneeling on the ground and said softly, "Good child, just call me Granny. Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and running to these remote wilds?" But Pax didn't respond. He just glanced at hemp-clad Granny. The next moment, he sobbed as he bowed down. "Pax wants to beg you to save my grandmother." Hemp-clad Granny was very puzzled to hear this. "What happened to your grandmother again?" Pax cried even harder at this point, sobbing continuously. Grandma said she was going to eliminate the dirt, and said she couldn't come back to be with me anymore. I want to go find Uncle Wyatt for help, but I just can't find him. Before Pax could finish speaking, hemp-clad Granny waved her long sleeves. She then picked up Pax from the ground and held him in her arms. She looked kind and amiable. "Silly child, if you're looking for Uncle Wyatt, you need to go to the snowy mountains. You won't find him here in my hemp-clad mountain." Upon hearing this, Pax realized he had taken the wrong direction. Tears welled up in his eyes once again. Pax felt useless, unable to find Uncle Wyatt to save his grandmother. Hemp-clad Granny gently wiped away his tears. "Good child, don't cry. Just by calling me Granny, I will help you with this favor." After she finished speaking, she hugged Pax and quickly rushed towards the village. Meanwhile, the situation was very bad for the 3 people confronting the female ghost in the yard of Thomas's house. Robert lay in a pool of blood, his fate unknown. Deaf Granny was also trapped in an iron coffin by a female ghost. If it weren't for the shelter provided by the pine needles left by Pine Grandpa, she would have long been eroded by the ghostly aura. But the magical power of the pine needles is limited. Deaf Granny must break free soon. Once the power is exhausted, she will instantly become food for the female ghost. Owen's situation is not very good either. He could only barely support himself with the help of the blade until now. He glared angrily at the female ghost in front of him and said, "I have spent half of my life on the battlefield and didn't die there. Now, I am going to die in your hands, you beast. And I have also put Comrade Robert in danger." He then raised the large knife in his hand with difficulty, saying, "Today, I will fight you, you beast." The female ghost attacked Owen upon hearing this. Owen raised his knife to block. He happened to block the ghost's claw coming towards him, but now he was exhausted. The knife in his hand was instantly shaken away by this immense force. The female ghost took the opportunity to use Ghost's claw to grab towards Owen again. She directly grabbed Owen's chest with the claw. But the next second, where the female ghost was caught suddenly burst into a bright golden light. It continuously corroded the ghostly aura of the female ghost. This suddenly shocked the female ghost. she hurriedly retracted the ghost's claw. Who are you exactly? How can you have virtuous deeds protecting your body? Owen was also puzzled about what virtuous deeds protecting the body meant. He lowered his head to take a look. It turned out that the golden light was coming from the clothes. It was emitted by the three metals. The female ghost, upon seeing this, angrily cursed, "Damn these metals!" But before she finished speaking, suddenly lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, as if gathering electric power to strike at the female ghost. The female ghost was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth. The young lady dared not speak recklessly. She flew desperately to the iron coffin and pulled deaf Granny out, then climbed in herself. Owen rushed forward to help the weak deaf Granny. The female ghost took the opportunity to escape. Eighth Master sat on the ground watching the fleeing female ghost. Finally heaved a sigh of relief. The ghost was finally gone. Although deaf Granny was greatly weakened, she stood up resolutely upon seeing the female ghost escaping, and was about to chase after her. But she was stopped by Owen. She only had half a life left. Even if she caught up to you, she wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But at this moment, the iron coffin stopped suddenly in midair. It turned out that hemp-clad Granny and Pax had just arrived. They blocked the female ghost's path. Seeing this, the female ghost angrily roared, "Who dares to block my way? Don't blame me for scattering your soul." But before she could finish speaking, the ghost sedan chair directly crashed into the iron coffin. In the next second, the huge iron coffin was instantly swallowed by the ghost sedan chair. From the ghost sedan chair came only the strange laughter of hemp-clad Granny. "Even I, hemp-clad Granny, am not recognized. How dare you be so arrogant? Today, I will teach you a lesson." Instantly, the female ghost's screams echoed through the heavens and the earth, begging hemp-clad Granny for mercy. After a while, the screams abruptly stopped, and everything finally returned to calm. Owen supported deaf Granny, frowning as they looked towards the ghost sedan chair. "How come an even fiercer one has arrived? It seems we are doomed tonight." Eighth Master also stood up. "Hemp-clad Granny, why did you come to the village without informing us, the younger generation, in advance? We could have made preparations to welcome you." From the sedan chair came the ambiguous voice of hemp-clad Granny. "What are you preparing for? Are you preparing to team up with your brothers to deal with me?" Hearing this, Eighth Master quickly smiled and said, "How could I dare to have such thoughts, Granny?" On the side, deaf Granny saw that hemp-clad Granny's visit this time was not malicious, and quickly stepped forward to resolve the awkward situation. "I thank you on behalf of all the villagers for your help." "No need to thank me. Thank this little guy instead." After saying this, hemp-clad Granny gave a flick of her sleeve and securely placed the sleeping Pax into Owen's arms. They looked at the little one in their arms. The two of them suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "How could Pax appear here?" Hemp-clad Granny, upon seeing the situation, coldly snorted, "You two, don't wake up my great-grandson with your noise. If it weren't for saving you two old fogies, my great-grandson would have been in danger today. He was almost eaten by the ghost skin paper man." Deaf Granny was very puzzled and quickly asked what was going on. She learned about the situation through hemp-clad Granny's account of what happened. Deaf Granny was suddenly filled with a sense of touch. She didn't expect Pax to be so filial. But at this time, Pax was asleep, calling out hemp-clad Granny's name. "Granny, don't leave. Come to my house, I'll treat you to something delicious." Hemp-clad Granny was very happy to hear this. "The more I look at this child, the more I like him." Seeing this scene, deaf Granny felt a stir in her heart. "Granny, why don't I set up a memorial tablet for you at the hall entrance? You can come visit Pax anytime in the future." Hemp-clad Granny cannot possibly be unaware of deaf Granny's thoughts. With such a powerful ghost immortal present, the other worship of evil dare not touch the child of Extremine. She then slowly said with both hands tucked into her sleeves, "I receive your offerings, deaf Granny. Doesn't this mean the ranking of this kid is above me?" Before deaf Granny could respond, Eighth Master on the side understood the meaning behind hemp-clad Granny's words. She was referring to him. With Robert fainting on his back, he smiled apologetically and said, "If deaf Granny is lucky enough to receive your offerings, of course, I dare not rank above you." Eighth Master's words clearly had a great effect. Hemp-clad Granny was very happy upon hearing them. She waved her long sleeves, and a white ghostly aura flew straight into deaf Granny's body. "For the sake of that kid Pax, I promise to be your mediums of immortals. Afterward, just report my name as a spirit medium." Deaf Granny was overjoyed at the sight, and hurriedly expressed her gratitude with a big smile. "No need to be polite. Pax wants you to call her Grandma. Let's treat each other as equals. In the future, you can just call me older sister." After saying that, Ghost sedan chair soared into the sky and flew straight towards Hemp-clad Mountain. Deaf Granny waved goodbye as she watched the sedan chair disappearing into the distance. "Take care, older sister." Owen, standing beside her, was very puzzled by everything that had happened today. What is the origin of this person? She was even able to easily subdue the worship of evil inside the iron coffin. Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny explained with a respectful expression, "She is a ghost immortal who has been practicing for 9,800 years. In another 100 years, she might achieve success in her cultivation." Owen was almost shocked to hear this. "She is so powerful. It's fortunate that we have gained her favor." Owen then used his hands to stroke Pax's little face, saying, "Our Pax is brave and sweet-tongued. He even called the creature in the iron coffin sister, let alone hemp-clad Granny." Upon hearing the movement, Pax slowly opened his eyes. He murmured something about an ugly creature. The sister actually looks very pretty. Time flies, and 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. To prevent feeling helpless when facing danger again, Pax practices the swordsmanship Owen taught him in the yard every morning. Over the course of 10 years of continuous training, Pax has grown exceptionally strong. At only 16 years old, he already boasts a muscular physique. At this moment, Deaf Granny walked out of the house. It's no wonder it's a dagger given by the Snow Corps General. Granny can even hear the sound of you swinging it in the house. You will be going to high school in town soon. You will be living in the school dormitory. Be sure to keep the dagger with you at all times." Upon hearing this, Pax put the dagger back into its sheath. While responding to Deaf Granny, he said, "Don't worry, Grandma. Nothing dangerous should happen at school." But he didn't finish his sentence. The originally fine Deaf Granny suddenly had her eyes rolled back, started convulsing, and was about to fall to the ground. Pax looked startled and hurried forward to support her. "Granny, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Deaf Granny's pupils changed into a strange black-green color. Her voice also became extremely sharp. "Your son has real guts. He dared to shoot me with a gun and even fired 2 shots in a row. You'd better hurry to the West River and bring him back home. If you come late, don't blame me if he's already dead." After saying that, Deaf Granny fainted again. Seeing this, Pax was very puzzled. Which of the mediums of immortals came to find Granny? "Hurry, wake Granny up." Before long, Deaf Granny slowly opened her eyes. She immediately yelled, "Oh no! Pax, quickly help me to the West River. Your Uncle Miles has caused big trouble." When Pax helped Deaf Granny to the West River, they saw Miles lying on the ground, struggling for breath. Deaf Granny hurried forward. She helped him up, his face swollen like a pig's head. Looking at Grandma, who was extremely anxious, Pax quickly spoke up to reassure her. "Grandma, Uncle Miles is fine. He will wake up soon." Sure enough, after a while, Miles slowly opened his eyes. He looked innocent as he glanced at Deaf Granny in front of him and said, "Granny, did I offend any spirits? I saw a yellow weasel earlier and wanted to shoot it. But even after firing 2 shots, I missed. The 3rd shot ended up backfiring." Deaf Granny was instantly enraged when she heard this. She directly gave Miles a slap in the face. The yellow weasel is a weasel immortal who has been practicing spirituality for many years. If it weren't for me, you would have been killed by it a long time ago. After saying that, Deaf Granny had Pax help Miles walk home. While walking, she reminded them, Remember to bring some offerings when you go back later. Apologize properly to the weasel immortal. But as Deaf Granny and the other two slowly walked away, a weasel watched their retreating figures. You dare to shoot me. This is not over. Just as the weasel was thinking about how to prank Miles, it suddenly sensed an unprecedented crisis and roared behind itself. Just then, a female ghost in a red dress struggled towards it and lunged. It took a closer look. It turned out to be the ghost that had been on Miles back 10 years ago. She grabbed the weasel by the throat. In the face of her immense strength, the weasel was powerless to resist and was lifted up directly. And this female ghost can appear in broad daylight, obviously indicating a high level of spiritual cultivation. She immediately forcibly absorbed all the considerable spiritual cultivation that the weasel already had. Pax sensed a familiar presence behind him. He turned around to look but found nothing. His actions were caught by Deaf Granny. Pax, what's wrong with you? I'm fine, Grandma. No, you didn't see. The body of the weasel hidden in the bushes is now lifeless. The red-clothed female ghost is also nowhere to be seen. He thought he was just having a hallucination. After the three returned home, Miles, however, developed a high fever. Pax realized that the gunshot wound had become infected, causing the wound to be infected. Although it's not a big problem, the wound needs to be disinfected as soon as possible. Otherwise, the infection will worsen. Granny, I need to go to town to buy some antibiotics. You can just wait at home. With that, Pax walked towards the door. Deaf Granny, however, looked worried and said, It's tens of miles of mountain road to get to town. And you have to pass by a mass grave? Pax, can you make it alone? But Pax just turned back and waved to Deaf Granny. Don't worry, Granny. I will ask our neighbor Ian to accompany me. But Deaf Granny was still worried. She repeatedly instructed Pax, Be sure to bring the incense ashes pack your grandma gave you. No matter what sounds you hear on the way, never turn back and absolutely do not respond. Just keep walking forward. Upon hearing Deaf Granny's instructions, Pax nodded towards his grandma. Don't worry, Grandma, I remember everything, he said as he continued to walk outside. When Pax and Ian returned from town with the medicine, it was already past midnight as they passed by the mass grave. Flickering eerie green lights floated around. Almost every grave was adorned with them, giving off an especially chilling vibe under the moonlight. As the two walked forward, Ian suddenly asked nervously, Pax, did you hear that sound? The sound seemed to be calling our names. Upon hearing this, Pax also realized. They might have encountered Dirt Ian. I heard it too. But don't look back and don't respond. Once we pass this place, everything will be fine. But the two kept walking. Suddenly, there appeared a cave ahead of them, with a dazzling light shining. Eerie opera singing could be heard from inside. Upon hearing this sound, Ian's eyes became lifeless as he walked towards the cave. Pax said, Someone is singing opera. Look, so many people, it's so lively. Seeing this, Pax quickly shouted, Ian, come back quickly. But Ian continued walking towards the cave, as if he hadn't heard anything. Pax, not caring about his own fear, hurriedly chased after him. When he caught up to the entrance of the brightly lit cave, his face was full of shock, as if he had entered another world, only to see a stage appearing out of nowhere in the cemetery. Two people with eerie blush on their cheeks were playing the swana. The audience seated in the front row are all dressed in traditional costumes. Their eyes are staring blankly at the stage. In the foremost position, there is a grand chair and a feast of delicacies, as if waiting for an important figure. At this moment, Ian is sitting in front of a table, eating pastries voraciously. Pax hurriedly grabs him and says, Ian, stop eating. We need to quickly bring the medicine back. Upon hearing Pax's voice, the nearest spectators turned around and glared angrily. Stop making noise and sit down to watch the show. Pax was suddenly startled. Trouble was brewing with a thug blocking the way. And with so many evil ghosts around, how can I escape with Ian? Even though Grandma's ash can ward off evil spirits, The limited quantity probably won't last long. Suddenly, a drumming sound rang out at this moment. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see two little girls. They were supporting a gorgeously dressed old lady, walking past Pax. The old lady sat down on the central Grandmaster chair. She grabbed the food on the table and wolfed it down with gusto. In the end, she even felt like she was eating too slowly. She picked up the plate directly and poured the food desperately into her mouth. Perhaps she was eating too fast. The old lady suddenly had a violent coughing fit. Amidst the coughing sound, her head fell to the ground with a thud. Her mouth was still chewing incessantly. Her eyes were still fixed on the stage. Connecting her head to the old lady's body was an iron chain nail. Seeing this scene, Pax was startled and shivered. He couldn't help swallowing hard. But the old lady who heard the noise suddenly stared at him. Seeing this, Pax immediately thought it was bad. He had been discovered. However, Ian next to him acted as if nothing had happened, still eating the things on the table crazily. He didn't realize at all that everyone around him was a ghost. Pax saw that the situation was not right. Pax quickly pulled out 2 silver needles from his pocket. He inserted the silver needles respectively into his and Ian's biwi acupoints, muttering. When the needles entered the biwi point, it connected Ian and Yang. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly grabbed Ian's hand and desperately tried to escape. Ian didn't know what was happening. Just as he was about to ask, Pax told him not to say anything. There was no time to explain that everyone here was a ghost. But just as the two of them panicked and tried to escape, a chain with an iron nail attached to it was rapidly chasing after them. Soon the iron chain wrapped around Pax's ankle. Being tripped up like this, Pax lunged forward directly. The bag of incense ashes in his arms fell out as well. At this moment, Pax only had one thought in his mind. This time it's over. The next second, he fell to the ground and passed out directly. One day later, Pax suddenly woke up from his dream. He shouted Ian's name. He came to his senses and realized that he was actually lying on his own bed at home. Has he returned home? Yes, he managed to save his life. He heard Deaf Granny's voice coming from beside his ear. Pax was very puzzled about how he came back. And Ian? Deaf Granny just smiled and patted Pax's head. Don't worry, Ian is fine too. After Pax and the 2 others left, Deaf Granny lit 3 sticks of incense in the temple censer. However, it burned into 2 short and 1 long stick. Incense is most fearful of such a situation occurring. Deaf Granny thought that something had happened to the 2 people, so she hurriedly sent someone to look for them. When the 2 were found at the mass grave, they were surrounded by incense ashes. Despite the presence of evil ghosts around, they dared not approach. The 2 people just passed out without knowing what had happened. At this moment, Pax was puzzled. He didn't understand why there were so many evil ghosts appearing in the mass grave. Although there were a few lonely spirits and wild ghosts before, nothing chaotic had ever happened. This time, it almost cost both me and Ian our lives. Pax took out an iron nail from his pocket as he spoke. Look, Granny. This is the thing those evil ghosts used to attack us. Deaf Granny was suddenly shocked to see that they were death nails, used in mass graves. How could such evil objects appear here? Seeing Granny's serious expression, Pax also knew that this matter was not simply the work of an evil ghost. Granny suggested that we go and investigate, to see if we can find any clues. Before Pax could finish speaking, 8 female ghosts in red clothes appeared carrying a palanquin. The voice of the hemp-clad Granny came from the palanquin. Pax, you rest well. Granny, I'll go see what exactly it is. Who dares to bully my eldest grandson? When hemp-clad Granny arrived at the mass grave, although there were countless ghostly fires drifting in the wind, it was incredibly quiet. Seeing this, hemp-clad Granny thought to herself that these evil ghosts must be hiding. She immediately shouted, All you ghostly beings here, get out now! Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying this mass grave. But despite her thunderous voice that resounded through the skies, not a single ghostly figure appeared. They seemed to have known in advance that hemp-clad Granny was coming, and did not show any response at all. Hemp-clad Granny was very angry at this. "You little ghost sure do run fast. Since you've run away, then I can only go find the ringleader." She flew swiftly into the distance as soon as her words fell, leaving a lingering shadow in the air. After a moment, she arrived at the West River where Miles had met with an accident before. Inside the sedan, the hemp-clad Granny raised her left hand slightly. Immediately, a powerful ghostly aura burst forth from her hand. The ghostly aura dispersed around, probing for the presence of ghosts, but it was silent as if in a mass grave, with no movement at all. "Where did that damn yellow weasel hide? Come out now!" With a shout from hemp-clad Granny, the ghostly aura in her hand became even more rampant and spread around. The grass on the ground was pulled up by this powerful force. Suddenly, hemp-clad Granny caught a familiar scent. She suddenly shot out of the sedan chair and landed beside a clump of grass with a grim expression on her face. She couldn't help but fall into contemplation as she looked at the grass in front of her. Vaguely, she caught a whiff of the smell of a yellow weasel. She slowly reached out her hand towards the clump of grass. Next, a dried-up weasel appeared in her hand. This is the weasel that was previously drained of blood and energy by the female ghost in red. Hemp-clad Granny looked puzzled at the sight. This yellow weasel was obviously a Taoist immortal, so who near the weasel immortal could have silently sucked all its blood and energy dry? Just as hemp-clad Granny was contemplating this, suddenly, a loud shout came. "Stop!" Suddenly, a golden light struck. Hemp-clad Granny grabbed the weasel's hand. The weasel in her hand also slowly fell down. Just as it was about to hit the ground, a figure shot out and caught it, holding it in their arms. It stared fiercely at hemp-clad Granny and angrily shouted, "Even if my child has hurt Miles, you shouldn't take its life." At the mention of this, hemp-clad Granny's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. "I didn't kill him," she said. But the weasel took advantage and said, "It wasn't you. My son, who has become a weasel immortal, has now had all the essence of his blood drained. It must be the work of evil spirits. Within a radius of 100 miles, only you, hemp-clad Granny, have such cultivation." Upon hearing this, hemp-clad Granny couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "I will never deny what I have done. Since you insist on biting me and not letting go, I might as well admit to this charge. I will catch you and cook you as a stew to nourish my son Pax." As soon as she finished speaking, hemp-clad Granny's left hand lifted slightly. Suddenly, a powerful ghostly aura burst out from the palm. The ghostly aura condensed into a giant ghost hand and grabbed towards the weasel. A loud rumbling sound was heard. Although the hand did not directly hit the weasel, the powerful energy wave caused it to be thrown back dozens of yards. It relied on its sharp claws to scratch several deep marks on the ground before finally stabilizing its body. The weasel was so angry at this blow that it gritted its teeth. Countless crimson eyes suddenly appeared behind it. With a roar, "Attack all at once! Whoever kills that old witch will be generously rewarded." However, just as the weasels were about to charge forward, Eighth Master suddenly appeared and stood between the two sides. "Stop fighting! There is something suspicious about this matter." Before Eighth Master could finish speaking, he was directly slapped away with two palms. "Roll to the side. The older generation's grudges are not something a little snake like you can mediate." Eighth Master fell to the ground and curled up into a ball. He then complained with a look of grievance. "I told you I wouldn't come, but you insisted. Can I really stop them?" Eighth Master did take these two slaps quite unjustly. At this moment, Deaf Granny finally arrived late. "Please stop fighting, both of you. I asked Eighth Master to come and mediate. There must be a misunderstanding." However, Deaf Granny's cultivation is too low. Both immortals remained indifferent to her dissuasion. Hemp-clad Granny turned to her. "Just watch the show and don't interfere. Wait for me to catch this yellow weasel and stew it for Pax to drink for nourishment." The weasel also coldly snorted. "This has nothing to do with you. You'd better not intervene." Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny became increasingly anxious. What should be done about this? If the fighting continues, it could lead to serious trouble. She immediately turned her head and looked at Eighth Master, saying, "Eighth Master, do you have any way to persuade them to stop?" At the words, Eighth Master just grinned. "Unless you find my eldest brother," he said. After saying this, Eighth Master wasted no more time and transformed back into his original form. "You must keep a close eye on them, and don't let them hit you. I'll be right back in a moment." And at this moment, in the dark corner, the female ghost in red clothes watched the two immortals fighting and emitted eerie laughter. Then she floated straight towards Deaf Granny's house. And inside Deaf Granny's house, Miles's daughter Alice was holding medicine when she arrived at Pax's bedside. But just as Pax was about to reach out to take the medicine, he suddenly noticed a ghostly figure appearing outside the window, greedily staring at Alice. Seeing this, Pax immediately shouted loudly, "Who is it? Who's there?" He abruptly stood up and shielded Alice behind him as soon as he finished speaking. Alice looked terrified when she saw her brother's protective stance. "What's wrong, Pax?" she asked, but Pax didn't answer. He just stared nervously at the window. But outside the window, it was completely quiet with nothing there. The mysterious figure had disappeared without a trace. Yet, the next second, half a head suddenly poked out from the wall. Following that, its body crawled out from the wall as well, revealing a creepy smile as it stared at Pax and another person. Seeing this, Pax was shocked. "Isn't this the red-clothed female ghost that was killed by Granny? How could she appear here? Moreover, both Granny and Eighth Master are not at home now. What should we do?" Alice was also scared when she saw a ghost for the first time and tightly grabbed onto Pax's clothes. At that moment, the female ghost suddenly let out a chilling, hair-raising shriek. Then it moved swiftly, and its slender ghost claw immediately flew towards Alice. But just as Ghost Claw was about to touch Alice in an instant, suddenly, a golden light shot out and hit Ghost Claw, causing the female ghost to retract Ghost Claw in pain and be thrown backward. The spot hit by the golden light immediately emitted wisps of black smoke. Pax's expression brightened upon seeing this. Grandpa Pine made a move. He quickly grabbed Alice's hand and ran towards the big pine tree in the courtyard. The female ghost looked ferociously in the direction where the two were running away. She then extended another ghost claw towards Alice in a critical moment. Deaf Granny and hemp-clad Granny arrived and shouted loudly, "Where did this evil come from? How dare it run wild at the entrance of the hall where the 4 pillars and 8 columns of the immortals are enshrined?" Upon hearing this, the female ghost was suddenly shocked, as if she was very afraid of hemp-clad Granny. She hurriedly transformed into a green light and disappeared. Hemp-clad Granny couldn't help but snort coldly when she saw the situation. She runs pretty fast. But it's nothing supernatural. Dare to act willfully in front of me. Pax, you guys stay at home. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find that female ghost. As her voice fell, the figure of the hemp-clad Granny disappeared on the spot. And at this moment, the frightened Alice threw herself into the arms of Deaf Granny, crying and pouring out her heart. Deaf Granny replied with a kind and comforting expression on her face. "Good child, it's all right, it's all right." Pax on the side saw that Deaf Granny and hemp-clad Granny had both returned but looked very puzzled. "Granny, has the issue of the Weasel Immortal been resolved?" Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny simply smiled faintly. With the Immortal mediating the conflict, it has been temporarily appeased. Upon hearing Deaf Granny's response, Pax became even more puzzled. Wasn't the only immortal you went with Eighth Master? How could he have such abilities? Suddenly, a sound of footsteps was heard. "Who do you think you are looking down on? Although I'm not the one resolving this issue this time, I'm the one who brought them here. My current family head is also my big brother." The man in white standing next to Roman coughed slightly upon hearing this. Seeing this scene, Pax was incredulous. Roman looked sickly. Does he really have the ability to settle this matter? And they don't look at all like real brothers, especially him and the eighth master. Upon hearing this, eighth master immediately flew into a rage. Who are you referring to? On the other hand, Roman smiled and said, My little brother is not very capable, and has made Pax laugh. But he hadn't finished speaking. Roman suddenly noticed the dragon scales on Pax's body. After a brief cough, he questioned Connor about how Pax could have the ancestral dragon scales. Eighth Master just scratched his head, looking embarrassed. How could it be dragon scales? Big brother, are you mistaken? I clearly provided him with the moult of a flood dragon. Upon hearing this, Roman's eyes flashed with a cold light as he was about to get angry. But he suddenly noticed the earring on Pax's left ear, which was given by the Snow Corps General. It seemed like he thought of something. His attitude suddenly made a 180-degree change. Connor, you did a good job on this. This left eighth master dumbfounded. Big brother's temper changes from happy to angry in a flash. He thought he was going to be lectured, but now he's praising me instead. It's really hard to figure out what's on his mind. At this moment, Deaf Granny came out of the house, carrying a stool. Thanks to the dragon skin brought by eighth master, it saved my grandson's life. Then she gently placed the stool down. Roman, please have a seat. Your family is our family's great benefactor. Seeing this, Roman repeatedly waved his hand. Pine Grandpa is here. How can I dare to sit down? In fact, Roman came to visit today. He wanted to tell Deaf Granny that he personally checked and confirmed that the Weasel Immortal's body was indeed harmed by a ghost. The only one nearby with such cultivation level is the ghost Immortal Hempclad Granny. Deaf Granny couldn't help but frown upon hearing Roman's words. Could it be that he came to investigate and hold someone accountable? And this Roman is the head of the family in this generation. Spiritual cultivation is profound, mainly in charge of life and death. If he insists on standing up for the Yellow family, then the elder sister will be in danger. Upon thinking about this, Deaf Granny hurriedly spoke up to explain. Roman Hempclad Granny has always been bold and daring. If she really killed the Weasel Immortal, why would she go looking for trouble with the Yellow family in the mountains? But before Deaf Granny could finish speaking, 8 red-clothed female ghosts suddenly appeared carrying a sedan chair from nowhere. Hempclad Granny's voice came from the sedan chair. Big sister still knows me best, Roman. I promise I didn't harm that little yellow weasel. But if the Yellow family wants to fight, I'll accompany them to the end. After speaking, a powerful ghostly aura erupted from Hempclad Granny's body. Seeing Hempclad Granny's firm attitude, Roman also knows that there may be a misunderstanding in this matter. But after 3 days, Fox, Yellow, White, Willow, and Gray, the 5 great immortals. They will then form an alliance to attack Hempclad Mountain. They want Hempclad Granny to pay with her own blood. And his original intention on this trip was to forcefully take away the 8th Master. And he also intends to remove Deaf Granny from her position of worshipping the 4 pillars and 8 columns of the immortals at the hall. But when he saw the earring that Snow Corps General gave to Pax's left ear, as well as the large pine tree in the courtyard, he immediately changed his mind. Upon hearing this, Hempclad Granny just smiled and said, If the 5 great immortals come to attack, then so be it. I want to see if they have the ability. Seeing Hempclad Granny being so irritable, Roman gave a dry cough and said, Please stay calm. It's better to resolve misunderstandings rather than to create enemies. There is still room to handle this situation peacefully. Deaf Granny standing aside heard that the situation could be turned around. She immediately looked delighted. Could it be that Roman has a solution? Roman just smiled faintly. Yes, I came this time specifically to help both parties completely resolve the misunderstanding. But if the real culprit is not caught in one day, Granny will not be able to clear herself. I still have some influence with Immortal. Why not go into the mountains with me, Granny, and talk things out face to face? Granny, you can rest assured that no matter what the outcome is, I will make sure to safely return you unharmed. Upon hearing this, Hempclad Granny closed her eyes slightly, as if pondering something. Then she slowly opened her eyes and stared at Roman. Don't think I can't see through you. You are being suppressed by Snow Corpse General and Pine Grandpa. But since you have this intention, I'll go with you, why not? In that case, let's head out now. But before he could finish speaking, Roman suddenly coughed heavily. Pax hurried forward to support him. Roman, have you ever been seriously injured? Injured in the heart and lungs. Upon hearing this, Roman was full of astonishment. He looked at Pax. Do you understand medicine? But before Pax could answer, Eighth Master started boasting. Pax is really amazing. At 5 years old, he not only cured the epidemic in the village, but also delivered babies. This made Pax look embarrassed. Roman, don't listen to Eighth Master's nonsense. I just prescribed some medicine for my aunt, that's all. I have never delivered a baby. Roman also knows Eighth Master's personality. But he has turned into a flood dragon 100 years ago. The root of the illness left behind after the failure. He has visited many renowned doctors, but none of them were able to cure him. Does Pax have a solution? Upon hearing this, Pax first took Roman's pulse. He sensed a surge of thunder and fire energy running rampant in Roman's body, disrupting his meridians. He immediately looked at Roman with a worried expression on his face. There is a way. It's just that this method may endanger Roman's life. After listening, Roman's face showed a serious expression. But there was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. You need to use a silver needle to pierce all around your body acupoint to draw out the power of Manhwa. If there are any discrepancies. Before Pax had finished speaking, the Eighth Master on the side hurriedly persuaded. Big brother, you can still live for 1,000 or 800 years now. There's no need to take this risk. Roman naturally also knows that the risk is extremely high. But if this injury cannot be treated, he will never be able to become a dragon again. After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Pax, my life is in your hands now. Pax also looked serious. Roman, rest assured, I will do my best. Afterward, Pax wasted no time and brought a silver needle. He separately inserted it into 3 acupoints on Roman. There are 2 more acupoints. With the clearing of the acupoint, a faint green demonic aura bursts out from the center of Roman's chest. His whole body, with bulging blue veins, displayed a look of great pain. After a few minutes passed, he spit out a mouthful of black blood. Eighth Master quickly went forward to support him upon seeing the situation. Big brother, how do you feel? A touch of joy appeared on Roman's face. I feel refreshed. I haven't had such a smooth breathing sensation in many years. He then stood up with the support of Eighth Master, clasping his hands in gratitude towards Pax. Pax's medical skills are extraordinary, far surpassing those who are merely famous in name. Pax felt a little embarrassed by the praise and scratched his head. Roman is overly flattering. I have only cleared the blood stasis for now. You still need medication for further treatment. I will write another prescription for you to recuperate and make a full recovery. Roman nodded slightly. Then, Pax, I'll trouble you with that. Shortly after, Pax took out pen and paper and began writing. But when Roman saw the prescription, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and stood there dumbfounded. Other medications are fine. But this 9-pronged aged ginseng and human-faced FOT root are spiritual entities that have been around for thousands of years. Even if they can be found, it would be difficult to compete for them in my current state. Pax wonders if these 2 medicines can be replaced by other drugs. Pax shook his head, indicating that it's not possible. Roman, your constitution is special, and you have been injured for too long. Ordinary herbs simply won't work. Upon hearing this, Roman couldn't help but sigh deeply. Later, he bowed deeply to Pax. It's my ill fortune, Pax. Your medical skills were in vain. Seeing this, Pax quickly stepped forward to stop him. Roman, please don't say that. If this doesn't work, I will think of another way. Later, Pax looked at the prescription in his hand, pondering for a long time. Suddenly, it seemed like he had thought of something. He quickly turned around and ran towards the house. This left everyone looking puzzled. Pax wouldn't have gotten diarrhea in a hurry, would he? But soon Pax came out carrying a box. As soon as the box was opened, it was filled with a burst of golden light. Roman, you can use these items. When Roman saw the items in the box, he was shocked. It turned out to be 9-pronged aged ginseng and human-faced FOT root. Who exactly is Pax? How can there be such a valuable millennium spiritual entity? Upon hearing this, Pax just smiled faintly. These are all gifts from the Snow Corps general back in the day. At this moment, Roman's heart was extremely excited. Pax, what do you want? Anything I have, you can exchange with me. I gave it to you. Healing the sick and saving lives is a top priority. Besides, you are 8th Master's big brother. How could I be stingy with such a small thing? Upon hearing Pax's words, 8th Master was immediately moved to tears. Roman also once again bowed deeply to Pax. Such great kindness and virtue. I shall always remember it in my heart. Then he slowly turned his head to look at Deaf Granny behind him, and asked Deaf Granny to help set up a hall for me. It would be convenient for our two families to visit each other in the future. Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny happily clasped her hands together and expressed, I'm willing to host you at my home. It is my honor. I will go take care of this matter right away. Seeing this, 8th Master couldn't help but look at Deaf Granny, and it seems that before long, Deaf Granny will become the first spirit medium disciple here. Deaf Granny responded with a smile on her face. 8th Master is right. But it's just because she's benefiting from our family's Pax. However, Pax scratched his head awkwardly. Roman, I just did a little bit of help. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. But even before Pax could finish speaking, Roman immediately interrupted. I will always remember such great kindness in my heart. If Pax needs my help in the future, I will not frown even for a moment. Upon hearing this, Pax's expression turned serious. I ask for nothing else. I just hope that Roman can help me clear Granny's name of the injustice she has suffered. Hemp-clad Granny immediately felt extremely relieved. You truly are my exceptional grandson. These years of taking care of you have not been in vain. Later, Roman spoke up. You two can rest assured. I will definitely resolve this matter. After speaking, he led the crowd towards the deep mountains. This made Pax extremely puzzled. But before he could ask anything, Deaf Granny looked around at the increasingly familiar surroundings and spoke. Could it be that Roman intends to invite that person out to make a judgment? Upon hearing Deaf Granny's words, Roman smiled mysteriously and nodded. The only one who can calm this conflict is that person. Listening to the nonsensical conversation between Roman and Deaf Granny, Pax's heart was filled with even more confusion. Who are they talking about, after all? But soon, everyone arrived at a pitch-black cave entrance. Standing in front of the entrance were the 4 Immortal Clan leaders, Fox, Yellow, White, and Gray. Immortal White, standing on a stone, saw Roman walking with everyone and having a close relationship with them. In anger, she roared, As one of the 5 Immortals, are you standing with hemp-clad Granny to assist tyranny? The Weasel Immortal had already lost his son. Seeing this scene made his anger erupt even more. He signaled to the other Immortals, and was about to rush up to wipe out everyone. Seeing the situation, Roman just bowed respectfully towards the cave. This matter has not been conclusively decided yet. It is too early for everyone to say so. Hemp-clad Granny, and I came here precisely to ask Logan to make the final judgment. Don't you all believe in Logan's words? Upon hearing this, the several Immortals all showed a respectful expression. They quickly said, We dare not! We dare not! But Logan will definitely stand on our side. Pax heard this. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he asked Deaf Granny. Granny, who exactly is this Logan? Why is everyone so respectful towards him? Deaf Granny explained with a solemn expression. Logan is the leader of all the mediums of immortals in the world. He ascended during the reign of the human emperor, and it has been over 5,000 years to this day. During the Shang dynasty, there were many spiritually gifted animals. They cultivated their spirits, and caused trouble for the people in a region, making their lives unbearable. They angered the great heavenly sovereign Jade Emperor. He ordered martial thunder deity to lead the heavenly soldiers and generals to Chonbai Mountain. They will annihilate all the demons. Logan could not bear to see the demon clan's lineage severed. Therefore, he took the initiative to appear and begged the deity to spare the innocent demon beasts. Although martial thunder deity had a heart of mercy, but he dare not act on his own without authorization when he comes to follow the imperial decree. He can only insist on exterminating the demons. Upon hearing this, Pax was very curious. What did Logan do afterwards? Deaf Granny continued slowly. Logan, seeing that the deity did not agree, prepared to use his lifelong cultivation to convert all the monsters and demons to the right path. With this, he once again implored the deity to spare the monsters and demons. When the deity heard this, he erupted with a terrifying thunderous power. How dare the audacious fox spirit defy the decree of the great heavenly sovereign, the Jade Emperor? He was about to take action to eliminate Logan at that moment. Suddenly, a golden light descended from the sky and landed on Logan. Deity was shocked by the sight. It turned out to be virtuous deeds descending from the heavens. This is the Dharma body of the great heavenly sovereign, the Jade Emperor, the ruler of the three realms. It also appeared above the clouds. A majestic and resounding voice came from his mouth. Little fox spirit, you have made a great vow that has triggered virtuous deeds from the heavens, so I hereby appoint you as the leader of all the spirits in Chonbai Mountain. Lead the spirits and absolve them of their sins. Since then, Logan has become the leader of the mediums of immortals in the world and has also become the most prominent figure here. Pax listened with great admiration. He is willing to guide and transform the spirits with his own actions. In that case, Logan's judgment is bound to be very fair. Upon hearing Pax's words, Deaf Granny respectfully looked towards the cave. Indeed, as long as Logan is willing to judge on your behalf, Hemp-clad Granny, you will no longer be suspected by others. Then, in order to reveal the truth, Roman took the lead by stepping forward and bowing towards the cave. Please, Logan, judge the situation. Seeing this, the other immortals and Deaf Granny all knelt down on the ground as well. We kindly ask Logan to come forward to make a judgment. The words fell in the cave. Suddenly, bursts of powerful energy erupted. Accompanied by the energy was a voice saying, I already know about this. This matter is not only related to the 5 great immortals, but also to Deaf Granny and Hemp-clad Granny. With these words spoken, all 5 immortals turned their heads to look at Deaf Granny and Hemp-clad Granny. Deaf Granny looked completely bewildered. I came here to mediate. How did this end up involving me as well? Hemp-clad Granny also had a gloomy look on her face. Logan, please don't be offensive. The Weasel Immortal saw the truth revealed. It turned out that his own son was indeed killed by Hemp-clad Granny. His whole body at first stood on end, ready to confront Hemp-clad Granny with all his might. But at this moment, there came Logan's discontent voice in the cave. Little Yellow Weasel, don't act rashly. Your son was not killed by Hemp-clad Granny. It is related to them because the one who killed your child and attacked Alice in Deaf Granny's house are part of the same worship of evil. Upon hearing this statement, Deaf Granny and Weasel Immortal were shocked beyond belief by this. It turned out to be the same evil. But before Deaf Granny and the Weasel Immortal had a chance to come to their senses, Logan continued saying, Ghosts are causing trouble and disturbing my peace. Everyone should not act rashly. Let's set aside past grievances and unite against the enemy. Upon hearing Logan's words, the truth finally came to light. The Weasel Immortal also recognized his fault and bowed to Hemp-clad Granny, apologizing. Granny apologized for her previous behavior, and Hemp-clad Granny understood. She thought that if anyone dared to harm her precious grandson, she might be even more impulsive than the Weasel Immortal. Having been forgiven, the Weasel Immortal immediately turned to look at the cave and asked, Where is Logan's worship of evil now? Deaf Granny also worried that the worship of evil might cause trouble for her granddaughter again. She clasped her hands together and looked towards the cave, asking Logan for a clear path forward. That haunting ghost might be well versed in the mysterious methods of Taoism. I also can't deduce its whereabouts. Everyone was stunned by Logan's words. Even Logan couldn't deduce the whereabouts. Obviously, the spiritual cultivation of that sinister ghost is not low. Just as everyone was contemplating. Logan's voice came again. The only plan for now is for everyone to work together with one heart. Only then can we find the worship of evil. As Logan's words fell, everyone bowed and saluted together. We will definitely work together to find that beast. And on the faces of hemp-clad Granny and Weasel Immortal, they both showed a villainous look. The worship of evil dares to target us. We'll chop her into pieces once found. In the next few days, the animals around the village were particularly active. Foxes, weasels, snakes, rats, hedgehogs, and other animals didn't fight when they met. They seemed to be in a hurry, as if looking for something. It was even more lively at night, with ghostly fires flickering from all directions. You could faintly hear people talking. But the villagers didn't know what had happened and were scared, running away and shouting for help. When they were blocked by a huge figure on their way. One of the younger men with less courage. He was even scared to faint. Luckily, Deaf Granny appeared in time and supported him. Then she spoke to the dark figure behind her. "You're here at last. Why scare us like this?" Only to see the 5 descendants of the immortal standing in front of Deaf Granny. "He's just too timid. It's not our fault." Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny calmed the villagers' emotions first. "These animal wells mean no harm. You all go back to your houses and rest first." Later, she asked the serpent in front of her, "Have we found any clues to the worship of evil?" The serpent shook its head. "It's as if the worship of evil has vanished into thin air. We have searched the entire village, but found no trace." "Any news from hemp-clad Granny's side?" Deaf Granny looked helpless. She had also found nothing. Everyone continued to search. "I refuse to believe that this ghost can just disappear into thin air." Upon hearing Deaf Granny's words, the animals scattered and left. Only the serpent remained in place. This left Deaf Granny puzzled as to why it had not left yet. The serpent only extended its head in front of Deaf Granny and said, "The master is already aware of Owen's illness. He asked me to pass on a message. If Pax and you need any medicinal herbs, feel free to ask. It's on us." But before the serpent could finish, Deaf Granny interrupted, her eyes filled with tears. "Owen's lifespan has run out and cannot be saved. We appreciate your kindness. Please express my gratitude to your master on our behalf." And at this moment, inside Owen's house, Pax looked at Owen, who was barely breathing, tears streaming down his face as he tightly held his hand. "Grandpa, you will be fine. There must be a way to cure you." But this general has fought for many years, suffering from numerous injuries and illnesses. He knows his time is running out and is not afraid of life or death. He gently wiped away the tears on Pax's cheeks with his hand. "Pax, don't cry. I am already satisfied to have lived for so long. It's time for me to reunite with my old comrades in the afterlife." As he spoke, countless scenes slowly emerged in Owen's mind. Born from the belly of a female ghost, Pax came into this world. He went on to fight 100 demons for his sake. He went with Deaf Granny to East Peak again to seek the blessing of Pine Grandpa for him. He watched Deaf Granny change appearance with his own eyes for him. Since then, completely concealing the aura of child of extreme mean. Then he took 5-year-old Pax to the mountain to collect herbs. He watched as he fell down and slowly got back up. And when Pax was 15, he taught him ancient martial arts for self-defense. He watched him grow day by day. Owen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The only regret now is that he cannot see my Pax go to college with his own eyes. Then he struggled to sit up from the bed. "Pax, go and fetch Grandpa's tobacco pouch." Looking at Grandpa, who suddenly seemed to improve in spirits, Pax felt even sadder. He knew this was a sign of the last burst of energy before death came. He quickly fetched Grandpa's tobacco pouch and lit it for him. After taking a sip, Owen gently said, "Pax, go turn on the radio. Grandpa wants to listen to Shaw Job Bang." Upon hearing this, Pax hurriedly walked to the radio on the table. With the press of the play button, the room was instantly filled with the sound of traditional Chinese opera. Owen quietly listened like this. His mouth couldn't help but hum along with the melody for a few lines. When the song ended, he put down the pipe in his hand and slowly took out a few medals from his pocket. "Pax, Grandpa didn't save up anything good in his life. Take these medals as a keepsake from me." Upon hearing Owen's words, Pax kept sobbing. "Grandpa, I don't want them. I just want you to be well." Upon hearing this, Owen did not say anything. He simply placed his hand on the blade that was beside him. "Grandpa, I have to take this knife with me." Saying this, he suddenly pulled out the knife and raised it above his head. "Today, be it losing my head or facing countless battles, starting a business is challenging in many ways. I am going to the Yellow Springs to gather my old comrades. With 10,000 banners we will behead Yama." As soon as his voice fell, he sheathed the broadsword. "If anyone dares to bully our fellow countrymen in the netherworld, my old man will fight them with this broadsword." Later, he laughed heartily and heroically. Laughing as he laughed, Owen suddenly fell back on the bed. He had no breath of life left. Pax was speechless for a long time when he saw this scene. Tears kept flowing from his eyes. After a while, his throat could finally make a sound. He cried out heartbreakingly, unable to accept the fact that his grandfather had passed away. But just as Pax was immersed in grief, two figures suddenly appeared outside the window. One dark and one light floated slowly in front of him. The two individuals are the Yin and Yang guardians of the underworld who have come this time. They have come specifically to guide Owen's soul to the netherworld. At this moment, Pax also noticed the two of them. The two of them introduced themselves. They were ordered to come and welcome General as soon as their words fell. Just then, a light blue soul emerged from Owen's body. "The Yin and Yang guardians have specially arranged for me to come here," it said. Upon hearing this, the Yin and Yang guardians once again respectfully bowed to Owen. "General, you have virtuous deeds in you. It is our good fortune as brothers to welcome you." Pax, who was standing by, looked at Owen, who was about to leave, with great reluctance. "Grandfather, are you really leaving?" But Owen just patted his head. "After I leave, you and Alice should be filial to your grandmother." After saying that, he bowed to Black Impermanence and White Impermanence. "I've taken up the Guardian's time. Let's hit the road." Hearing this, the Yin and Yang Guardians quickly returned the bow. "General, you're being too polite." When the Yang Guardian shouted, "It's time!" there were no ends on the way to the Yellow Springs. General paid attention to the path ahead. As soon as his voice fell, the two led Owen and prepared to head to the netherworld. Pax saw that his grandfather was really leaving. He hurriedly chased after them. But at this moment, Yang Guardian turned back and looked at him. "Pax, stop in your tracks. You can't follow us ahead. Considering the merits of your ancestors, let me remind you again. The human placenta of that little girl in your family was taken by wandering ghosts to practice a secret art. If you don't find and eliminate the worship of evil, the little girl won't live past 18. Upon hearing this, Pax was suddenly shocked. But he quickly recovered his composure. He quickly clasped his hands together and bowed to the Yin and Yang Guardians. "Thank you for guiding me," he said. The Yin Guardian, however, said there was no need for thanks. If one day Pax can unravel the mystery within the womb, remember the kindness shown today. Pax watched the direction where the grandfather and the Yin and Yang Guardians were heading. He was very puzzled about what the Yin Guardian had said about the mystery of the fetus. What exactly happened to his ancestors that even the two soul gatherers treated him with such respect? Just as Pax was lost in thought. After giving a standard military salute at the residence, Owen, accompanied by a gust of wind blowing by, he turned into a plume of smoke drifting towards the distant sky. Pax stood still in a daze for a long time. He didn't come to his senses for a long time. In the blink of an eye, it's time for the new school year to begin. Pax entered the town's high school with the first place in the whole line. Ian from the village also came to the school with him. Seeing the class list, Pax was ranked first. Ian boasted to the surrounding classmates. Pax, my eldest brother, ranked first in the county. However, Pax stood behind him feeling gloomy. He urged Ian to quickly find the classroom and go over. Ian also noticed that Pax was troubled.
Pax, why do you seem so unhappy?
Upon hearing this, Pax just sighed helplessly. Ever since Grandpa passed away, Grandma has been staying in his old house every day. Her mental state is very poor, and I am very worried about her. If Grandma hadn't insisted that I come to report in today, I wouldn't have wanted to come so early. As he spoke, he accidentally bumped into a classmate's head. He quickly apologized and said sorry. But the other party would not let go.
You are the one who ranked first in the county and got into Pax High School, right? You don't seem to have anything different from others. I really can't understand what those girls see in you. At this time, Pax is completely unconcerned. He doesn't want to chat nonsense with Nicholas here. He just shook his head helplessly. I really don't have anything special. Can you let me go now?
But before Pax could finish speaking, Nicholas grabbed his collar. There's no way out unless you let me warm up. Being pulled by the collar like this, Pax was also a bit angry. What do you mean, want to fight? Upon hearing this, Nicholas thought Pax was scared. He raised his own arm. Do you see my fist as big as a sandbag? If you're scared, bow your head and call me Grandpa. Otherwise, I will beat you into a pig's head. Look at those girls. Will they still like you, this little white face? But upon hearing the word,
Grandpa,
Pax's face immediately darkened. He thought of his grandpa. The words his grandpa said while teaching him ancient martial arts came to mind.
The men in our family must all learn martial arts. Mastering it doesn't mean you can bully others, but it also means you should never allow yourself to be bullied.
Thinking of this, Pax said coldly,
Since you insist on this, then bring it on.
Nicholas didn't expect Pax to be so arrogant. He was suddenly furious. He immediately swung his fist towards Pax in attack. But he was easily dodged by Pax, leaving Nicholas to strike at thin air. Seeing this, he once again swung his left leg horizontally, kicking at Pax's face. Despite the powerful and lightning-fast momentum, Pax easily dodged by taking a step back. No matter how Nicholas swung his fists and smashed towards Pax, it seemed as if Pax had predicted every move. Not only did he effortlessly dodge every strike, but Nicholas couldn't even touch his clothes. This made Nicholas unable to help but curse loudly.
If you have the guts, don't dodge.
Upon hearing this, Pax moved instantly. He flashed behind Nicholas and smiled faintly.
Okay, I won't dodge anymore.
Upon hearing the voice in his ear, Nicholas quickly turned around and swung his fist horizontally. However, he was grabbed by Pax's wrist. He couldn't move at all. Pax immediately moved downward accordingly. His left hand gripped Nicholas' neck from behind. His right hand held Nicholas' hand firmly on his back. He exerted a gentle force and pressed Nicholas to the ground. Obviously, the outcome was decided. Pax's tone then revealed a hint of warning. If it happens again, you can say goodbye to this hand. After speaking, Pax exerted force abruptly. Nicholas immediately let out a series of screams. With a tearful voice he said,
I know I was wrong.
Upon hearing that Nicholas had admitted his mistake, Pax released him and prepared to leave. But before taking a few steps, Nicholas behind him called out to him again. Upon hearing this, Pax turned to look at Nicholas and asked,
Do you have something else to say?
But the next second, Nicholas actually knelt down on the ground. With a serious face, he said,
Big brother, please accept this bow from your younger brother.
This left Pax stunned.
What kind of move is this again?
But Nicholas looked at Pax with admiration and said,
I've never seen such amazing skill before in all my life. You're so talented. From today on, you are my big brother.
Upon hearing this, Pax felt embarrassed by Nicholas's praise. He repeatedly shook his hands and refused, saying,
Actually, I don't know any kung fu.
Before Pax could finish speaking, Nicholas grabbed his thigh and said,
Big brother, you are so powerful, don't lie to me. You can easily pin me down and rub me on the ground with just one hand. What else could it be if not kung fu?
Hearing this, Pax felt like crying but had no tears. Nicholas added,
It's because you are too weak. Can you stand up first before you speak?
Upon hearing Pax's words, Nicholas quickly stood up and followed Pax as they walked forward. Pax said,
When you just hit me, I felt a strange power. That must be your chi power, right?
Pax didn't want to explain any further at this point. He thought,
This person might have a little problem in his head.
But at this moment, Nicholas suddenly felt like his foot had touched something. He couldn't help but bend down in confusion to take a look. He found that it was actually a skull head. Not far away, the students who were watching all exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, how could there be a skull head in the school playground? Could it be true that the rumors of the school being built on a mass grave are true? Upon hearing this, Nicholas was indifferent. He directly kicked the skull head like a soccer ball, sending it flying away. What's so scary about this thing? This left Pax speechless on the side. Aren't you afraid that the original owner of the skull head will come looking for you at night? Night fell quickly, and the school became extremely quiet. Pax tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. He wondered how Grandma was doing now that Taoist had left. As he was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear.
Are you asleep?
Hearing this voice, Pax was startled and shivered. Nicholas was seen lurking beside Pax's ear in a creepy manner. Pax, do you think the thing I kicked during the day will come to retaliate against me at night? What if it comes looking for me? Can I compensate a bit more money to let this matter go? I don't know if I have enough money with me. If not, I'll call my dad to bring some more over. Seeing Nicholas being so timid, Pax sat up slowly and joked.
Dirt doesn't want money from the mortal world.
Upon hearing this, Nicholas immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But Pax suddenly changed his expression again. He deliberately lowered his voice and leaned in close to Nicholas's ear. Dirt wants lives. He heard the words. Nicholas had just let out a sigh of relief when suddenly it was taken away. He was so scared that he stood frozen in place. The next second, his face full of fear, he shook Pax and asked,
What should I do? Am I going to die?
Pax was shaken and didn't answer him. At this moment, Pax suddenly felt something was wrong. The earrings given him by Uncle Wyatt were supposed to make some noise. He couldn't help but reach out to touch them, only to find that the earrings were missing. This reminded Pax of what Deaf Granny had warned him about. The earrings were given to him by Uncle Wyatt when he was born. It can suppress the ghostly aura on the body and conceal the identity of the child of extreme mean. You must not lose it, otherwise something big will happen. Thinking of this, Pax quickly lifted the blanket. He said to Nicholas,
Oh no! My earring probably fell on the playground during the fight. I need to hurry and find it back.
Nicholas saw how anxious Pax was and said,
I'll go with you. If it weren't for me, your earring wouldn't have been lost.
Pax was quite puzzled upon hearing this. He turned to Nicholas and said,
Weren't you worried about getting into trouble with Dirt just a moment ago? Now you're suddenly so proactive.
Nicholas just awkwardly scratched his face.
Actually, I wanted to accompany you to find the skull head we kicked away during the day, apologize sincerely, and give it a proper burial,
he explained. Pax was speechless at the words and said,
I really admire you. If you want to go find it, then just follow along.
Later, at midnight on the playground, two figures were searching on the ground. After searching for a long time, they still couldn't find it. Pax was getting anxious and starting to sweat. It should be nearby. Could it have been picked up by someone else? At this moment, he suddenly noticed a black crescent-shaped object on the ground. He reached out to pick it up, and upon closer inspection, He realized it was the earring given to him by Snow Corp's general. Seeing this, Pax couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't lose it, or else who knows what could have happened. He then stood up and quietly called out to Nicholas beside him.
I found my earring. We should head back to the dormitory.
At the words, Nicholas, however, picked up a skull head and turned to smile, saying,
I found mine too.
After saying that, he got up and walked towards Pax. I remember this guy was kicked far away by me. It should be him. But before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly tripped by a stone under his foot. His whole body lost balance instantly and fell heavily to the ground. There was a crisp cracking sound coming from beneath him. It seemed like something had shattered. Hearing this sound, Pax felt something was wrong. He quickly ran towards Nicholas. At this moment, Nicholas also slowly propped himself up. He looked down and found that there was no longer any skull head on the ground, only pieces of broken bones. Seeing this, Nicholas was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground again. Fortunately, Pax stepped forward in time to support him. With a trembling voice, he said,
No matter what, he won't forgive me now, right? Am I doomed?
Seeing Nicholas so emotional, Pax comforted him.
Don't be afraid, everything will be fine.
After saying that, he supported Nicholas and walked towards the dormitory. If you're still worried, I can help you ask. Hearing this, Nicholas was surprised. I didn't expect you to have such ability. As the two figures gradually disappeared, the quiet playground suddenly filled with voices.
What was that thing pressing on me, making me so uncomfortable just now? Fortunately, it was picked up by someone, or we would have been in trouble. Yeah, even after being dead for decades, Netherworld still won't take us in. When will this end? And that kid dared to kick my head as a ball. I must go scare him later. You better give up. You can't withstand the impact of yang energy. You'll be scattered. Stop making noise. The Taoist is coming out.
As soon as the words fell, a head slowly emerged from the ground. When the full figure appeared, there was just an old man in a Taoist robe. His whole body emitted a white light. He, with dust floating around his face, spoke kindly and calmly, saying,
Please calm down, everyone. I suspect that these two who have come today are extraordinary.
As soon as he finished speaking, the noisy voices of the lost souls and wild ghosts in the playground resounded. What does Taoist mean? Could those two kids really help us escape from here? Upon hearing this, the Taoist did not respond. Instead, he chanted and recited Hand Seal, reciting the Taoist scripture of the virtuous sovereign of Tai for rescuing and aiding in times of difficulty. The wandering spirits and wild ghosts also understood. The Taoist was in the process of guiding them to salvation. They all quieted down, listening intently. As he finished reciting the final scripture of Taoism, the sun rose slowly. The Taoist sank back into the ground. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's already Friday. On this day, Nicholas walked into the dorm carrying a water bottle sneakily. Seeing Nicholas like this, Pax was very puzzled. What are you doing stretching and shrinking at the door? Have you done something bad again? Be careful not to be haunted by ghosts again. Nicholas was scared to hear this, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But then he put his arm around Pax.
Don't scare me like that. I haven't done anything wrong. I brought something good for everyone.
After he finished speaking, he took out a cup from the table and poured out the liquid from the pot. Immediately, a strong aroma of wine filled the room. Other classmates in the dormitory smelled the fragrance and gathered around Nicholas. Ian was the first to speak and asked,
Where did you get this from?
Nicholas, however, looked proud and said,
I have my ways. I'm asking if you guys want to drink it. We don't have class tomorrow, Saturday. After waking up, everyone can go home directly.
Pax was just about to give him a piece of his mind when he hadn't even spoken yet. Nicholas brought the cup of wine in front of him. Please, just this once. Others also chimed in. Unable to resist the requests of the crowd, Pax had to agree. With Pax's permission, someone immediately brought out cups and everyone sat around in a circle, drinking like adults having a peanut with each sip of wine. After a few glasses of wine, everyone's faces turned red. At this moment, Nicholas suddenly proposed,
"We are destined to gather together. We should become blood brothers."
Amid the drunken enthusiasm, everyone agreed. Seeing everyone in agreement, Nicholas stood up.
"Not only is Pax skilled in martial arts, but I have already recognized him as my elder brother. Who dares to object to him being the elder brother?"
Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their agreement. Later, Nicholas spoke again, saying,
"Since Pax is skilled and excels in his performance, he is the eldest brother. As for me, I am wealthy and I want the position of the second brother."
Everyone also knows that Nicholas comes from a wealthy family. Moreover, they are currently drinking the wine that he brought. It is not good to argue with him. If you want to be the second brother, then you can be the second brother. After gaining the approval of several people, Nicholas, with a blush on his face, said,
"Then who will be the third brother?"
Upon hearing this, the other 4 people all refused to concede to one another. They all wanted to be the third brother. Seeing the ongoing dispute, Nicholas suddenly came up with a bad idea. "Then let's compete in courage. How about digging up human bones on the playground? The one who digs up the most will be the third brother." Under the influence of alcohol, Ian, in a daze, patted his chest. "I've decided to be the third brother." The rest of them also followed suit in agreement. If you're going to compare, go ahead and compare. If you don't, you're just a grandson. And Pax still kept a bit of clarity, stop messing around. But everyone was drunk and confused. They didn't pay attention to what Pax said. Instead, they competed to shout out,
"I must have dug the most."
The 4 of them then walked arm in arm towards the playground. Watching the backs of the 4 people leaving, Pax always felt restless. He was afraid they might cause trouble, and he just thought about calling them back. He was pulled back by Nicholas standing beside him. Pax was already feeling a bit dizzy from drinking. Being pulled like that, he simply fell down. The 2 of them lay drunk on the ground like this. Nicholas muttered in his mouth,
"Don't worry about them. Didn't I kick Skullhead like a ball a few days ago, and nothing happened? If something goes wrong, I can just compensate them with some money. Anyway, I have plenty of money."
At this moment, Pax was suddenly hit by the alcohol. He fell into a deep sleep and didn't know how long he had been sleeping. Pax, who was awakened by thirst, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He endured the headache and slowly sat up from the ground. He looked at the clock on the wall. I didn't expect it to be this late. He looked at the bed next to him again, only to find that there was no one there. He was suddenly startled. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Ian and the others haven't come back yet. An ominous feeling surged into his heart in an instant. He hurriedly nudged Nicholas, who was beside him, urging him to wake up quickly. Ian and the others still haven't come back at this late hour. But Nicholas was sleeping like a log, completely unresponsive. In desperation, Pax gave him a slap across the face. Nicholas woke up in pain and shock. "Who dared to hit me?" When he saw that it was Pax, his voice immediately lowered. Pax, with a serious expression, stared at Nicholas. "It's all your bad idea. Ian and the others still haven't come back. Aren't you going to look for them with me?" Under the bright moonlight later, the 2 of them searched around with flashlights for the 4 of them. However, they didn't find any figures on the playground. At this moment, Pax suddenly noticed footprints on the ground. He quickly followed the footprints to search. But strangely, there were no stops along the way in the footprints. They extended all the way to the corner of the playground before disappearing. Upon seeing this, Nicholas was puzzled. Could it be that they climbed over the wall and ran to the cemetery in the back hills to dig? Upon hearing this, Pax pondered for a moment. He immediately realized that things were not going well. He quickly climbed over the wall and caught up. "Ian, they are in trouble." And when the 2 of them left, a head suddenly popped up from the ground. Following behind are hundreds of lone souls and wild ghosts. They looked in the direction where the two were leaving. One of the old men with a cane said,
"Just now the human skin lantern took away 4, which is terrifying enough. Now 2 more are going in."
Upon hearing this, the old woman beside them couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity for these children. They have to become short-lived ghosts at such a young age. Please help them. However, the Taoist just looked towards the back mountain without responding. The old man leaning on a cane heard this, and couldn't help but look towards the Taoist.
"You better not meddle in this. The human skin lantern is very fierce. We wandering souls and wild ghosts can't afford to provoke it."
At the words, a mysterious smile appeared on the face of the Taoist.
"No need to worry, I know what I'm doing."
The two figures pursuing ahead are both extraordinary. Perhaps they may not need our help. At the same time, Pax, impatient as ever, followed the footprints and arrived at the locust tree forest on the back mountain. Sure enough, the footprints disappeared without a trace here. Nicholas looked puzzled at the scene. What's going on? Could it be that Ian deliberately scared us and climbed up a tree? Before Pax could answer, eerie howling sounds suddenly came from the woods. Immediately, 2 ghastly white lanterns bobbed up and down. Drifting out of them were the words, "Wealth" and "Family," along with a foul stench. Smelling the scent, Pax quickly called Nicholas, who was beside him, telling him to cover his nose and mouth just like he did. But Nicholas seemed to be not hearing a thing. He just stared at Lantern, his eyes gradually becoming dull. The next second, he quickly followed Lantern and ran into the depths of the forest. Pax, seeing this, also forgot about the danger and hurriedly followed suit. But the deeper they went into the locust tree grove, the darker it became all around. Running, he suddenly felt a void beneath his feet. His center of gravity was unstable. He immediately fell into a bottomless black hole. After 2.5 minutes of continuous descent, with a loud bang, Pax fell heavily to the ground. But strangely, he not only did not die, but was unharmed. He did not even feel the imagined pain. Instead, he felt something soft under his butt. At this moment, Nicholas's howl suddenly came from beneath him. "Of course you're not in pain. You're sitting on my handsome face." Upon hearing this, Pax felt embarrassed and quickly got up to apologize. Nicholas was seen to have a swollen nose and bruised face, looking at him with a pained expression.
"Have I disfigured you?"
Seeing Pax's appearance, he wanted to comfort him. However, upon seeing Nicholas's abominable look, he couldn't find any words for a while to console him. Nicholas saw the expression on Pax's face, and his heart sank. Wiping the blood off his face, he said,
"I still have to rely on this face to make a living. It's over now."
Upon hearing this, Pax quickly waved his hands and said,
It's okay. The essence of blood can ward off evil. Now, dirt won't dare to touch you."
Upon hearing this, Nicholas couldn't help but smile. It seems that this time, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. He then turned around and applied it on his face. When he turned around again, only his eyes and mouth remained on his face. They weren't covered in blood. He didn't even spare his neck. Tell me, is there anywhere I missed? Seeing this scene left Pax speechless. Could it be that this child has been brain damaged from the fall? Later, Pax no longer paid attention to him and looked around at the situation. The place they fell into was a big hole. It's tens of meters deep. Obviously, it's impossible for them to go out from the hole entrance. They can only look for another way out. At this moment, Nicholas suddenly discovered a path next to them that led to an unknown destination. He suggested going in to take a look. Upon hearing this, Pax pondered for a moment. Helplessly, he had no choice but to steel himself and walk towards the depths of the cave. "You must stick close to me." But after walking for 2.5 hours, the cave seemed to have no end in sight. Occasionally, sounds of people's footsteps could be heard. I'm not sure how long it lasted, but suddenly Pax's face turned pale in shock, only to see a flash of light appearing ahead. It meant that there was a way out. He quickly called Nicholas and ran towards the light. But when the two of them left the cave, they didn't reach the spot where they had fallen. Instead, in front of them, there appeared a grand mansion of a wealthy family. Hanging on the door was a human skin lantern that had drawn them there. Nicholas's face immediately darkened upon seeing this. Isn't that the lantern they saw in the locust tree grove just now? Have we fallen into a ghost's lair? Pax's expression turned serious at the words. Ian and the others are probably inside. We must go in and rescue them. Nicholas has always been loyal, and now with blood on him, he's fearless of any dirt. Just unsure if the blood will still be effective once it dries up. Pax shook his head, indicating that it won't work. Fresh blood is needed. Upon hearing Pax's words, Nicholas unexpectedly threw a punch towards his own face without hesitation. Fresh blood began to flow out again. Anyway, I already have a broken face. Let me share some with you. Upon seeing this, Pax couldn't help but smile. When I was young, I changed to dragon skin. Nothing could hurt me. No need for fresh blood. Upon hearing this, Nicholas looked bewildered. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have exerted so much force. Just as Nicholas was complaining, the gate of the mansion suddenly cracked open. The next second, a maid with a rat-like head slowly peeked out from it, staring intently at Nicholas in the distance, while making a series of eerie laughter. Nicholas was chilled to the bone by the stare, quickly hiding behind Pax. What on earth is this ghostly thing? Pax recognized at a glance that this was a ghostly beast, the soul of an animal attached to a dead person, forming dirt. We don't need to pay attention to it, and can just go straight in. After saying that, Pax took Nicholas by the hand and walked straight towards the mansion. The ghostly beast did not trouble them at all, just stepping aside with a creepy smile, its gaze fixed onto Nicholas. When Pax and Nicholas arrived at the courtyard of the haunted house, they found the ground crawling with densely packed corpse flies, with no place to set foot. The two could only endure the disgust and step on the corpse flies to pass through. The flies that were stepped on made a crackling sound and then burst into a pile of rotten flesh. As more and more corpse flies were stepped on, the stench in the air became increasingly strong. But when the two finally made it through the yard and arrived at the main hall, however, they found two figures sitting above the main hall, leisurely smoking. They were indeed one of the two of the four people they were looking for. Upon seeing this, Nicholas was furious. We've been looking for you all night, and here you are smoking in this god-forsaken place, he said angrily, as he moved forward to punch the two men. However, Pax stopped him. Don't go over there. They've already been possessed by the dirt, he said. Obviously, Pax was born with the ability to see yin and yang. He could immediately see that both of them were possessed by ghosts. However, the male ghost attached to Ian looked somewhat familiar to him. He just couldn't remember where he had seen him before. He then looked through the yin and yang eyes again, constantly searching for the figures of the other two in the main hall. He found the two of them pressed under the coffins by the bodies of two ghosts. Their bodies were wrapped in black hemp ropes. At this moment, two vengeful ghosts seated suddenly took control of their bodies and stood up. Pax is unable to deal with these dirty things and cannot yet invoke the presence of the 4 pillars and 8 columns of the immortals. No time to think. He quickly pushed Nicholas out. I will hold them off first. You hurry to my house by the fastest means. Have Grandma summon Roman to save me. Upon hearing this, Nicholas immediately refused Pax's kindness. Although I, Nicholas, fear death, I am not a cowardly person who just seeks to survive at any cost. You run first, and I will cover you. He then suddenly punched him in the face. Before I bleed out, just bring someone back to save me. He immediately waved his fists and charged towards the dirt. I'll fight with you. As soon as the voice fell, Nicholas slammed his fist, covered in blood, heavily on the male ghost's face. After beating the male ghost, he smashed another fist on the female ghost's face. Both of you just go die. 2 ghosts were caught off guard by the attack. They fell to the ground, emitting piercing screams of pain. Then with a swish, they transformed into a black ghostly aura and left Ian and William's bodies. Seeing this, Nicholas was taken aback. He didn't expect that he could easily defeat the ghost with just 2 punches. Was I always this strong? And Pax, at this moment, also had a face full of surprise. Nicholas, so you are a pure yang body. Nicholas was quite stunned upon hearing this. He turned to Pax and asked,
Is being a pure yang body very powerful?
In the urgency of the moment, Pax didn't have time to explain further. Saving the person was the priority. He then reached out and smeared some blood on Nicholas's face. He dabbed the blood on Ian and William's foreheads. After a moment, the 2 slowly regained consciousness. They sat up, their heads pounding, looking around in confusion.
Where are we?
Pax, upon hearing this, shouted loudly. Stop talking nonsense, and come over here to save the person. While speaking, he vigorously shook the coffin. Nicholas finally reacted upon seeing the situation. There are still 2 people trapped inside the coffin. Soon, with the joint efforts of the 4 people, the other 2 roommates inside the coffin were finally saved. However, at this time, the 2 ghosts kept roaring as if they were about to attack and injure someone at any moment. Upon seeing this, Pax quickly ordered a few people to hold them firmly on the ground. He instructed Nicholas to wipe the blood on their foreheads, but be sure not to get it into their mouths. Upon hearing this, Nicholas immediately used his hand to smear some fresh blood on his face. You can rest assured. After Nicholas put the blood spot on Ghost's forehead, the corpse did become quiet indeed. After doing all this, everyone carried the other 2 unconscious roommates on their backs and quickly ran outside. But just at this moment, countless corpse flies suddenly appeared on the roof. They fell straight towards Pax's face. Fortunately, Pax reacted quickly and was not overwhelmed by the corpse flies. But in the yard, more and more corpse flies swarmed around the crowd like a tide. The hissing sound was making everyone's scalp tingle. Nicholas quickly took off his jacket and set it on fire. Sure enough, the corpse flies were afraid of fire. They quickly retreated to both sides, clearing a path. Several people crazily followed behind Nicholas, running towards the outside of the courtyard. Just as the group arrived at the entrance of the ancient mansion, a ghostly beast with a rat body and human torso blocked their way. It stood there, watching Nicholas charging towards it, with eerie laughter coming from its mouth. Seeing this, Nicholas couldn't help but be shocked. Is it fixated on me? He quickly stopped in his tracks. And behind him, Pax and a few others were being chased by a swarm of corpse flies. But there was no time to worry about that. They absolutely could not stop. They could only charge forward. In an instant, the phantom images of a pine tree and a golden dragon appeared behind Pax. Speeding up, they ran straight towards the ghostly beast. The ghostly beast let out a miserable cry. Before it could see the figure clearly, it was knocked out of its wits. As soon as the few people rushed out of the haunted house, the 2 human skin lanterns hanging at the door flew up and chased after them. Seeing this, Pax became extremely anxious. If they catch up to us, we're all done for. Hurry and run, don't let them catch up. He finished speaking and then continued to speed up to escape. But as they ran, a large amount of fog suddenly appeared around them. This made it difficult for everyone to even see the road beneath their feet. Seeing this situation, Nicholas was furious. With fog in front and human skin lantern behind, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Should we fight this ghost or not? At this moment, Ian, who was carrying someone on his back, was behind. He was tripped by a stone and fell to the ground with a thud. Pax and the 2 of them turned to look back when they heard a noise, only to see the human skin lantern getting closer and closer. However, Ian asked everyone not to worry about him and to run away quickly. While Nicholas has always been a loyal and righteous person, he quickly stepped forward and carried the other person, who was unconscious on his back, helping him up. He said,
Stop talking nonsense. Everyone either lives or dies together.
Just as the 2 were talking, 2 lanterns were also about to catch up. Pax looked around trying to find the way back, but all around was fog, making it impossible to distinguish the directions. In the moment of danger, a figure emitting a green light suddenly emerged from the fog ahead and beckoned to him. Pax's pupils suddenly dilated as he looked ahead. He discovered that it was actually a Taoist. He thought it must be the benevolent spirit of this place. He quickly took a few roommates with him and ran towards the direction of the Taoist. With the Taoist leading the way ahead, they soon broke through the fog. 2.5 minutes later, they appeared outside the school playground wall. They were all so exhausted that they collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. By now, the sky was gradually getting brighter. There shouldn't be any more danger. After a brief rest, Pax bowed and clasped his hands in front of the Taoist. He respectfully bowed in thanks for saving his life. The Taoist, however, did not speak. He just smiled and slowly dissipated into white smoke. Upon seeing Pax's actions, Nicholas looked puzzled and asked,
"Who are you talking to?"
However, Pax just turned his head slightly towards Nicholas. "A Taoist helped us escape just now. He should have been guarding this place for a long time." Upon hearing this, Nicholas was instantly scared and sat paralyzed on the ground. There is no one there. Could it be a ghost? Ian, on the other hand, was already used to such occurrences. "You haven't forgotten that Pax has yin and yang eyes, have you?" Upon hearing this, Nicholas was stunned. Does this mean that there are ghosts not only in the mountains behind our school? He anxiously got up and grabbed Pax's hand. "Tell the immortal how much he wants for these worship of evil. I will cover it." Pax also knew that letting these evil ghosts run wild would eventually cause trouble for the school. "Give it some thought," he said to Ian behind Nicholas. "Ian, remember to help me apply for leave. I'll go back to see my grandma and figure out a solution." As he finished speaking, he was about to leave. At that moment, Nicholas stopped him and said,
"Wait, I'll have the driver take you back."
Then he took out a cell phone from his pocket. "Come to the school gate and pick me up now. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." The several people nearby all showed envious expressions. Ian's eyes were shining brightly. "Is this the legendary mobile phone? What do your family do to be so wealthy?" Upon hearing this, Nicholas looked indifferent. "It's nothing, just a few mines in the family." Then he waved his hand in the admiring gaze of Ian. "What I hate the most is when others praise me for being wealthy." Pax couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth upon seeing him being shameless. That expression was clearly happy. But Nicholas's efficiency in handling matters is indeed high. Soon a car stopped at the school gate. Under the envious gaze of the crowd, Nicholas slowly opened the car door and let Pax get in first. "After you've taken care of that dirt, I'll get some detonators from home. We'll blow up their hideout to avenge our brothers." But before Nicholas could finish speaking, a middle-aged fat man, with a prosperous look on his face inside the car, gave him a glare.
"Who are you planning to blow up?"
he asked. Seeing the newcomer, Nicholas was suddenly shocked. The arrogance he just displayed disappeared instantly. "Dad, why are you here?" The middle-aged chubby man did not reply, but just scolded Nicholas for the smell of the wound on his face. "You brat. I spent money for you to study well. How dare you get into a fight again? Ridiculously, you got beaten up like this." Hearing his dad say this, Nicholas was unhappy. "It was an accident that I fell." But the middle-aged chubby man's face was full of disbelief. "Who falls and ends up like you did? Do you think I'm a fool?" Helplessly, Nicholas could only push Pax out as a shield. "If you don't believe me, ask Pax. His grades are the best in our entire county. If you don't trust me, you should trust him, right?" Pax was caught in the middle of the father and son, feeling unsure of what to say. Gabriel, on the other hand, had a complete change of attitude, looking at him with a big smile on his face. "Young man, you must be Pax." Hearing this made Pax very curious. But before he could ask anything, Gabriel warmly shook his hand. "The inspector always mentions you to me. Uncle certainly knows you." This made Pax even more puzzled. "Is the inspector Uncle Robert?" Upon hearing this, Gabriel immediately confirmed that it was him. There are often some issues with the family's mind. It's all troubles that the inspector resolves. The children he mentioned must be no different. You can rest assured that Nicholas will be with you in the future. Gabriel clenched his fist tightly as he spoke, looking at Nicholas beside him.
Kid, you should learn something from Pax in the future. Don't just fight all day long.
When Nicholas heard this, his face was full of grievances.
Pax is much better at fighting than me. I was completely defeated by him.
Gabriel didn't expect this kid to dare talk back, feeling increasingly angry. Pax excels in both academics and martial arts. You are just a thug and a hooligan, he said with a smile as he looked at Pax.
Pax, you want to go back to the village, right?
The inspector has been wanting to go back and see Deaf Granny for a long time. Let's accompany him. Although he said so on the surface, Gabriel was actually calculating in his heart, wanting to use Nicholas and Pax's relationship to climb up the high branch of Robert. Pax was unaware of Gabriel's intentions, just nodded slightly.
I also have something to discuss with Robert,
she mentioned. Upon hearing this, Gabriel immediately instructed the driver to go to the police station first, and then send Pax back to the village. Before long, everyone arrived at the village. The car stopped in front of Deaf Granny's house. But they had just gotten out of the car when a large amount of white paper money suddenly floated down from the sky. This puzzled Pax greatly. He couldn't recall anyone in the village who had passed away. At this time, a funeral procession came walking by. He recognized the people dressed in mourning clothes and mourning bands. Could something have happened in the village? He hurriedly led a few people towards the house. When Deaf Granny opened the door, she saw Pax standing at the door in a daze.
Pax, why are you back? Did something happen at school?
Pax shook his head to indicate that everything was fine. He turned around and introduced the few people behind him, saying,
I came back with Robert. And my roommate Nicholas and his father are here too.
After saying that, he looked puzzled and turned to Deaf Granny.
I saw a family at the village entrance for a funeral. Could it be Thomas?
Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny couldn't help but heave a sigh. Yes, it's Thomas. He passed away tragically. He suddenly fell ill and became skinny, looking nothing like himself. Even going to the hospital in the county town couldn't help. Upon hearing this, Nicholas behind Pax muttered quietly,
Could it be that we encountered ghosts like a few days ago?
Although very quietly, Robert on the side also heard it. He pulled out the incense ashes gifted by Deaf Granny and said,
Even if there are really ghosts, they can't escape Deaf Granny's palm. Since I started wearing the incense ashes given by Deaf Granny, I am not afraid of going to any scene.
Gabriel was surprised to see how powerful the small incense ashes were. He quickly and somewhat embarrassedly asked Deaf Granny,
Deaf Granny, can I also request an incense ashes?
Deaf Granny just chuckled. There's nothing wrong with that. Go and offer incense to the immortal. Then you can bring back the incense ashes home. Gabriel was surprised by Deaf Granny's generosity, and quickly thanked her. Soon Deaf Granny led the crowd to the entrance of the hall where the immortal was worshipped. Gabriel placed the 3 incense sticks he was holding into the incense burner. But just as he was about to bow and express his gratitude, the incense suddenly broke apart at the waist. Deaf Granny was immediately frightened and shocked at the sight. The old saying goes, lighting incense should avoid 2 short sticks and 1 long stick. If 3 incense sticks break at the same height, it means either the person offering incense has done something morally wrong, or their intentions are impure. However, Gabriel thought that the incense had simply gotten damp. But Deaf Granny looked at him with a serious expression. Tell me the truth. Have you done something morally wrong? Upon hearing this, Gabriel couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
Deaf Granny, I dare not claim to be a good person, but I haven't done anything morally wrong. I haven't offended anyone either.
After hearing Gabriel's response, Deaf Granny looked incredulous.
Don't lie to me. You must have done something unscrupulous.
Nicholas on the side was also very anxious. He quickly stepped forward to persuade his father.
Dad, if you really did something, just confess now. While Deaf Granny is here to help you resolve it. If not, you can atone for it slowly later.
Upon hearing his son's words, Gabriel contemplated for a moment. He suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly led Nicholas aside and whispered in Deaf Granny's ear. Deaf Granny said without fear of being laughed at,
I secretly kept a mistress outside. Is that considered cheating?
Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny burst out laughing. Later, she couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Gabriel. Although messing around behind your wife's back does damage in virtue, your current trouble is much more severe than that. Upon hearing this, Gabriel couldn't help but scratch his head. Besides this incident, I really haven't done anything else out of line. Gabriel also knew the situation was very serious. He quickly grabbed Deaf Granny's hand and begged her to come up with a solution.
Deaf Granny, I am really an honest businessman. If you don't believe me, you can ask the inspector. You must help me out.
Upon hearing this, Robert, who was standing nearby, slowly spoke up in agreement.
It's true that Gabriel has done a lot of good deeds in the past 2 years. He has repaired many schools and made significant contributions to the country. Please help him out, Deaf Granny.
Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny fell silent and did not say a word. She just turned around and opened a cabinet, rummaging through it for something. The next moment, she took out a wooden axe from it. This wooden axe has been enshrined at the entrance of the 4 pillars and 8 columns of the Immortals for 80 years. It has the function of exorcising evil spirits. Take it back and offer incense worship in the morning and evening. If you notice anything wrong, come find me immediately. He was overjoyed to have found a solution. He quickly took the wooden axe from Deaf Granny's hands and thanked her profusely. After saying that, he searched in his arms. He took out a large stack of money and handed it to the Deaf Granny in front of him, saying,
You can hold onto this money as a deposit. I will come back to collect the rest later.
Seeing this, Deaf Granny simply glared at him.
I helped you out only because of Pax and Nicholas. I don't need your money. If you truly want to do good and accumulate virtue, that would be repayment enough for me.
Upon hearing Deaf Granny's words, Robert behind him also reprimanded Gabriel.
Quickly put it away. Deaf Granny is not the kind of fraudster you think she is.
Nicholas beside him didn't expect this. His father also had an embarrassing day and joked.
That's right. Granny is a living bodhisattva with noble character. She's not comparable to those fraudsters you know, Dad.
Seeing his son mocking him, Gabriel immediately slapped him to ease the awkward atmosphere.
Kid, when is it your turn to lecture me?
Indeed, in the end, it was Nicholas who got hurt. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Gabriel and Robert had returned to the county town, leaving Nicholas and Pax at Deaf Granny's house. In the room, Pax lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, thinking that even though they had asked Granny for help today, they still didn't know when they would get results on those evil ghosts behind the school mountain. Just as he was dazed, a cold chill suddenly blew in from outside the window. Pax quickly got up and glanced at Nicholas beside him, only to find him sleeping like a log. He then quietly left the house. When he just reached outside, he saw several familiar red figures hovering in the air. A hearty laugh came from the ghost sedan chair. Grandson, Granny is here to see you. As the words fell, the sedan chair landed in front of Pax. The ground temperature dropped sharply. The female ghosts all bowed to him in salute. Greetings to Master Pax. Facing this ancient etiquette, Pax felt very uncomfortable. Sisters, please don't address me like that. In the future, you don't have to salute when you see me. Before Pax could finish his sentence, one of the female ghosts in red interrupted with a slight movement of her red lips. Young master, someone is peeping. Do you need me to catch him for you? Upon hearing this, Pax was shocked. He quickly turned around to see who was peeking. Nicholas was seen lying on the window, drooling constantly, staring obsessively at the beautiful sister in red ghost. Upon seeing this, Pax hurriedly stepped forward to shield his line of sight. Nicholas, these are not things you should be looking at. But at that moment, a demonic aura suddenly floated past in front of Pax. Within the demonic aura, there echoed the sound of a woman's soft laughter. Do not worry, I will take care of this for you. And as the demonic aura blew towards Nicholas's face, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The next second, he lost consciousness and collapsed heavily against the windowsill. Pax was puzzled by this. When he turned his head, he saw a jade foot wrapped in a red shoe slowly approaching him, together with the woman, and Roman with 3 other unfamiliar men. Seeing this, Pax looked surprised. "Roman, how did you come here? Who is this pretty sister?" Before Pax could finish, Roman interrupted by bowing and said,
"We came specifically to thank Pax."
Upon hearing this, Pax looked puzzled and asked,
"Thank me for what?"
Before Roman could respond, several immortals quickly began introducing themselves. Pax said,
"I am the Asher from the Fox family, who asked you to heal my granddaughter's leg the other day. She's now able to get out of bed. Once she fully recovers, I will bring her to thank you in person."
A beautiful woman also smiled and said,
"I am Ellie from the Yellow family, here to thank Pax for curing my son."
Luke from the White family also came to thank Pax.
Among these 5 people, Pax noticed one of them, a middle-aged man who looked shifty and remained silent.
After the others had finished speaking, he grinned and said,
"My surname is Gray. Just call me Andrew. No one has come to you for treatment. They are not worthy of being healed by you. I'm just here to join in the fun."
Pax really couldn't understand what Andrew was saying. He had always been kind to people, and had never refused anyone who came to see him for treatment, just as he was about to ask. On the side, the hemp-clad granny scolded Andrew angrily.
"Your clinic is so busy every year. How can my grandson be treated here?"
Upon hearing this, Andrew did not get angry. Instead, he smiled self-deprecatingly and said,
"Granny, you're right. It's my clinic's fault for being so busy. It serves us right if patients like your grandson can't be treated."
Pax quickly stepped forward to ease the awkward situation.
"It turns out that there are 5 immortals here, a bit of an overreaction on my part. Treating illnesses is just a simple task for me, nothing to boast about."
After speaking, he clasped his hands together and looked sincerely at Andrew.
"Andrew, you don't have to underestimate yourself. If your family members get sick, feel free to come to me for treatment. I am always ready to help."
Andrew was deeply touched by his sincere gaze. "In our family, we have always been treated poorly and criticized by everyone. Even the spirit medium was not invited. We have been looked down upon. Therefore, Andrew is naturally grateful for receiving equal treatment from Pax now." He then bowed to Pax and replied in a solemn tone. Pax was impressed by these words. In the future, he would go through fire and water. "As long as you call me Andrew, I am at your command." Upon hearing this, Pax repeatedly waved his hand to refuse. "Andrew, don't be so polite. This is what I should do." But before the two could finish complimenting each other, the hemp-clad granny on the side laughed and interrupted, saying,
"Don't bother with these polite words. Let's focus on getting things done."
"We came this time for 2 reasons. One is for Alice's matter. The other is to hear about the ordeal of your grandson's wife last night." Upon hearing this, Pax couldn't help but show a moment of joy on his face. Could it be that there are developments in both of these matters? Upon hearing this, Roman lowered his head in embarrassment. Pax felt truly sorry. There have been no breakthroughs in the matter concerning the younger sister. The hemp-clad granny beside them also gritted her teeth, her face full of anger. "We searched the mass grave for a long time, but that guy seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no traces." After hearing this, Pax felt somewhat disappointed, but managed to force a smile and comforted them.
"Immortals, your help is already much appreciated by Pax."
Not being able to help Pax not only dimmed the faces of hemp-clad Granny and Roman, but also made the other 4 immortals feel quite embarrassed. At this moment, hemp-clad Granny suddenly said,
"Grandson, we've heard about your encounter with the ghost couple in the back mountain of the school. Although we are clueless about Alice's matter, we have a way to solve this."
Ellie on the side covered her mouth and smiled. "Pax, the mountain top where the ghost couple resides, happens to fall under the jurisdiction of my Yellow family. Leave this matter to us, the Yellow family, to take care of and eliminate them. Pax was very surprised to hear this. It's such a coincidence. Thank you, older sister from the Yellow family, for your help. But before Pax could finish speaking, Ellie seemed to have realized something. Speaking of which, that ghost couple is also from the same village as Pax, if I remember correctly. Upon hearing this, Pax was suddenly shocked. The first thing that came to his mind was the Thomas family. And after Ellie said that, Andrew also agreed. Those two weren't good people even when they were alive. It's surprising they're not resting peacefully even in death. Upon hearing this, Roman also reminisced about the events of that year. Yes, the red-clothed female ghost who was killed by hemp-clad Granny in the iron coffin 10 years ago was indeed the work of these two individuals. It's karma, if you think about it. Their deaths back then were also quite gruesome. It is said that their entire bodies rotted through, and they screamed in agony for days before finally perishing. And when Pax heard what Roman and the others said, he suddenly remembered why the male ghost looked somewhat familiar. It turned out to be an ancestor of the Thomas family. At this moment, Andrew smirked. Back then, this couple was influenced by the evil Taoist's words. They flayed and beat his concubine and sealed her in an iron coffin. Even if that woman was at fault first, this method was too cruel, wasn't it? I guess this was mostly out of jealousy in that evil Taoist's heart. Only then would they come up with such a malicious idea intentionally. Upon hearing this, Luke was puzzled. Why would a Taoist be jealous of a woman? Andrew, on the other hand, lowered his voice and leaned close to Luke's ear. That evil Taoist is also a woman. Moreover, she is particularly ugly. It seems she is jealous of his wife's beauty. Upon hearing this, Ellie's face was full of astonishment. No wonder she felt jealous. The so-called female Taoist priest refers to female Taoists who practice spiritual activities. Male Taoist refers to a male Taoist priest. Upon hearing the words of several people, Pax couldn't help but think of the events that had happened over the years. From flaying skin to the red-clothed female ghost in the iron coffin, and now the evil Taoist being pointed to, it seems like every incident is connected. Just as Pax was pondering this seriously, Andrew suddenly shouted, "That's settled!" He was immediately startled and quickly snapped back to his senses, thinking that something had happened again. It turned out that during Pax's momentary daze, the immortals had already discussed their plan. Roman and hemp-clad Granny stayed behind to hold down the fort, while the others went to exterminate the ghost couple haunting the school's backyard to vent their anger on Pax. Upon seeing this, Pax was just about to tell them not to go to such lengths. Before he could speak, he heard a whooshing sound. The four immortals immediately turned into a white smoke and disappeared without a trace, leaving Pax standing there in shock without a chance to speak. At this moment, hemp-clad Granny suddenly looked in the direction of the house and said with a slight smile, "That kid actually has a pure yang body. No wonder he woke up so quickly." Her voice raised a bit as she continued, "Stop peeking and come out." As soon as the words fell, Nicholas appeared embarrassed, scratching his head as he walked out, indicating that he didn't mean to peek. But hemp-clad Granny and Roman saw his expression, both looking incredulous. Seeing this, Nicholas couldn't help but smile apologetically. "Granny, what is a pure yang body?" Upon hearing this, Roman simply smiled faintly. The so-called pure yang body refers to a person born on a pure yang day who possesses this constitution. Its characteristics include a fiery temperament and a strong will, as well as immunity to all evils. Upon hearing this, Nicholas quickly put on a pleasing expression, ran to hemp-clad Granny, and said, "Granny, this pure yang body sounds so powerful. Can you accept me as your disciple?" Seeing this, hemp-clad Granny also smiled and agreed. But she had a condition. As soon as the words fell, hemp-clad Granny's face turned extremely grim. It must be death. Nicholas was suddenly frightened by these words, and sat down on the ground in fear. "Granny, I'm easily scared. Please don't scare me." Hemp-clad Granny, however, revealed a somewhat ambiguous smile as she stared at him. "Don't you want to apprentice under me?" Upon hearing this, Nicholas quickly hid behind Pax, indicating that he no longer wanted to apprentice. He mentioned that since he hadn't slept well earlier, he would let Pax accompany them first. After saying that, he was about to go back into the room. And hemp-clad Granny burst into laughter at the sight of this lively Nicholas. This little rascal has truly won my heart. Hearing this, Nicholas immediately stopped in his tracks. His eyes lit up as he turned his head to look at hemp-clad Granny.
Granny, does this mean you are agreeing to take me as your apprentice?
But before he could finish speaking, a blinding beam of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of them. Sensing the aura within the beam of light, Roman said softly,
"It's the girls from the Yellow family. They've returned."
Upon hearing this, Pax hurriedly went up to greet them. "Have you all worked hard? Did you catch the ghost couple?" Faced with Pax's inquiry, the four great immortals remained silent. Instead, they all looked dejected, even appearing a bit ashamed to see the others. Seeing this, Pax couldn't help but be slightly stunned.
"What happened to you guys? Are you telling me that the four of you are not capable of handling that evil ghost?"
Facing Pax's questioning, Luke sighed helplessly.
"Pax, even if the few of us are not the best, we should be more than capable of dealing with 200-year-old evil ghosts. However, when we got there, we didn't even catch a glimpse of a single evil ghost."
Pax was stunned. How could this be possible? Before the words had even fallen, Ellie took out a pair of human skin lanterns and 2 black hemp ropes and threw them on the ground. "Pax, these 2 things. They were found in the lair of that evil ghost. Just make a confession. I have already informed the head of the family about this matter. Tomorrow he will take action personally. Be sure to catch that evil ghost and hand him over to Pax for disposal." And on the side, hemp-clad Granny picked up a few things. After examining them carefully, she couldn't help but smile mischievously. It turned out to be the handiwork of Mountain Mao, the corpse-binding rope and human skin lantern, quite extravagant indeed. However, how did these tactics of Mountain Mao end up here with us? Upon hearing the name Mountain Mao, Pax couldn't help but think of something. Could it be that the female Taoist mentioned by Andrew before is using the tactics of Mountain Mao? Is it the evil Taoist who once advised Thomas's ancestors? Upon hearing Pax's analysis, Luke's face was filled with anger. Various signs indicate that it is her. Since the matter was caused by the Thomas family, we will start our investigation at their house tomorrow. If we still can't catch the real culprit behind the scenes, we might as well collectively end it by cutting our necks as immortals. Andrew on the side also nodded in agreement. That's right, otherwise, living would be shameful and embarrassing. Seeing that, Pax felt extremely grateful and thanked everyone with a cupped fist gesture. I'll have to rely on you all then. The next morning, just as the sky was starting to get light, Robert came again the next day. Granny, who is deaf, said,
"I'm here to have breakfast."
Seeing this, Granny was puzzled, just as she was about to ask. But suddenly, Nicholas's voice came from behind her.
"Are you picking us up for school so early?"
Robert gave him an annoyed look.
"I don't have time to pick you up. Someone reported that Thomas's grave was dug up."
Upon hearing this, Pax was suddenly shocked. How could this be possible? Nowadays, no one uses valuable items as burial goods, so why would anyone dig up a grave? Upon hearing Pax's confusion, Robert sighed heavily. The strange thing is right here. I just surveyed the scene. Not only was the grave dug into a big hole, even the body inside was gone. And the way it looked didn't seem like it was dug by someone. It actually looked like the body inside climbed out by itself. Even more bizarrely, after I led people to follow the footprints all the way, the footprints disappeared in front of Thomas's house. Now I don't know how to write my investigation report. Deaf Granny was taken aback after hearing Robert's explanation. She quickly asked him to take her to the scene. Upon hearing this, Robert was also stunned. Does it mean that you are implying that there is dirt there? Deaf Granny, however, shook her head uncertainly. Whether it is or isn't, we'll only know once we go and take a look. In no time, several people rushed to the scene of the incident. Thomas's wife was kneeling on the ground at this time, crying bitterly with a broken heart. Who on earth committed such a cruel murder? They didn't even let my husband Thomas rest in peace. You must seek justice for him if you have any knowledge in the afterlife. Beside her, Kai was trying hard to persuade his mother, with tears streaming down his face. They suddenly looked up and saw Robert leading a group of people walking towards them. She quickly stepped forward and tearfully pleaded,
Inspector, you finally arrived. Please make sure to catch that Tomb Raider and bring peace back to my father.
Robert, seeing the situation, hurried forward to calm her down. But just as the two were talking, Nicholas couldn't help but throw a stone into the cave, wanting to see if it was as Robert had described. Accompanied by a sound, the clear sound of the stone hitting the wooden board rang out. This immediately caught everyone's attention and made them all look at him. The Thomas family looked particularly angry, wanting to rush up and beat him up. Fortunately, Robert explained that this was necessary for the investigation, which calmed the two down. But then, Nicholas turned around and whispered to Pax's ear,
Did you hear that just now? I threw a stone in, but it made a sound as if hitting wood. It means that the dead person inside is really missing.
Pax did not respond to his words, but a sense of foreboding had already surged in his heart. At this moment, Deaf Granny grabbed a handful of soil from the ground. She smelled the soil near her mouth and was suddenly shocked. Robert, who was behind her, noticed the change in Deaf Granny's expression and quickly asked,
Did you find something?
Deaf Granny just turned her head towards him and gave him a knowing look. Robert also nodded in understanding. Then he walked up to Kai. You two go back first and wait for the news. I will inform you as soon as the investigation results are out. After Kai and the others left, Deaf Granny, with a serious expression, said to Robert,
Thomas, this is a corpse revival.
Upon hearing this, Robert was terrified. Deaf Granny said,
What should we do now?
After pondering for a while, Deaf Granny solemnly said,
You go first to inform each household. Starting from tonight, do not go out under any circumstances. It seems that we are about to face a tough battle.
And on the side, Nicholas, upon hearing the term,
corpse revival,
looked full of curiosity. What does corpse revival mean, Granny? Is it like those zombies that hop around on TV? Deaf Granny, with a frown on her face, explained, corpse revival does not refer to resurrection or a resurrected corpse, but to those who have died and come back to life, running amok. They are corpses that pose a threat to the living. She said hurriedly, and quickly gave orders to a few people. They needed to hurry back to prepare and find out about corpse revival, or the villagers would be in danger. But just as Pax was comforting Deaf Granny, preparing to go home, suddenly felt something grabbing at his pant leg. He lowered his head to take a look and found that it was actually a rat squeaking loudly, as if trying to convey some message. Seeing this, Pax suddenly realized that Andrew must have something urgent to discuss with him. He quickly instructed Nicholas to escort Grandma back first.
I have something to do,
he said before turning around and running into the woods following the rat. And Nicholas, watching Pax run off quickly, couldn't help but be stunned.
What's the matter with you? Do you need to go to the bathroom urgently but feel embarrassed to say?
But Pax did not pay attention to what he said. He just ran wildly into the depths of the woods. Sure enough, Andrew had been waiting for him here for a long time. Upon seeing the situation, Pax took the lead to speak. He greeted him.
Brother, what's up? What do you need from me?
Andrew did not expect Pax to call him
brother.
He quickly clasped his hands in a salute and said,
Pax, I'm not worthy of being called brother by you.
However, a hint of sadness appeared on his face.
Actually, I came today to talk to you about the Thomas corpse revival incident. Yesterday, the children sent to find the evil ghost unexpectedly saw Thomas crawling out of his grave and heading home. But at this point,
Andrew paused. Upon hearing this, Pax's expression changed in surprise.
Could it be that something happened?
Upon hearing this, Andrew could no longer control his emotions. With a face full of grief, he dragged out the lifeless body of Little Rat. When I arrived, the child's body had already gone cold. Not only was he strangled to death, but his blood had also been drained. What Andrew did not tell Pax was that this was his own son. Pax, seeing that it was because of his own relationship that led to the death of Andrew's child, couldn't bear it in his heart and reached out to gently touch the already cold little rat. "I'm sorry that my family's issues have affected you. When I go back, I will ask Grandma to set up a shrine for you in the temple. Please continue to bless Pax Village." Just saw a white light floating out of the body of little rat. It happily floated around Pax, occasionally making squeaking sounds. Andrew's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight, staring unbelievably at the ball of light. How could it be Seal the Spirit? He emotionally grabbed Pax's arm. Seal the Spirit is a spiritual blessing that can only be bestowed upon animal spiritual practitioners by an emperor or a great supernatural being, he said. After an animal receives the Seal the Spirit, not only can it transcend its current state and become divine, but it can also break through realms without any bottleneck. I never expected that just one sentence from Pax would turn my child into the deity of incense without needing to endure 1,000 years of cultivation. And the action just now was completely done by Pax's subconscious. He looked at Andrew, who was so excited, and couldn't help but smile slightly. As long as it's a good thing, it's fine. Otherwise, I would have felt guilty for a long time. Upon hearing this, Andrew looked at the young man in front of him, suddenly filled with inexplicable respect. Even the leaders of the 5 great immortal families could not accomplish the Seal the Spirit technique, yet Pax could do it with just a few words. Who exactly is he? Just as Andrew was lost in thought. But Pax was anxious to go back. I will tell Deaf Granny Brother about this news. I will investigate and avenge your child, he said before turning and leaving. Andrew, who had just come to his senses, hastily bowed respectfully to Pax. From that moment on, he acknowledged Pax as his master. And when Pax returned home, he then told his grandma what had just happened. Deaf Granny was instantly shocked. What? You sealed the spirit of a rat? Upon hearing this, Pax couldn't help scratching his head awkwardly. I don't know how it happened, but I somehow completed sealing the spirit, and that rat even followed me back to the village. It is a good thing to have the rat guarding the village. Deaf Granny immediately decided to renovate the village temple as soon as possible. Although I don't have much savings. But Deaf Granny didn't even finish her sentence. Nicholas on the side interrupted and said, Grandma, no need to worry about money. Just ask my dad. He's so poor now that all he has left is money. But more than repairing the temple, Pax is more concerned about the danger of Thomas' corpse revival harming the villagers. According to Andrew, Thomas came to the village after his revival. If he's not found soon, it will definitely endanger others. And Deaf Granny has protected the village for most of her life. How could she bear to see the village destroyed by the worship of evil? She immediately stood up and slammed the table, saying, Rest assured, I have already prepared everything. I will definitely find Thomas as soon as possible and bring peace to the villagers. At this moment, the enthusiastic Nicholas, who loves to join in the fun, also got excited. He raised his hand to indicate that he would go too. But the next second, Robert directly punched him on the head. You kid, why are you blindly trying to join in the fun? Your dad will come to pick you and Pax up for school soon. Just as he finished his sentence, Pax heard the sound of a car horn beeping outside the house. Gabriel parked the car. He then got out of the car and shouted into the house, Nicholas Pax, I'm here to pick you up. Upon hearing this, Pax became very worried about Thomas' corpse revival's matter, because he always felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. But for now, he couldn't be of much help either. In order not to worry his grandmother, he had to promise to go to school. However, before leaving, he did not forget to remind his grandmother, if anything happens, please notify me as soon as possible. I will come back to help you. Deaf Granny just smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. A mere corpse revival cannot harm your grandmother. Then Pax and Nicholas got on the car back to school. On the car, Nicholas talked to his father about the money needed to repair the temple in the village. Gabriel agreed without hesitation when he heard about it. This is a good deed that must be done to accumulate virtue. He then turned to look at Pax, and asked how much money it would take to repair the temple. Pax replied with a hesitant smile, saying that his uncle had as much money as needed. Hearing this, Pax couldn't help but smile awkwardly and said,
"Uncle, you don't have to be like this actually."
But before he could finish speaking, Pax was drawn to the jade artifact around Gabriel's neck. Gabriel saw Pax staring at his necklace, looking quite pleased with himself. He even put the jade artifact in his mouth and kissed it. He couldn't help but praise Pax's sharp eyesight. This was dug out from our own mine. I had it appraised in the county town, and it was confirmed to be an ancient jade from the Han dynasty. After examining it in his hand, Pax couldn't discern the origin of the jade. However, it gave him a cold and uncomfortable feeling. He opened his mouth, about to ask Gabriel to take the ancient jade down. But seeing that Gabriel liked it so much, he couldn't bear to ruin his enjoyment. He decided to figure things out before talking to him. Pax and Nicholas soon returned to school. As we all know, high school courses are very intense. After all, the college entrance examination is the only chance to change the destiny for the vast majority of people. However, there was an exception in their class. That exception was Nicholas, who was so poor that he only ate and slept every day. On this day, he even wrote a love letter to his crush. After finishing writing, he nudged with his elbow. Pax, who was listening attentively in class, seemed to want to get his attention. However, Pax couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Seeing this, Nicholas helplessly lay on the table. He sighed heavily, as if he had 1,000 words to express, but no one cared to listen. Seeing his appearance, Pax was puzzled. "Why are you not paying attention in class again?" Upon hearing this, Nicholas saw Pax finally paying attention to him. However, he showed a shy expression. He wanted to speak but felt embarrassed. Seeing him like this, Pax glared at him irritably and said,
"Just say it if you have something to say. Don't hold back."
After hesitating for a long time, Nicholas blushed and finally said,
"I want to pursue Liliana in our class."
Upon hearing this, Pax was suddenly shocked.
"What? Are you sure you want to pursue Liliana?"
Nicholas immediately nodded in confirmation. He then glanced sneakily upward. I have my eyes on Liliana, who was sitting in the front row, paying close attention in class. Liliana has a big butt and big chest. Just by looking at her, you can tell she's well-nourished. Nicholas then took out his letter from the desk drawer and handed the love letter that he had worked countless nights on to Pax.
"Could you please help me deliver this to Liliana?"
This left Pax utterly speechless. He repeatedly waved his hands to refuse, saying,
"You should personally deliver your own love letter. That way, you can show your sincerity."
But before Pax could finish his sentence, Nicholas then grabbed his hand and started to persuade him.
"Please, you have good grades and look handsome. Liliana will definitely accept it if you deliver it to her. But if I do it, she might just throw it in the trash. And it's class time now."
Pax was afraid of causing a bigger scene and being seen by the teacher, so he had no choice but to agree. Upon hearing this, Nicholas immediately smiled happily and said,
"You are such a good person. When you have a girl you like, I'll also come to deliver a love letter for you."
But speaking of this, Nicholas seemed to think of something. "Is there a girl in our class that you like?" Pax, with a blank expression, replied,
"It's only been a few days since school started. I haven't even recognized everyone. How could there be a girl I like?"
Although he said this out loud, a slender figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. Hearing this, Nicholas also smiled and agreed with Pax's point, saying,
"Ordinary girls really aren't worthy of you. In our class, there's only that one."
But before the conversation could continue, the bell for the end of class suddenly rang, interrupting Nicholas in mid-sentence. He quickly crumpled up the love letter filled with meaningless words. He stuffed the letter into Pax's hand. He blushed and pushed him from behind. "My happiness for the rest of my life is up to you." Pax suddenly felt like he was being put on the spot. Before he could say anything, the other person spoke. Nicholas immediately pushed hard. Pax's body immediately lost balance and lunged forward. It happened to be a quiet and obedient girl who walked by. She was the image in Pax's heart, the only girl he had ever been attracted to in his life. With a loud bang, Pax directly bumped into Claire at the edge of the table. Fortunately, she managed to support herself with her hands on the table corner, avoiding falling into his arms. But the close contact made it possible to hear each other's breathing. This made Pax blush instantly. He stammered and quickly apologized.
I'm sorry, classmate, it was not intentional.
But Pax didn't notice. He was still holding his close friend's love letter. The classmate next to him, seeing this, shouted in shock.
He's handing over a love letter. Pax is giving a love letter to Claire.
Upon hearing this, Claire blushed even more. And this voice directly confused Pax. He was about to explain. Claire broke free from his embrace and coquettishly escaped from the classroom, leaving Pax standing there dumbfounded. The perpetrator, Nicholas, witnessed this scene and smirked as he walked up to Pax's side.
Are you reluctant to part with Claire? Are you starting to develop feelings for her?
Nicholas teased. Pax remained silent, seemingly implying his agreement deep down in his heart. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several weeks have passed. But since the last accident happened, Claire has always been avoiding Pax. Even if they accidentally meet, she leaves hurriedly with a flushed face and head down. This makes Pax always distracted in class, thinking it's because of his own rude behavior that scared Claire, causing him to have all sorts of wild thoughts in his mind. He wonders if Claire doesn't like him anymore. The dismissal bell suddenly rang at this moment. Nicholas, who was sitting beside him, couldn't help but joke when he saw Pax's appearance. What are you daydreaming about? You're not thinking about Claire, are you? Upon hearing this, Pax suddenly felt embarrassed at having his thoughts exposed. He quickly denied it, saying,
Shut up! Don't talk nonsense!
However, Nicholas obviously didn't quite believe what Pax said. From Pax's behavior in the past few days, he had already figured it out. He then stood up and patted Pax on the shoulder, whispering,
I can tell that Claire is definitely interested in you. I noticed her sneaking glances at you during class.
Upon hearing this, Pax couldn't help but let his mind wander. He immediately looked up at where Claire was and stared, wanting to confirm what Nicholas had said. At this moment, Claire suddenly turned her head to look at him. Pax didn't have time to avoid her gaze, and they couldn't help but lock eyes for 3 seconds. In that instant, their heartbeats and breaths became quick and unsteady. Claire, who came to her senses, quickly blushed and averted her gaze. After a moment of contemplation, she seemed to have made a decision. She picked up a book, stood up, and walked towards Pax. Upon seeing Pax, although she was somewhat looking forward to it, she was also a little nervous. Is she coming to see me? And just as Pax was lost in thought, something unexpected happened. Claire blushed all over. She walked up to him. Classmate Pax, I'm not very good at this math problem. Can you teach me? Nicholas, who was sitting on the side, heard this and immediately exposed Claire. Your math grades are among the top in our class. Why do you still need Pax to teach you? Seeing Nicholas being so impudent, Pax quickly scolded him.
Shut up! And see if I won't come back to beat you up.
As soon as he finished speaking, his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He reached out with a smile on his face and took the workbook from Claire's hand.
Don't listen to his nonsense. I'll teach you. You can ask me any questions about the problems you don't understand in the future.
And the two of them gazed affectionately at each other. In the instant their eyes met, the air around them was filled with a sense of youthful ambiguity. But just then, a classmate at the door suddenly shouted,
Pax, someone from your family is here to bring you something.
Upon hearing this, Pax was immediately startled. Could it be that something happened at home? He hurriedly ran out of the classroom, only to see Robert standing at the door with a briefcase. This left Pax extremely puzzled.
Why are you here?
Robert just smiled faintly and handed him the briefcase.
The weather is getting colder. Your grandmother asked me to bring you some warm clothes.
Pax, however, took the box with a worried look on his face.
How is grandmother? How are things in the village?
Upon hearing this, Robert couldn't help but heave a long sigh. The red-clothed female ghost has not been captured yet. Kai has also fallen victim to the poison, and he was bitten to death alive by his own father. With this, the Thomas family is completely extinguished. Pax was suddenly shocked. Where did Thomas go after that? Robert could only shake his head helplessly. I don't know either, but Rat told your grandma. After Kai died, Corpse Revival and Thomas were taken into the deep mountains by a red-clothed female ghost. After that, they disappeared without a trace. Hemp-clad Granny and the 5 great immortals searched with all their might, but still couldn't find their whereabouts. Moreover, Kai was a public official. His sudden disappearance has attracted a great deal of attention from higher-ups. It has put a lot of pressure on me. Pax's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of cold light as he listened. It was that red-clothed female ghost again. After Robert finished speaking, he went back. Pax also told Nicholas everything that had happened in the village. Nicholas was not afraid after knowing this. Instead, he was a bit excited. So, you mean there are now 2 zombies in the village? He picked up a tree branch and gestured with it as he spoke. You see my skills. If I also had a 40-meter-long machete, could I deal with the zombies? Upon hearing this, Pax couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. You just don't have to make trouble. This zombie thing is very complicated. Even Thomas and his son may not necessarily be considered as zombies. The so-called zombies are undying creatures who harbor resentment. They are afflicted with corpse poison or influenced by graveyard feng shui. The transformed corpses are known as walking corpses and can be categorized into 8 forms from low to high. The lowest level is the newly formed purple zombie, which has a purple body and barely maintains its non-rotting state. Next are the white zombie and black zombie, both with bodies and fur in white or black. They move slowly and are easy to deal with. Next is the green zombie, whose body emits green corpse gas. Although it jumps very quickly, it is very afraid of sunlight. One level higher is the haired zombie with hair growing on its body, known for its tough skin and agility. It has also started to become immune to fire and sunlight. Next is the fly zombie that has been practicing for 1,000 years, skilled in magic and invulnerability. It can fly freely in the sky. There is also the undecayed zombie, in which a certain part of its skeleton does not decay due to the injection of spiritual energy. If it absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, it will transform into the immortal floating zombie, also known as undecayed bone that lasts for 1,000 years. Resentment born of the gathering of heaven and earth, zombie, tempered by thunder tribulation, can achieve immortality. Upon hearing Pax's introduction, Nicholas was greatly shocked. He never thought that there were so many different interpretations of zombies. It seems that I need to study hard. Otherwise, I might not even recognize all the ghosts I encounter in the future. That would tarnish my hard-earned reputation. Upon hearing this, Pax seemed to remember something and joked.
I heard that last time, Liliana picked out a lot of typos in the love letter you wrote to her. It looks like you really need to study hard.
Nicholas couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. Just as he was about to explain, he was interrupted by a gentle female voice. Can you now tell me about the issue Pax just mentioned? Pax saw Claire smile happily immediately. Of course you can. Seeing this, Nicholas also very tactfully walked away. Afterwards, Pax and Claire leaned against the big tree. He gently began to explain the question. It's not as complicated as you think. You just need to draw an auxiliary line. As he spoke, he wanted to ask Claire if she understood. But as soon as they raised their heads, the two of them immediately locked eyes affectionately. A blush instantly appeared on their faces. Their heartbeats and breaths quickened slightly. Pax stared blankly at Claire. His eyes couldn't help but twitch a few times. It wasn't until a moment later that he reacted. He quickly dodged backward in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Upon hearing this, Claire blushed and said coyly,
It's okay. You don't need to worry about it.
But soon, the two of them finished explaining the topic. Claire then reached out her hand and searched inside her backpack. She took out a carefully prepared cake and handed it to Pax. Pax, this is a cake I made myself. Thank you for helping me catch up on classes. Try it. If you like it, I'll make one for you every day in the future. Seeing this, Pax ecstatically took the cake hurriedly. Thank you, but I have nothing to give you. Before Pax could finish speaking, Claire shook her head to interrupt him. I don't want anything from you. I just hope you can explain the topic to me every day. At this moment, Pax seemed to have thought of something. He quickly took out the reverse scale of the Romanized flood dragon that was given to him by Roman from his pocket. This has been my amulet that has been with me since birth. For you. Claire's eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Thank you. She took the reverse scale from Pax's hands as she spoke. I will keep it with me. And the two of them, who had exchanged gifts, undoubtedly grew closer. For a moment, the surrounding air was filled with a youthful and ambiguous atmosphere. But soon as the sun set, the sky gradually darkened. The two of them walked separately to their respective dormitories. But when Pax reached the downstairs, he suddenly heard someone calling his name, which terrified him. He looked around quickly but didn't see anyone. Who is calling me? At this moment, the voice came again. I have something to consult with you. Could you come to the backyard to find me at midnight tonight? Pax recognized the owner of the voice. It was the Taoist who had saved them in the mountains behind. He immediately agreed to come down. If the Taoist wishes to see me, of course we must meet. Then we must not miss our appointment. But strangely, in the deep night, the sky, which had been clear during the day, suddenly started to snow. Pax braved the wind and snow, arriving on time at the backyard alone. Then he called out softly, Taoist, I'm here, are you there? As his words fell, there was a profound silence with no one responding. Is it possible that the Taoist is not here? Just as Pax was filled with doubt and suspicion. Suddenly, there came a sound of ghostly aura drifting behind him in waves. He quickly turned his head to look. He saw the Taoist suddenly appear in the center of the courtyard. Behind him followed a large crowd of various ghosts, all staring intently at Pax in front of them. Pax was suddenly stunned by the scene. Why would so many ghosts suddenly appear at school? And just as he was in a daze, the Taoist standing in the center was cross-legged in midair. He began reciting the Tai Rescue Sutra for relief and salvation, to enlighten and save all beings and convert them to the path of heaven. Upon hearing the voice, Pax finally came to his senses. However, he was filled with confusion. When he saw the gentle white light emanating from the numerous ghosts, he finally understood. This Taoist, who had passed away many years ago, was unwilling to leave. It turned out that he was helping to guide these lost souls and wandering spirits. At this moment, a crowd of souls who had been guided expressed their gratitude to the Taoist by bowing and saying thank you. The Taoist spent 100 years guiding them. We can finally rid ourselves of sins today and be reincarnated, they said. We can only repay this great kindness and virtue in the next life. As the words fell silent, the souls instantly transformed into flickering green lights and scattered into the air. Watching the scene unfolding before him, Pax couldn't help but feel deep admiration from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the Taoist turned his head towards him and said, I have kept you waiting. The reason I invited you here tonight is to ask have there been any strange occurrences in Geo Village recently? Upon hearing this, Pax was suddenly extremely astonished and asked, Taoist, how did you know? Afterwards, he recounted everything that had happened in the village from beginning to end. Taoist couldn't help but sigh after listening. It turned out that the ugly female Taoist was Taoist's junior sister. The skinless female corpse in the iron coffin was also created by her hands. And I'm afraid she has already mastered the complete five-ghost burial technique. Now that I am a ghost, I am no match for her. Taoist took out a yellowed ancient book from his pocket and handed it to Pax. Pax wanted to ask more questions, but was interrupted by Taoist.
I know what you want to say, but time is limited. My virtuous deeds have been fulfilled, and I am about to go to the netherworld to take up my post. So I can only be brief.
This is what I have learned all my life. After you learn it, you will naturally be able to find my incompetent junior sister. And with the help of the 5 great mediums of immortals, dealing with her should not be difficult. The Taoist finished speaking and then turned and left. I don't ask for anything else. I just hope that if possible, spare the life of my junior sister. Just don't let her soul scatter. As the words lingered and echoed in the air, the Taoist's body was shimmering with a dazzling light blue glow, slowly sinking into the ground. After the glow disappeared, only a compass and a small peachwood sword were left behind. Pax picked them up and couldn't help but look at the ancient book in his hand. On it were written several large characters.
The inner chapters of the Bio-Pussy.
He then returned to the dormitory. Pax lay on the bed and used a flashlight to read the contents of the book. He couldn't help but marvel at how extensive and profound the book was, as it contained a lot of content. From divine medicine formulas and supernatural transformations to health preservation and disaster prevention, this book records everything that should and should not exist. At this moment, Pax saw a Taoist techniques formula and found it very familiar. He immediately sat cross-legged on the bed and began to recite it.
Those skilled in warfare move the enemy while offering themselves in alignment.
As the words fell, a halo suddenly appeared around Pax's body, enveloping him within. Nicholas on the bed was awakened by the light and couldn't help but curse angrily.
Who turns on the light while taking a dump?
Upon hearing this, Pax was startled and awakened from meditation. He quickly interrupted the spellcasting and realized that he was in the dormitory. However, for some reason, the content in this book is easy to learn. He feels like he has studied it before. Later, he laid down the ancient book and lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Bringing this book back to the village, he would surely be able to catch that female Taoist as soon as possible. Time flies, and it was already the weekend in the blink of an eye. On this day, Pax, shouting inside the house, said,
"Granny, come out and take a look at Gabriel. He came to pick me up today. I just realized that he had aged decades invisibly."
Deaf Granny quickly rushed out of the house upon hearing the words. Seeing Gabriel's appearance, her face immediately changed color. His complexion was dark with a touch of red. This is the appearance of a malevolent spirit with blood overflowing on the face. What changes have occurred recently? Gabriel shook his head, indicating no changes had happened. With the talisman you gave me, plus this antique jade, now we are unstoppable. After saying that, he even kissed the antique jade hanging on his chest. However, Nicholas, who was nearby, noticed the quality of the antique jade and was puzzled. Wasn't this thing originally light yellow? Why has it turned blood red? When he heard this, Gabriel glared at him. You don't understand a thing. There is a saying that people nurture jade for 3 years, and jade nurtures people for a lifetime. This shows that I have raised it well. But before Gabriel could finish speaking, the silent deaf granny suddenly pulled the antique jade necklace from his neck. Then she dropped the jade heavily on the ground. You dare to wear anything on your body. Gabriel is puzzled by deaf granny's angry tone. Doesn't she say that jade can ward off disasters? Upon hearing this, deaf granny's expression turned serious. She stared at the antique jade that was shattered on the ground and said,
Ordinary jade can indeed ward off disasters.
But yours is Een jade. Moreover, if you don't take off the most evil 9 apertures jade, people will die. Upon hearing this, Gabriel was suddenly filled with intense fear. What is the 9 apertures jade? However, deaf granny just calmly explained. The so-called 9 apertures jade refers to 9 pieces of jade artifacts used to seal the 9 apertures of the body when a person is buried. Ancient people believed that by doing so, they could prevent their bodies from decaying, have the opportunity to attain immortality, and even become immortal. Before deaf granny's voice fell, Gabriel quickly moved away from the shattered antique jade on the ground. How could such a bizarre thing happen? Nicholas, on the other hand, was very curious.
Granny, is the one my dad is wearing a part of the 9 apertures jade?
Hearing this, deaf Granny couldn't help but shake her head and smile.
This one looks like a cone. It should be used to plug the butt.
Upon hearing these words, Gabriel couldn't help but think about how he often held Jade close. He felt his stomach churn instantly. He was lying on the ground, vomiting wildly. Filial Nicholas didn't find it too big of a deal, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Dad, so the thing you've been kissing is antique jade used to plug dead people's butts." This remark successfully ignited Gabriel's anger. After he finished vomiting, Nicholas couldn't escape being beaten up again. "It was you, kid, who mocked me just now." Indeed, in the end, it was Nicholas who got hurt. But after beating up Nicholas, Gabriel was somewhat puzzled. Since this antique jade was found on a dead person, how could it appear in my family's mine? Deaf Granny pondered for a while, but couldn't figure out the reason. But just at that moment, Gabriel's phone at his waist suddenly rang. He hurriedly answered, but he had just heard what the person opposite said. Gabriel's face immediately turned pale. He was about to fall down. Luckily, Nicholas caught him just in time. "Dad, what happened?" Gabriel hesitated for a moment before saying with a dark expression,
"A mass grave was uncovered in our family's mine, which has alerted the government."
Upon hearing this, Pax and deaf Granny behind him were stunned. But before the two could ask anything, Gabriel quickly ran towards the car outside the courtyard.
"I have to go back and take a look,"
he said. Nicholas, feeling uneasy, followed behind Gabriel, reminding him,
"Dad, remember to wear an amulet."
Watching the father and son walk away, deaf Granny seemed to recall something. She turned to Pax and asked,
"Pax, you haven't said yet. What were you in such a hurry to come back for?"
At Pax's words, he took out the book, the inner chapters of the Bio-Pussy that Taoist had given him.
"Granny, I was just about to tell you. Please contact the 5 great immortals. I have found a way to deal with that female Taoist."
Night falls. The 5 great immortals and ghost immortal hemp-clad Granny sit around the stone table. Roman raised his glass respectfully and looked at Pax, not expecting Pax to find a clue so quickly. We are truly ashamed compared to him. Upon hearing this, Pax couldn't help but awkwardly scratch his head. "Roman, there's no need to belittle yourself. I just happened to be lucky." With a serious expression, Pax stood up. The mastermind behind this is none other than the female Taoist from before. Everything she did was to complete the practice of the 5 ghost burial technique. Upon hearing this, Roman couldn't help but feel suspicious. What is the 5 ghost burial technique? Upon hearing this, Pax's expression turned serious. He took out the inner chapters of the Bio-Pussy given to him by the Taoist, and according to the records in this ancient book, the 5 ghost burial technique is a secret art that prolongs life and enhances magical powers. She first needs to select a person to have their skin removed and tendons pulled out, then be tortured to death inside an iron coffin. The spellcaster uses the resentment rising to the heavens after her death for cultivation. She selected a burial site for the malevolent spirit under the white tiger again. This requires using human skin to make a lantern to bind the corpse and refine the soul. Finally, the spellcaster uses secret art to control the ghost. Personally, they kill a close blood relative of the deceased. This is why Thomas, after death, would bite his own son Kai, resulting in a corpse revival. They are a family torn apart by bloodshed, with the lineage coming to an end. In this way, the 5 ghosts will harbor resentment that reaches the heavens. The caster will then absorb the resentment of the 5 ghosts again. The 5 ghost burial technique is considered complete. Not only is the primary body extremely fierce, but it can also control the 5 ghosts to help itself. As long as one ghost is not eliminated, the caster can be reborn on the spot by borrowing a corpse. After listening to Pax's explanation, Roman couldn't help but sigh. The fact that the ghost Taoist was able to perform such a heinous secret art right under our noses without us noticing is truly shameful. If we don't find her and completely eliminate her, how can we still have the face to be worshipped by others? But before Roman could finish his sentence, Hemp-clad Granny smashed the anger-filled pipe pot onto the stone table. A strong ghostly aura suddenly erupted from her body. Whether it's a secret art, I don't care. But she should never have provoked Pax. She really doesn't know the severity of the situation. Daring to use my granddaughter's human placenta to practice secret art, if I don't extract her soul and refine it. Granny, wouldn't my 9,800 years of spiritual practice be in vain then? Andrew was puzzled about how to find the hiding place of the ugly female Taoist. We immortals have turned the Geo village upside down, but could not find any trace. Does Pax have a way to find the ghost Taoist? Upon hearing this, Pax simply smiled and nodded.
Of course I have a way. I was just thinking of asking for everyone's help.
Saying that, Pax took out the ritual implement compass that the Taoist left him from his pocket and placed it on the table. Afterward, he pointed his hand seal to his brow center. 5 ghosts chased and captured alluring hidden treasures. I follow orders to seek profit and avoid famine. With a spoken command, the spinning pointer abruptly stopped and pointed south. Pax looked around and said slowly,
All immortals, follow the direction pointed by the compass, and you will find the ghost Taoist.
Upon hearing this, Luke couldn't help but laugh.
Long time no see. Pax, your Taoist techniques have impressed us all.
As soon as he finished speaking, the immortals turned into streaks of light and swiftly flew southward in search. Eighth Master also wanted to go and see what was happening, but he was kicked back by Roman. Connor, you take Pax to protect him. We'll leave first. Upon hearing this, Eighth Master sat on the ground and couldn't help but complain.
Even watching the fun requires me to do some heavy lifting.
Despite his complaints, Eighth Master still dared not disobey the orders of the boss. He immediately silently recited an incantation to summon his true form. A gust of demonic wind blew by, and suddenly, a python tens of meters long appeared in front of Pax and the two.
Pax, I will carry you to find Ghost Taoist.
Without waiting for Pax to respond, he wrapped his tail around him and placed him on his back. Just as the snake and Pax were about to set off, Nicholas climbed onto the snake's tail and shouted,
Eighth Master, wait for me. I also want to go. Take me with you.
The Eighth Master was also helpless when he saw this. After all, he was Pax's brother. Bringing you along is fine. But please don't talk nonsense on the way. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from under the Eighth Master.
Hold on, Pax.
Pax looked down and saw that it was Fox Patriarch, feeling puzzled as to why he didn't leave with the other immortals. The Patriarch did not respond. Instead, he took out a small fox from his arms.
I have a favor to ask. Could you please have Pax take her along?
Looking at the little fox in the Patriarch's hand, Pax was very puzzled by what it meant. It turns out that this white fox is his granddaughter. She had her leg injury cured by Pax a few days ago. She came here specifically to express her gratitude. Faye, please show yourself and thank Pax properly after he finished speaking. The little fox immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke. A curvaceous and charming young woman slowly emerged from the smoke. She shyly bowed to Pax.
Faye pays respect to her benefactor,
she said. Seeing this, Pax couldn't help but blush in embarrassment.
It's just a small gesture. No need to be so polite,
he said. However, Nicholas and Eighth Master next to him couldn't help but stare at Faye with fascination, almost drooling.
She's so beautiful, even more beautiful than Claire.
Seeing Nicholas in such a disheveled state, Pax quickly spoke up to stop him.
Nicholas, please control yourself,
Pax said.
Close your mouth and behave.
When Faye heard Nicholas' words, she just smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent. In fact, Faye had long wanted to serve by Pax's side, hoping that Pax would not reject her. Seeing this, the Fox Patriarch behind her also nodded with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation. But Pax repeatedly waved his hand to reject these words, because he felt that having a girl by his side would be very inconvenient.
Miss Faye's kindness is well received,
he said. Hearing Pax's words, Nicholas was immediately driven up the wall. He thought,
How can you not want such a beautiful girl to follow you? Are you stupid?
But the fox patriarch was determined to cling to Pax's thigh.
What's so difficult about that?
He said confidently, waving his big hand. In an instant, Faye turned back into the appearance of a little white fox. She immediately leaped onto Pax's shoulder. Then she gently rubbed her head against Pax's face. She looked at him with eager eyes. Seeing this, Pax had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Not long after, everyone left the village and arrived at a mass grave. Pax held the ritual implement compass to search for the hiding place of the 5 ghosts. At first, the pointer of the compass was spinning wildly. But when Pax walked to a large tomb, the compass pointer stopped and pointed inside. This should be it. But before Pax could speak a word, the large tomb suddenly burst open. Startled by the unexpected movement, Pax took a few steps back in fear. He looked ahead in terror. The female ghost clad in red looked ferocious. Slowly crawled out from the cracked tomb mound. Behind her, there were 4 corpses of 3 generations of the Thomas family closely following, all with blood flowing from their 7 orifices, staring intently at Pax. At this moment, the red-clad female ghost suddenly took notice.
Pax, you brat, how come my junior brother's ritual implement compass is in your hands? Quickly tell me where you have seen him.
But upon hearing the red-clad female ghost's questioning, Pax did not give her a good expression.
Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you?
Upon hearing that, the red-clad female ghost immediately became extremely angry. Her arms stretched out, bloodthirsty mouth wide open, and she pounced towards Pax.
You brat, you're looking for death.
However, at that moment, a gray shadow flashed by. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the red-clad female ghost's arm was immediately severed. At the moment when the gray shadow appeared, it was a giant rat measuring 2.5 meters in length. The moment he landed, he turned into Andrew's appearance. He then smirked and stared at the red-clad female ghost. Although your flesh stinks, luckily, my family's lowly status means we're not picky eaters. At this moment, Pax looked at the red-clad female ghost with confusion. Wasn't it said that this ghost Taoist was a very ugly woman? But looking at her appearance, she is not ugly at all. Are you deliberately instigating Thomas's ancestor to skin that concubine just to replace it with your own? It seems that being called an ugly female Taoist by them has always been on your mind. The female ghost, upon hearing someone say she is an ugly female Taoist, grimaced in pain and let out eerie laughter. She angrily reached out her rotten ghost hand and fiercely grabbed towards Pax's head.
You brat seeking death!
This sudden scene caught Pax off guard, leaving him with no time to dodge in this moment of danger. Seeing this, Roman quickly dodged and arrived by Pax's side. With a wave of his hand, he easily blocked the female ghost's attack.
Dare to touch Pax, and I will make sure you perish today.
Roman's casual strike, however, dealt a heavy blow to the female ghost. Seeing the unfavorable situation, with a swoosh, she flew into the air. Her long hair danced in the chilly wind, revealing a grim, pale face. If you want me dead, you won't have it easy either. 5 ghosts listen to my command. Kill all these people. Under the order of the female ghost, the 4 lifeless bodies suddenly became violent, roaring like wild beasts. They moved abruptly and rushed towards Pax, trying to grab him to threaten the other immortals. However, how could all the immortals not see through the intentions of the female ghost? They immediately appeared in front of Pax. You dare to have designs on Pax, you are looking for death. As soon as the words fell, the irritable Luke took the lead in taking action. He grabbed one of the corpses. Then, he forcefully tore it in half on the spot. Originally with a kind smile, Asher was unwilling to fall behind. He used his hand as a blade and flew to cut it down. Just a flash of red light passed by. He then cut the other body into 2 pieces. The female ghost saw such a brutal scene and immediately had the idea of wanting to escape. But just as she turned around, Roman had already set his eyes on her. Just lifting his left hand slightly, an illusion of the flood dragon appeared out of thin air. It slowly contracted around the female ghost, wrapping her tightly and rendering her unable to move. All she could do was emit waves of agonizing wails in helplessness. Hemp-clad Granny saw the female ghost in such a miserable state. A sneer appeared on her face involuntarily. Your iron coffin was taken by Granny long ago. The five-ghost burial technique failed. How do you plan to oppose us now? The female ghost, seeing the inevitable defeat, no longer resisted. She put on a look of submission, as if willing to be killed or spared at the listener's discretion. Seeing the situation, Roman respectfully turned his head to look at Pax, asking Pax to make a decision. Upon hearing this, Pax hesitated for a moment. I had promised the Taoist not to let her soul scatter, but I'm afraid she will harm others again, and doing so may put Alice in danger. But before Pax could finish speaking, the female ghost, upon hearing the Taoist, became frantic again. She struggled continuously, yelling loudly at Pax. Have you truly seen my senior brother? Why is he hiding and refusing to see me? Andrew, on the side, saw the female ghost being caught and still dared to be so arrogant. Immediately, he viciously kicked her in the head. Then he stared at her with a cold expression. Quiet down. Don't scare Pax, he said as he kicked the female ghost. She did quiet down considerably. At that moment, the hemp-clad Granny approached the female ghost with a smile. Leave Pax and Alice to me, she said. After saying that, she extended her ghost hand with long, glossy black nails, and suddenly tore open the female ghost's belly. Amid the opponent's piercing screams, she took out a wriggling mass of flesh and blood. Then she handed it to Pax. Fortunately, Alice's human placenta was not melted. As long as it is taken back and buried under the big pine tree, it can ensure my precious granddaughter will be safe and sound in the future, living a long and healthy life. Upon hearing this, Pax was overjoyed and thanked Granny profusely. Without the human placenta and the secret art being broken, the female ghost, who is on the verge of death, has weakened. But Pax couldn't help but hesitate when he looked at her. Should he kill or not? Just as Pax was feeling hesitant, the Yellow family patriarch suddenly stands before her. Pax has a compassionate heart and promised the Taoist not to harm you. But you have harmed my descendants. Today, I will make this decision for him. He then raised his sharp claws and attacked the female ghost. With a sharp sound, a terribly tragic scream suddenly resounded through the sky. Seeing this, the people present were all shocked. They thought that once this claw came down, the red-clad female ghost would surely be frightened out of her wits. Charles, however, stopped his hand in time. It only left a blue and white claw mark on his face. I spare your life today for Pax's sake, but I will make everyone see your true face. With that, he grabbed the hair of the red-clad female ghost and pulled it hard. A complete piece of human skin was immediately peeled off from the female ghost's body. The female ghost, who lost the support of the human skin, quickly shrank in size. In no time, she turned into a deformed dwarf. Seeing this, Pax couldn't help but be extremely surprised. I didn't expect this to be your true appearance. No wonder your senior brother would avoid you. Even though the female ghost has turned into this appearance, she is still shouting arrogantly. You'd better kill me, otherwise one day, sooner or later, I will definitely come back and kill all of you. Upon hearing this, Roman did not take the threat of the female ghost to heart. You have done so many evil deeds, completely losing your decency. Even if we spare you, the retribution from the Hell Guards will not spare you. Wait for your punishment in the underworld. Pax on the side was also caught off guard. This female ghost dared to be so arrogant. Clenching his fists in resentment, he said, If I hadn't promised the Taoist, I would really want to kill you right now. But the fate will have its way. I will spare your life for now. If you harm others again, I will ensure your soul disperses. After saying that, he turned around and left with the other immortals. The female ghost watched as they walked away into the distance. She roared hysterically, One day, I will skin you alive, extract your tendons, crush your bones, and scatter your ashes. Then she sat cross-legged on the ground, chanting a spell.
Evil spirits, listen to my command. Flesh and bones pave the way, ghosts and demons move forward.
As she finished speaking, the 4 bodies of Thomas's 3 generations immediately exploded. Meanwhile, the evil ghosts under the mass grave were breaking out of the ground one after another. They scrambled to grab the scattered pieces of flesh from the ground and stuff them into their mouths. The leader of the evil ghosts was the old decapitated lady who had intercepted Ian and Pax many years ago. The female ghost, weak and angry, rebuked them.
Ignorant fools, don't eat that. Hurry up and take me away from here.
Upon hearing this, the evil ghosts hurriedly ran to the side of the female ghost, lifting her up, and ran in chaos towards the depths of the mountain. On the other side, the moon hung high in the sky. Everyone had returned to Deaf Granny's house. They gathered around the stone table. Pax raised his wine glass first.
Thanks to all the immortals for their help this time. Not only did you save my sister Alice, you also resolved a major problem for my family.
Upon hearing this, Roman smiled and shook his head.
Pax, there's no need to be so polite. It was thanks to your profound Taoist techniques that we were able to easily find the ghost Taoist this time.
As soon as he finished speaking, Nicholas beside him also turned into a little fanboy, his eyes shining as he looked at Pax.
Big bro Pax, you're so cool today. I also want to learn these powerful techniques.
He quickly ran back into the house and brought out all the snacks he had cherished for many years. Then he walked up to hemp-clad Granny and said,
Granny, last time you said you would take me as your disciple. I don't want to die, but I really want to learn. Can you please make an exception?
I can give you all my pocket money and snacks. Hemp-clad Granny did not respond. She just picked up the snacks on the table, smelled them under her nose, nodded approvingly, and said,
This thing really smells good.
Seeing this, Nicholas was puzzled and asked,
Granny, do you consider just smelling it as eating?
Hearing this, hemp-clad Granny smiled kindly and said,
Of course. I'll take this as an offering from you. Since I quite like this thing, I'll reward you accordingly.
But before hemp-clad Granny could finish her sentence, Nicholas couldn't help but interrupt in excitement.
So, Granny, are you agreeing to teach me techniques?
But the next second, hemp-clad Granny declined him. It's impossible to teach you techniques of ghost spiritual practice with your pure yang body. Upon hearing this, Nicholas couldn't help but sigh. It's boring. If you don't want to teach, just don't. Why bother coming up with so many excuses? However, before Nicholas could finish his sentence. Hemp-clad Granny promised Nicholas that after he died, she would betroth him to 8 red-clad female ghosts as his wives. Upon hearing this, Nicholas looked forlorn and his face turned red. Really, Granny? He then pulled Pax next to him and boasted,
After I die, I will have 8 beautiful daughters-in-law. Are you envious?
This left Pax speechless.
Look at the smug look on your face. Let go of me quickly, don't claim you know me.
Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. After all, the matter of Ghost Taoist had been completely resolved. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. On that day, Pax and Nicholas stayed in the dorm room. One was studying while the other was snacking. Just then, Nicholas's phone rang suddenly. As soon as he answered, he heard Gabriel's urgent voice on the other end. Son, there is a big problem at our house. The inspector has already asked for leave along with the principal. Come back with Pax quickly. Upon hearing this, Nicholas suddenly stood up in fright. What could have happened that Dad is so anxious? But Gabriel hung up before answering. Pax overheard their conversation and also felt that something was off. Could it be that Granny had an accident? Nicholas was also in a panic upon hearing about Granny. What are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Later, the two of them got in the car and left the school. However, they didn't drive towards Deaf Granny's house. Instead, they arrived at a mine near Nicholas's house. Nicholas was puzzled when they got off the car. Granny is in a hurry over there. Why did you bring us to the mine? But before Nicholas could finish speaking, Gabriel immediately drove off in anger. Are you cursing Granny to have an accident, boy? There's something going on over here that requires your presence. Once we solve it, I'll deal with you. At this time, Robert, who was standing nearby, looked apologetic as he said to Pax,
Pax, you are still young and shouldn't be delayed in your studies. But this matter is too strange. I think it's the work of dirt spirits. However, I am reluctant to trouble Granny again. That's why I had to ask you to take a look.
Upon hearing this, Pax couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't Granny who had an accident. Then he looked puzzled at Robert, wondering what had happened. However, Robert didn't answer, he just said casually,
Pax, you'll know when you go take a look.
Before long, Robert arrived with a few people at the makeshift house built near the mine. When Pax saw the scene before him, he was stunned and stood still in shock. What on earth is this? 3 corpses with eerie death poses were seen kneeling on the ground, hands raised high. Their faces were filled with terror, as if they were worshipping something. How did these 3 die? Upon hearing this, Robert sighed helplessly. Recently, at Gabriel's mine, they unearthed an ancient tomb. These are the workers who were involved in the excavation. One of them is even an expert sent by the provincial government. As he spoke, his tone lowered involuntarily. And this matter is quite eerie. 3 lives were lost overnight. The bodies all turned out like this. Just as the 2 were talking, a middle-aged man wearing traditional clothing and thick glasses walked in.
I am in charge of this archaeological work. You can call me Professor Martin. Feel free to ask me about the details of this matter.
Looking at Professor Martin Pax in front of me, I didn't expect it. Although he looks a bit serious and old-fashioned, his mind is quite flexible. But before Pax could ask, Professor Martin continued,
If you have truly discovered any problems, even if it means stopping the archaeological work, we cannot continue digging. After all, human lives are at stake.
Upon hearing this, Pax couldn't help but admire.
You really have a profound sense of righteousness.
However, Professor Martin just smiled slightly and said,
Let's skip the pleasantries. I'll take you to see our 3 colleagues first.
When they arrived in front of the corpse, Nicholas, scared, quickly hid behind Pax. This is too creepy. However, Professor Martin patted the corpse's arm with his hand. When we found these 3 comrades, they were already like this. The body was as if filled with concrete, completely stiff. There was not a single injury on it. There were also no signs of a struggle at the scene. At the mention of it, Pax couldn't help but feel a bit stunned, as if he had thought of something. This kind of death state was mentioned in the biopuzzle given by the Taoist. He quickly turned his head to look at Robert beside him, and asked him to check on something. Upon hearing Pax's request, Robert immediately agreed and put on gloves. He walked up to the body, and after reaching his hand into the mouth and feeling around, he did indeed find a hole in the upper jaw. This discovery astonished Robert, as the hole was indeed thicker than a finger. Upon hearing this, Nicholas asked with a serious expression,
Do you know how they died?
Pax shook his head, indicating that it was not certain yet, and they would need to go to the ancient tomb to find out. Upon hearing this, Professor Martin awkwardly walked up to Pax and said without fear of being laughed at,
We've been digging for 3 days, and still haven't found the entrance to the tomb chamber.
No problem. Let's just focus on the section we're currently excavating. It's getting dark soon, and we won't have time once the sun sets. Professor Martin stared at Pax for a moment before nodding.
Then follow me.
After everyone left the shed where the bodies were stored, it suddenly started snowing heavily outside. Dark clouds in the sky rolled together, forming a large hole that emitted a faint golden light, resembling a giant golden eye overlooking the entire mine. Soon, Pax and the group arrived at the entrance of the cave where the ancient tomb was being excavated, but they all fell silent one after another as they walked into the long, pitch-black passage inside the cave. Nicholas couldn't help but break the silence. Professor, you guys are too impressive. You managed to dig such a big hole in just 3 days. This efficiency is way too high. If my workers could have this efficiency at home, imagine how much money my dad would make. Upon hearing this, Professor Martin couldn't help but smile awkwardly. We don't have that much energy. Actually, these things were already here. Don't believe me? Just take a look at the murals on both sides. Professor Martin then shone his flashlight on the wall as he spoke. The first mural was somewhat normal, but the further he shone the light, the more bizarre it became. It seemed like soldiers were killing a large group of prisoners of war, chopping off their heads and collecting the blood in a jar. There were also a few people wearing strange costumes. They were dancing around the jar in ways that normal people couldn't possibly move. Seeing this scene, Pax was instantly filled with terror. The mural depicted one of the world's top 10 horrifying customs, the ancient human sacrifice ritual. At this moment, Professor Martin, who was behind him, also stepped forward. With a serious expression, he stared at the mural on the wall depicting the extremely bloody and brutal human sacrifice ritual. Upon hearing this, Pax finally slowly regained his composure. That's right. The ancients believed that everything in the universe was controlled by the gods. Therefore, when people performed sacrificial rituals, they used the lives of others as offerings to the gods in the hope of receiving their blessings. But before Pax could finish his words, Nicholas on the side curiously asked, "Where are the gods?" Upon hearing this, Pax shook his head helplessly. You will know by looking at the murals on the wall. Only the last mural depicted a strange creature. Its face resembled that of a human, but it held a bloody human head in its mouth and had intestines hanging from its legs. Its body was tiger-like, with black and yellow stripes. Surrounding it were many people constantly bowing down to worship this creature. Seeing this scene, Nicholas still looked puzzled. Is this creature being worshipped as a deity by people? But it's clearly just a deformed tiger. However, Pax did not respond. He just stared grimly at the mural on the wall. Just now, Pax guessed it. How did those 3 archaeologists die? But he wasn't quite sure. It wasn't until he saw this mural that he really became certain. Who was the murderer of those 3 archaeologists? I guessed right. It was indeed the large-bellied insect. Upon hearing this, Professor Martin also recalled the origin of this monster. It is a type of ancient exotic beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. It has a human-like body, but with tiger stripes, and always has a large intestine hanging from its legs. Upon hearing Professor Martin's explanation, Pax couldn't help but praise his breadth of knowledge and talent. Just as Pax finished speaking, Robert on the side immediately shone a flashlight with a grave expression on his face at the remaining murals. Could it be that the 3 archaeologists who died yesterday were killed by this thing? Pax shook his head to indicate that it wasn't the case. The large-bellied insect is just a legendary ancient beast. It has never appeared in reality. But later, there were Taoist practitioners who cultivated secret arts. They refined a kind of goo insect resembling the large-bellied insect, which was later named large-bellied insect by later generations. And although it is only the size of a fingernail, it is extremely hard. Not only is it impervious to knives and spears, but it is also invulnerable to water and fire. And what it loves to eat the most is human brains. They burrow in through the roof of the mouth, suck up the brain, and lay eggs to reproduce inside. At this, Robert and Professor Martin were horrified. So you're saying those 3 comrades, who died yesterday, were parasitized by these monsters? We can't stay here, we must hurry back. We need to find a way to kill them before the monsters fully grow. With that, the 2 turned to leave. At this moment, Pax stopped Robert and said, "Don't rush. It takes at least 10 years for the insect eggs to grow into adult parasites. Also, the eggs are very fragile and easily killed. Let's take another look at the situation in the tomb before deciding our next move." Upon hearing this, Robert finally felt relieved. Shortly after, the group started shining flashlights and continued walking towards the depths of the tomb. The lead, Professor Martin, reminded them, "The corpse wall mentioned earlier is just ahead. It's very eerie, so be mentally prepared." However, Nicholas remained unfazed, saying, "Professor, don't underestimate me. I've seen a lot in my days." I have not only punched evil ghosts with Pax, but also kicked the living dead. I even have 8 female ghost wives. You can't scare us. But before he could finish boasting, the next second, because he was not paying attention to the road, he crashed into the wall with a bang. Looking up, he was instantly scared out of his wits by the scene before him. He looked ahead with a terrified expression, only to see grimacing faces appearing on the wall. These faces were all dried up with wide-open mouths, looking like they were either begging or howling in sorrow. He quickly hid behind Pax. There are ghosts. Pax was speechless. Weren't you bragging about how powerful you were just now? Now you're scared like this by these completely dead skeletons. On the other hand, Professor Martin, although having seen the corpse wall a few times, also seemed somewhat unaccustomed. His voice trembling, he said,
According to our research in the past few days, these people were built into the wall while they were still alive. Based on the current excavation situation, the wall is at least 3 meters thick and 10 meters high. The length is still immeasurable, but what has been cleared so far is over 8,000 meters.
After hearing this, Nicholas couldn't help but take a deep breath. How many people have been harmed by this? Upon hearing this, Professor Martin couldn't help but sigh. The number of deaths we have included in the statistics is at least more than 20,000 people. Upon hearing this, Pax quickly took out the compass and started to explore, only to see the pointer turning steadily. Nicholas also crowded around him. How do you find the ghost? Pax shook his head to indicate he hadn't found it. The energy around here is very heavy. But the compass needle didn't point to any dirt, which made Robert puzzled. Since there is no dirt, it means that the harmful thing is that large-bellied insect. Let's seal this place up. But before he could finish speaking, outside the cave, Nicholas suddenly exclaimed,
Look, there's something flying in the sky.
Hearing this, Pax and the others hurriedly ran outside the cave. By this time, the wind and snow outside were obviously stronger than before. As everyone looked up at the sky, their faces were filled with disbelief. In the terrifying giant eye formed by swirling dark clouds, 2 pale paper men were floating down with the wind. They also emitted eerie, cackling laughter from their mouths. Nicholas was shocked to see this scene. Has this paper man become alive and able to fly in the air? But Pax does not think so. First, there was a giant blood eye in the sky. And now even ghost skin has arrived. And this kind of thing is most sensitive to death chi. Many people will surely die tragic deaths wherever they appear. Thinking of this, Pax quickly turned to Robert and urged,
Make sure everyone is extra careful tonight. And let's not leave anyone to guard this cave. It would be best to seal off the entrance. Tonight might not be peaceful.
On the side, Professor Martin fully believed what Pax said.
I'll go give the orders. We've already lost 3 comrades. We can't afford any more accidents.
With that, he called for Robert and hurried towards the workshop. And after the 2 of them disappeared, Nicholas smirked and put his hand on Pax's shoulder.
Are you preparing to conduct some ritual when they return?
Upon hearing this, Pax was taken aback.
What ritual are you talking about?
Just like in the movies. Set up an altar, put on a Taoist robe, hold a peachwood sword, make some gestures, and all the demons and ghosts will be taken care of. This made Pax speechless.
I don't know how to do that.
But Nicholas was not giving up. What about drawing protective talismans, setting up formations, or sprinkling black dog blood? However, Pax shook their head, indicating that they didn't know how to do any of those either. But I just learned a
5 Thunder Night Breaking Array.
I am not sure how effective it is. Nicholas was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. No way, you don't know anything. Isn't this just throwing your life away for nothing? Let's run fast. As he spoke, he pulled Pax towards the exit. But Pax pushed him away. What about the others here if we run away? Upon hearing this, Nicholas said helplessly,
What else can we do but run away together? If they don't listen to us, there's nothing we can do. Even if we go back home now and ask Granny, it would be too late.
This made Pax unable to help but start pondering. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Right. We can go into the mountains to ask the immortal for help." The man just lightly tapped his foot. He actually called out all the rats on the entire mountain. They not only obey him completely. He can command billions of rats to fight for him with just one command from a man. So men are one of the 5 great immortals, rat. He also packs this time to go into the mountain to help suppress the ghost immortal of the wall of corpses. But at the beginning, Nicholas was very skeptical. "Boss, are you sure there really are immortals nearby? My dad goes, rumble rumble, around here every day. He's been mining for years. I've never seen any immortals come out to beat him up." But Pax can't be bothered to pay attention to him. He just looks around on his own, searching everywhere. We split up to look for small animals. As long as they have a spiritual presence and are not afraid of humans, it's fine. And it was the moment when Nicholas was curious about what it means to have a spiritual presence. Suddenly, a gray rat appeared at the feet of the two. Seeing this, Pax quickly picked up the rat and held it in his hands. "Nicholas, you see, creatures like this one have spirit." Staring closely at the little rat, he added,
"If you can understand me, nod your head."
Sure enough, under the shocked gaze of Nicholas, the rat actually nodded its head under Nicholas's astonished gaze. Pax then instructed the rat,
"Please go quickly and tell Andrew that I am in danger here and need his help."
The little rat listened and bowed respectfully to Pax. It ran swiftly towards the depths of the mountain. Watching the rat's fast movement, Nicholas was amazed.
"This rat obeys you so well. Are you the legendary rat hero?"
Upon hearing this, Pax immediately slapped Nicholas on the forehead.
"You little rascal, are you itching for a fight? How dare you say I'm the rat hero?"
As the two of them were playing around, the snowstorm intensified. Nicholas huddled against a large tree, shivering from the cold.
"That rat is taking so long. I hope it didn't freeze to death on the way,"
he thought. But before he could finish his sentence, he heard sighs coming from behind him. They turned their heads to look. They saw a gigantic rat, 2.5 meters long, running swiftly towards them from the jungle. As it approached the two people, it leaped into the air suddenly. The rat transformed into Andrew's appearance. He landed slowly in front of Pax. Before Pax could speak, cold light erupted in Andrew's eyes. "Who bullied you, Pax?" Pax hurriedly smiled and thanked.
"Thank you for your concern, Andrew. No one has bullied me. There is a strange matter I'd like to ask for your help."
Pax then recounted the whole incident, telling everything. Andrew couldn't help but look serious after hearing. The dirt that even Pax couldn't find with compass can only mean that he hasn't awakened yet. But the guy from over 1,000 years ago, and with tens of thousands of people buried with it, if it becomes active, it won't be easy to deal with. Upon hearing this, Nicholas was suddenly shocked. "Are you saying that you also can't defeat the dirt in that tomb?" Andrew didn't expect Nicholas to look down on him so much. He couldn't help but glance at him proudly and said,
"Even if so, I have been practicing diligently for 1,000 years. If that thing dares to come out tonight, I will make sure it won't return."
After speaking, Andrew stomped his foot and roared in anger. A powerful demonic aura instantly spread out from him as the center, causing the surrounding land to tremble continuously. After a moment, countless rats broke through the snow and emerged from the ground, densely packed all over the entire mountain top. Their pairs of crimson eyes looked particularly eerie. Andrew, as the leader, looked at Nicholas with a smirk that was not quite a smile. "Who are you just looking down on? Tens of thousands of dry corpses, so what? They are not even enough to fill the gaps between my little ones." Upon hearing this, Nicholas quickly nodded. "I am really foolish. In terms of quantity, what kind of thing can have more rats?" After saying that, he turned around and led the group of rats towards the mine. "I will go and deliver this good news to Robert and Professor Martin. With your help, we can sleep peacefully tonight." In the wind and snow, Pax and Andrew quietly watched Nicholas walking away in the distance. At this moment, Andrew was puzzled why Pax didn't leave. Pax just smiled slightly. "I guess Andrew won't go to join the crowd over there. I might as well stay and accompany Andrew. Andrew, whose inner thoughts were guessed by Pax. He couldn't help but smile. But then it dimmed again. He sighed helplessly. Pax, you guessed it right. Because of our origins, spiritual practice is not only the most difficult in all the mediums of immortals. We are also the most looked down upon by others. It's even difficult to find a spirit medium disciple. And no one invites us. We can't accumulate in virtue without doing good deeds. Under such a vicious cycle, our family cannot turn the tide for generations. Upon hearing Andrew's self-narrative, Pax couldn't help but wonder. He had only noticed Andrew's inherent inferiority complex and reluctance to interact with us normally. He hadn't expected there to be such a reason as well. At this point, he suddenly thought that he might be able to help him. The inner chapters of the P1-P9, which is part of my spiritual practice, contains the techniques of breathing and the 3 yuan escape. Would these be useful to you? If they are beneficial, I will explain them to you. Upon hearing this, Andrew was suddenly shocked. The inner chapters of the P1-P9, could it be that Pax inherits the lineage of Grayson Master? This made Pax scratch his head in confusion. I don't know who Grayson Master is. This is just a gift from a Taoist. Andrew didn't expect Pax to be unaware. Grayson Master is a well-known figure in Taoism, but he doesn't have any lineage. His lifelong learning is recorded in the book P1-P9. Upon hearing Andrew's explanation, Pax was very happy to see that he could help him. Since you are so good, then I will tell you now. However, Andrew quickly refused with a serious expression.
Wait, Pax! Do you know there's a saying among our people? The way must not be lightly shared. If shared lightly, it is not the way.
But Pax did not understand the meaning. Seeing this, Andrew explained again.
Pax, you are unaware.
Orthodox Taoism. They look down on us animal cultivators. Even if we achieve something in cultivation, at most we can only serve as mounts for others. Some powerful individuals believe that it is difficult to train wild animal cultivators. Once they succeed, they may cause trouble in the human world. After learning about Andrew's concerns, Pax instead laughed and said,
Don't worry, just study with peace of mind. I believe in your character.
Furthermore, in my heart, all living beings in the world are equal without distinction of high or low status. Upon hearing this, Andrew couldn't help but show a touch of emotion on his face. He hadn't expected Pax to be so magnanimous. It seems that I was being petty. And being enlightened by Pax's guidance, Andrew's eyes were suddenly filled with a crimson light. Then he suddenly raised his head and roared angrily towards the sky. The whole forest was shaken by this roar, trembling involuntarily. A powerful demonic aura instantly erupted from his body. Pax was stunned to see this.
Andrew, what's going on with you?
But before Pax could finish his sentence, Andrew immediately knelt down in gratitude towards him.
Thank you for your guidance, Pax. Not only has my cultivation advanced further, but it has also enhanced my foundation.
Upon seeing this scene, Pax hurried forward to help Andrew up. However, the moment he touched him, he sensed a powerful force of destiny attached to Andrew. Before Pax could even ask, Andrew raised his finger towards the sky. Today, I, Andrew, swear here that I will treat Pax as a master with respect. If there are any orders, Andrew will fulfill them even at the cost of breaking my body into pieces. If I violate my oath, I will never rest in peace. Just as Andrew finished speaking, a sudden thunder sounded in the sky, as if confirming this oath. Shortly after, Andrew summoned hundreds of large rats a few meters long to surround the 2 of them in the center, cutting off all surrounding breaths. Andrew stood up and saluted Pax again, saying,
I have ordered my children to guard the 4 directions and keep any creatures away. Now you can preach.
Upon hearing this, Pax also clasped his hands and returned the salute.
You are still attentive.
The 2 of them then sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate Taoist techniques as guided by the master. Gradually, a faint white mist emerged from their bodies. About 2.5 minutes later, Andrew exhaled a breath of impurity. His facial skin also became much fairer. Seeing this, Pax couldn't help but be overjoyed. In just a short while, you have become even more handsome. Andrew also noticed this. Thanks to Pax guiding me on the right path, I was able to receive the protection of Grayson Master. As a result, my spiritual practice has become much smoother. Naturally, my mind also feels refreshed and invigorated. But just as the two were talking, Nicholas suddenly rushed over from behind in a hurry. Oh no, something has happened. You must come with me quickly. Pax was puzzled by what had happened. Could it be that the dirt in the ancient tomb had come to life? It's not the dirt, but a person more annoying than dirt has arrived. After saying that, Nicholas grabbed Pax. They ran towards the mines. Come with me and you'll see. Meanwhile, on this side of the mine, Professor Martin was arguing with a bald man. Behind the bald man stood two Taoist figures, an old one and a young one. Professor Martin, I see you are confused. The mines have uncovered the corpse wall, yet you didn't seek Isaiah's help, but instead went to ask for help from two inexperienced young boys. Or are you intentionally trying to cover up and deceive, attempting to pass through without being noticed? Upon hearing this, Professor Martin was furious. Stop accusing others unjustly. The excavation work has just begun, yet you are in a rush to report to the higher-ups. This shameless act of seeking credit is something only you are capable of. Just as the two were arguing, the young Taoist on the side quickly stepped forward to stop them. Professor Martin, don't be angry. Bo also means well. He's afraid that you might be deceived by some phony and pretentious scammers. These words happened to be heard by the arriving Pax, and instantly ignited the anger in their hearts. What do you mean by calling us newcomers pretentious scammers? Are you talking about us? Nicholas looked puzzled by the words. What does the bald man mean by what behind the ears? Pax, on the other hand, snorted coldly. He's suggesting that we are inexperienced like infants. He's not capable of mocking us. Nicholas was immediately furious upon hearing this. He grabbed the bald man by the collar. Who do you think you are looking down on? Believe me, I can turn you into a pig head. Upon hearing this, the bald man trembled in fear. Let go of me, you brat, or I'll call the police. Just at this moment, the young Taoist who was standing behind slowly approached. Where did the country bumpkin come from? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Saying that, he swiftly came to Nicholas's front. He grabbed his thumb and twisted it hard backwards. Nicholas immediately started screaming in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Pax was furious at the sight. Then his body turned into a shadow. He quickly flashed in front of Taoist. He grabbed his arm and twisted it gently upwards. There was a cracking sound. Taoist's arm was nearly deformed. Apologize to my brother, or I will disable this hand of yours. Taoist was in pain, sweating profusely. But he still defiantly threatened Pax. If you disable my hand, you won't have an easy time either. Upon hearing that, Pax immediately increased the strength and twisted harder. Hearing this, Taoist screamed in pain. He saw that his arm was about to be broken by Pax. At this moment, a Taiji floating hand technique swept across Pax's wrist. Without waiting for his reaction, Taoist had already seized his wrist. Forgive others when you should, but before Taoist could finish speaking, a white mist suddenly swept towards Taoist. A dark figure slowly emerged from the smoke. Then a sharp claw reached out from the black mist and grabbed Taoist. Just based on your level of spiritual cultivation, you dare to attack Pax. I think you're tired of living. Believe it or not, I will make sure you can't escape from this vast mountain range. Seeing Andrew the Taoist, one couldn't help but be shocked. You turn out to be the rat among the 5 great immortals. Professor Martin saw that both sides were about to come to blows. He hurriedly pulled the Taoist aside to act as a mediator. All right. Let's all take a step back for the sake of the peace wall. This matter will pass. Upon hearing this, Nicholas couldn't help but snort coldly. Let's go. If they do not appreciate our presence, there are others who will. They will come crying to us for help later. After saying that, the three of them turned and walked away. Professor Martin hurriedly caught up. After all, he was the one who invited them. I'm really sorry for not handling the matter properly. Nicholas was so angry at the words that he was fuming. Professor Martin, you don't need to apologize. It's not like you're talking nonsense. Pax also knows Professor Martin's difficulties. He pulled out a package of incense ashes from his pocket. He stuffed it into Professor Martin's hand. You must carry this with you at all times. It could save your life at a critical moment. Professor Martin is extremely grateful. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for causing trouble. After saying that, he waved goodbye to Pax and the others. Be careful on your way back. We haven't gone far yet. Pax still feels uneasy in his heart. So he turned to Andrew and said, Andrew, I need to trouble you to observe the ancient tomb more closely in secret. I'm afraid that if the ghost in the tomb wakes up, the Taoists won't be able to handle it, and many people will die tragically. Upon hearing this, Andrew just smiled faintly. Pax, rest assured that I will continue to observe in secret. Besides, that Taoist has some ability. If he really can't deal with that ghost, it won't be too late for us to take action. Andrew did not respond after mentioning Pax. He just looked solemnly towards the direction of the ancient tomb in the mine. I always feel that this matter is not that simple. After Pax and the others left, the bald man became arrogant again. I said these two kids have issues. As soon as you two arrived, they got scared and ran away. Upon hearing this, Professor Martin was immediately furious. You've chased people away with your anger. Yet you have the nerve to spew such vicious words. But before Professor Martin could finish speaking, suddenly, a disdainful voice came from behind them. Who dares to insult my son? When it was Gabriel, he quickly stepped forward to flatter. What wind blew you here? But Gabriel did not respond. He slapped Bald Man directly on the face. It's you who bullied my son and his brother. Bald Man was stunned by this slap. He started to stutter while speaking. Those two are your sons and nephews, aren't they, sir? Gabriel got angrier and burst into a rage. I am using my own money to provide food and drinks for you. I am letting you use the excavator and dump truck for free. It's not that I am afraid of you, but out of respect for your service to the country. Yet, you are not thankful. I can overlook that. But you even bully my son. From now on, I will not lend you the machinery. You can dig slowly with your hands. After saying this, Gabriel waved his hand and called all nearby workers to leave. The workers who learned the news at the archaeological site were also very angry. They were all local villagers who had been taken care of by Gabriel on weekdays. They didn't expect these experts, who came from above, would look down on people so much, even to the extent of insulting and hitting them. Outraged, they turned and left. The Taoists couldn't help but sigh at the situation. We didn't mean it that way. Upon seeing this, Bald Man quickly caught up. Wait, listen to my explanation. Gabriel, however, forcefully shook off his hand. Go away and stop bothering me. Bald Man stood still in disbelief, wondering how things had come to this. Professor Martin next to him let out a disdainful snort. You made this mess yourself, so clean it up yourself. I want nothing to do with it. Taoist also scolded. It's all because of your youthful recklessness, little Taoist. But little Taoist muttered quietly, I didn't know that kid was the big boss's son. After they returned to school. After this incident, Nicholas changed his usual carefree demeanor and started studying hard. He even made fewer spelling mistakes in his love letters. But just at that moment, the classroom door suddenly slammed open. Ian rushed in, looking flustered. William was hit by Damien while on duty. Hurry and go check on them. Upon hearing this, Nicholas instantly became extremely angry. Daring to bully my brother, I see that person is seeking death. They quickly ran towards the playground as they spoke. But Pax was very confused. What kind of person is this Damien? We didn't offend him. Nicholas, on the other hand, disdainfully replied, I know this guy. He's just a wimp
who relies on his dad's high-ranking position to act arrogantly.
After listening, Pax became even more puzzled. If his dad is a high-ranking official, why would he come to study in our town? I heard that he got a girl pregnant in the city. That's why he came to our town, to avoid the scandal. He's just someone who dares to do, but not to admit. When Pax and the other two arrived at the playground, they saw William surrounded by a group of people sitting on the ground. The leader, Damien, with his head held high, pointed at him and cursed loudly.
"How dare you oppose me? You, a lackey, are not even worthy."
Upon hearing this, Nicholas rushed forward directly. "Try insulting my brother one more time." Pax and Ian followed closely behind. William, sitting on the ground, saw the three approaching. He cried with a face full of grievances. "Damien is too bullying. We cleaned our area completely. They even swept their trash over to our side. I reasoned with them, but they came up and started beating me up without saying a word." Upon hearing this, Nicholas immediately pointed at Damien's nose. "Damien, how dare you bully my brother?" But before Nicholas could finish his sentence, Damien coldly chuckled and pushed his hand away. "So you are Nicholas, I've heard of you. Although your family is wealthy, don't act arrogantly in front of me. I will beat you up. You have nowhere to reason with me." Seeing Damien acting so arrogantly, Nicholas is about to rush up and beat him up. At this moment, Pax held him back. He pulled him behind himself and said to Damien, with a cold look in his eyes, "You dare touch my brother. I guarantee that you will be crippled today." Damien was scared by the cold momentum coming from Pax. He involuntarily took a step back. When he came to his senses, he quickly called his brothers to surround Pax and the others. "The incident will be on me." Just as the tension between both sides was about to escalate, a teacher suddenly appeared behind everyone. "What are you guys doing? Are you trying to fight?" Damien saw that it was the head teacher who knew his own father. If he gets reported, he will definitely get a good beating. Thinking of this, Damien ran as fast as he could. But he still didn't forget to threaten head teacher William.
"If you ask about the injuries on your face, say you fell by yourself. Otherwise, I will hit you every time I see you."
Upon hearing this, Nicholas couldn't help but want to rush up and start a fight. But he was stopped by Pax. "Keep calm, the teacher is coming. Getting into a fight in public will be noted as a serious offense." Upon hearing this, Nicholas was very resentful and said indignantly,
"Then William got beaten up for nothing."
Pax did not respond but just smirked. "Rest assured, this is not over yet. I believe Damien will soon come out to confront us and fight." Time flies, and it's already Friday in the blink of an eye. It's Pax and Nicholas's turn to clean the classroom today. At this moment, William ran in panting. "I heard Damien is planning to block us on the road with his people. What should we do?" Nicholas became even more excited after hearing this. "What else can we do? Let's fight him. I can't wait any longer." William, however, hesitated and said,
"I heard that Damien brought over 100 people.
Nicholas was dumbfounded upon hearing this. So many people? Where did so many people come from? How many people do we have on our side? William, however, pointed helplessly behind him. "It's just the 4 of us. Other people heard about fighting with Damien and were scared away." Upon hearing this, Pax looked resolutely at the 3 people. It seems that there is no choice but to brace ourselves and go for it. Sure enough, just as they walked out of the school gate, Pax and the others were surrounded in a corner by Damien and his group. "Now it's my turn to deal with you, right?" Pax, however, remained expressionless at these words. He walked up to Damien. "Damien, if you have the ability, come out for a one-on-one duel." Upon hearing this, Damien suddenly laughed.
"What a joke. I have so many brothers behind me, and you want me to have a one-on-one duel with you? Do you think I'm stupid?"
Seeing Damien's disagreement, Pax walked straight up to him. He showed a fierce look on his face and said coldly,
"I'll take you all on one by one. We need to find a spacious place."
Damien couldn't help but be intimidated by Pax's momentum and took a few steps back in fear. He didn't expect this kid to be so arrogant to challenge all of them to a fight. He clenched his fists in anger and smashed towards Pax.
You're looking for death.
Pax simply leaned his body slightly to the side, easily dodging the punch. This caused Damien to instantly lose his balance. He almost fell to the ground. But before he could react, Pax promptly lifted his foot. He kicked him hard on his buttocks. Damien fell flat on his face immediately. Pax stepped on his back, looking disdainful. You dare to bring someone to confront me, someone like you asking for trouble. After hearing Pax mocking himself like that, Damien angrily shouted to his henchmen around him.
Are you all idiots? Come help me now.
As soon as his words fell, the group of little hooligans rushed forward. But Pax didn't even consider them. He just gave them a cold glare. Then he took out a chilling silver needle. He shuttled through the hooligan group at lightning speed. When the figure came to a halt, all of the hooligans fell to the ground, emitting cries of pain. My hand is broken. I can't feel my legs. Half of my body can't move. Pax stared coldly at everyone. Who else wants to go up now? And at this time, Damien was frightened by Pax's methods. He was so terrified that he became stuttering and said,
You are a demon. What secret art did you use to cripple everyone?
But Pax did not answer him. He just advanced towards him step by step, with a fierce look on his face. Damien was so scared that he trembled and crouched on the ground, saying,
Don't come closer.
Seeing that Pax did not stop, he quickly knelt down and begged for mercy.
Don't kill me. I don't want to be disabled. In the future, you can be the boss. Can I just avoid you?
Nicholas on the side was afraid that there would be a loss of life. He quickly stepped forward and hugged the furious Pax to stop him. It's not worth going to jail for this kind of rubbish. Pax only came to his senses after hearing this. He looked down at Damien and asked,
How did you get injured?
You should know how to respond. Damien was afraid that Pax would hit him again. He quickly and fearfully replied,
I know.
We fell by ourselves. Also, I will compensate William for medical expenses. After saying that, he reached into his pocket. I don't have that much money with me now. I'll use this jade to pay the bill first. The one others gave to my dad should be worth tens of thousands. Pax was suddenly shocked at the sight. This did not wait for Pax to finish speaking. Nicholas immediately kicked the jade out of Damien's hand, because he recognized it as the same one as his father's.
Who wants your ominous broken thing used to seal the 9 apertures of the dead? Stay away from us.
Damien thought that Pax and the others would not let him go, and kept begging in fear.
What do you want then? I'll do anything as long as I can.
Upon hearing this, Pax's gaze turned cold.
I don't care about the money. You go talk to William yourself.
Your brothers are not crippled. They were just temporarily disabled by my silver needle acupuncture. They will recover after half an hour. After saying that, Pax left with Nicholas without looking back, leaving Damien behind thanking profusely with continuous kowtows. Not long after they left, Nicholas leaned in close. Pax said hesitantly in his ear,
I just saw Damien wearing the 9 apertures jade. How come he's unharmed?
Pax was also puzzled after hearing that it was indeed the 9 apertures jade, but why he's unharmed, I really don't know. The two were talking, and Nicholas started to worry about his dad. He took out his phone and called to inquire about his current situation. But on the other end of the phone came some bad news.
What? You're not doing well, he said.
At nightfall, in the blink of an eye, Nicholas brought his father to Deaf Granny's house. Deaf Granny just glanced at Gabriel and exclaimed,
Oh no, your grim appearance is like a dark cloud looming over the city. You could kick the bucket at any time.
Gabriel's eyes welled up with tears upon hearing this.
I follow your instructions every day. I place the divine axe you gave me at home and offer incense to it 3 times a day with deep respect. How could things still turn out this way?
Upon hearing this, Deaf Granny couldn't help but furrow her brows and let out a sigh.
What you have in that mind is something from 1,000 years ago. It's normal for the divine axe to be uncontrollable.
before deaf Granny could finish her sentence. Gabriel immediately knelt down on both knees with a thud. He hugged deaf Granny's thighs and cried out,
"Please, you must save me. Nicholas cannot be without me, his father."
Seeing this, Nicholas on the side also quickly begged deaf Granny,
"Granny, please help my dad. I don't want to lose him."
Hearing this, deaf Granny's face turned serious.
"It's necessary. Go and bring your wife over here. From today onwards, you will stay with me. I must help you through this disaster,"
she said firmly. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Gabriel hurriedly brought his wife to deaf Granny's house. After the family got out of the car, deaf Granny pointed to a side room and said,
"This is the room dedicated to the immortal. You two will be staying here next."
Upon hearing this, Gabriel nodded quickly. "We will follow your instructions," and entered the house. Deaf Granny first lit an incense for the immortal at the entrance of the hall. "The lives of all the immortals are critical. Please be merciful and let them stay here for a few days. Later, I will make sure that Gabriel, this kid, will set up longevity tablets for all the immortals in the temple to show virtuous deeds." Gabriel on the side also hurriedly added, saying,
"I also want to cast golden statues for all the immortals."
However, it seemed that the immortals also knew that the things in the ancient tomb were not easy to deal with. After a long time, there was still no response from the immortals. Seeing this scene, Gabriel couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Isn't it that the immortals disagree? Deaf Granny couldn't help but sigh lightly after hearing this. It seems that we can only think of another way. At this time, Pax, who was standing on the side, walked forward. He lit 3 incense sticks.
"Everyone, Nicholas and I are as close as brothers. His matters are my matters. Please, everyone, help us as much as possible."
With these words, he finished speaking. The originally dim spirit tablet suddenly lit up. Roman's voice was the first to be heard. Pax politely invited them to move in. The hymn-clad Granny also chimed in, asking Nicholas to bring more of that stuff from last time. Upon hearing this, Nicholas couldn't help but exclaim, "Granny, that's snacks." "Yes, that's it. With these things, even if they don't take care of me, I will still protect all of you." When hymn-clad Granny agreed, the family hurriedly knelt down to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Granny." At this moment, Pax quietly approached deaf Granny and softly told her about what had happened at school. "Granny, I saw the 9 apertures jade again yesterday." Deaf Granny was stunned when she heard this. "Why didn't you bring it back? That thing is very sinister and can be fatal." Pax couldn't help but sneer. "That Damien is not a good person. Besides, I saw him carrying that piece of jade and nothing happened to him." Upon hearing that, deaf Granny sighed at the child's temper. "I hope nothing really happens." At the same time, Damien is discussing with his buddies on how to retaliate against Pax and his group. On the other hand, his companions are advising him to give up and just forget about it. That kid Pax is too powerful. Let's not provoke him. Clearly, they are afraid of experiencing the sensation of losing control over their actions. Upon hearing this, Damien immediately cursed angrily.
"A bunch of useless people. I won't need you next time. I will directly call people from the city. They are all ruthless killers. I refuse to believe that they can't handle a small fry like Pax."
After saying that, Damien slowly left with the support of his henchmen. Little did they know that their conversation was overheard by several small animals following behind. They glared ominously at the backs of the departing crowd. "Everyone, let's attack together." Immediately, they surged forward and rushed towards the few people. Daring to cause trouble for Pax means you're seeking death. Before Damien and his group of lackeys could react, they were instantly overwhelmed by the small animals. All that could be heard was a wave of miserable screams. "Help, my face was pricked by a hedgehog. A rat is biting me as it crawls into my pants. Mr. Fox, please don't scratch my face. This snake is so big, it can't be venomous, right? Damien is treated with special care." Suddenly, a roar of a beast came from afar. The small animal seemed to have received an order and hurriedly retreated. Hooligan Damien, who was left behind with a bewildered and painful face, was covered in thorns and lying on the ground. Angry, he cursed at the sky, demanding to know what exactly was going on. As soon as the words fell, a younger brother on the side seemed to remember something. I heard that Pax's granny is the most powerful spirit medium disciple. Could these animals be here to seek revenge on him? Upon hearing this, Damien was instantly terrified. Is it true? Then he could take our lives at any moment. The younger brother, also frightened, suggested,
Shouldn't we go apologize to Pax? What if next time he commands those animals to bite us down there?
Damien was chilled to the core the moment he heard it. The 9 apertures jade in his hand slipped and fell to the ground.
Shut up! Don't say such scary things,
he said, reaching down to pick up the 9 apertures jade on the ground. But he was suddenly pricked by a hedgehog's quill left behind, causing him to curse in pain. It's all your fault for scaring me for no reason. You even pierced my fingers. Upon hearing this, the younger brother quickly apologized.
I'm sorry.
But just as Damien's bleeding finger touched the 9 apertures jade, it seemed like the 9 apertures jade was absorbing his blood. Damien couldn't help but shiver in doubt. Why did it suddenly feel so cold? But he didn't pay too much attention to it, thinking it might be due to recent indulgence. He then wrapped his arm around the little girl's waist and turned to leave. Let's go home first. We can talk about apologizing to Pax later. At the same time, at the moment when 9 apertures jade was stained with blood, the location of the ancient tomb in the mine suddenly started to shake. A deafening roar echoed through the cave. Soon after, waves of eerie evil chi spread out. Seeing this, the Taoist was immediately shocked and turned pale. It's bad, the worship of evil inside is about to awaken. We must quickly prepare more talismans to suppress the ancient tomb. Otherwise, it will be too late. Upon hearing the Taoist's words, Professor Martin was puzzled. What happened to Isaiah? What exactly inside makes you so fearful? Hearing this, the Taoist sighed involuntarily. Forget it, after observing these few days, I suspect that the tomb houses a member of the Han dynasty, one of the 3 brothers. Before the Taoist could finish speaking, Martin suddenly exclaimed, What? Are you saying that? Yes, that's right, it's them. According to legend, during the Han dynasty, many heroes emerged and wars were frequent. There was a scholar named Joseph. When he went up the mountain to gather herbs, he happened to meet a Taoist who saw that he was kind-hearted and helped the weak and oppressed. He then imparted all his lifelong learning to him and instructed him that whoever mastered this skill could dominate the world, but it required having the righteous energy to save the people. If one's intentions were impure, they would face divine punishment and die without a burial place. However, Joseph did not take this advice to heart. He just happily accepted the secret manuscript. He thanked the immortal without knowing the immortal's name. I am the Southern Peak Immortal. And in the Taiping medicine technique that he bestowed upon Joseph, there are 3 secret techniques. They are treat diseases by talisman summoning yellow turban warriors and crafting battle corpses. Initially, Joseph could still remember his original aspiration of treating illnesses and saving people. However, driven by power, his ambition has been growing day by day. He led 2 others to rebel and raise an army. They named themselves the Yellow Turban Army. Joseph declared himself the God General and made outrageous statements. The blue sky is dead, and the yellow sky will rise. In the year of Jiazi, all will be well in the world. But in just a few short months, he was annihilated, meeting a tragically bleak end. After listening to the explanation from the Taoist, Professor Martin had a look of confusion on his face. This ancient tomb belongs to the Han dynasty. Does the worship of evil inside refer to Joseph? Upon hearing this, the Taoist shook his head. It's still unclear which one it is. In any case, before I figure out a way to deal with the ghost inside, we must not dig further. Rest assured, I will definitely give orders to proceed accordingly. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. All the immortals gathered at Deaf Granny's house, discussing how to deal with the ghost in the ancient tomb. At this moment, Roman suddenly noticed the changes in Andrew. His 3 souls were stable. You are truly blessed with good fortune. Upon hearing this, Andrew just gave a kind smile. This is thanks to Pax imparting Taoist techniques from the inner chapters of the Bio-Pussy to me. But before Andrew could finish his words, the hemp-clad granny, who was originally seated, suddenly stood up abruptly. What? It turned out to be one of the 4 masters. Grayson masters the inner chapters of the Bio-Pussy. You really passed it on to Andrew. Upon hearing this, Pax looked puzzled. Yeah, what's wrong? Granny, if you and Roman are interested, I can teach you as well. At this remark, hemp-clad granny was momentarily stunned. You are so straightforward. Such a masterful technique cannot be easily taught to others. Even for us, it cannot be forced. Otherwise, it will invite great consequences and calamities. Upon hearing this, Pax finally understood. Hemp-clad granny cares for him, warming his heart unintentionally. Andrew is not just anyone. He mobilized his whole family to help me. In contrast, I only taught him some Taoist techniques, which doesn't really amount to much. Andrew also understood the meaning behind hemp-clad granny's words. Immediately, he knelt down with a thud, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Granny, please rest assured, I have already made a solemn vow. I will protect Pax well in this lifetime, as long as instructed by Pax. I am willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. On the side, Roman also chimed in. Granny, don't worry too much. Everything has its own fate. Andrew and Pax being destined to meet is also a good thing. Roman seemed to have thought of something as he spoke. By the way, how are things going on at the ancient tomb site? Upon hearing this, Andrew's face showed a worried expression. Not long ago, the ghost inside let out a howl. It shouldn't be long before it wakes up. However, I have figured out the origin of those 9 apertures jade. As soon as the words fell, Nicholas stood up excitedly. What exactly is going on with that thing? Upon hearing this, Andrew's eyes flickered. My subordinates. They found a stolen hole in the mountains behind the ancient tomb. There's a body inside that was probably killed by dirt. Judging from the attire, it's a tomb raider. Moreover, most likely it's a group that lost one member. The others probably fled with the accompanying burial items. Before Andrew could finish his sentence, Nicholas immediately slapped his hand angrily on the stone table. It must be like this. Damien's father's jade was sold by this group of people. Upon hearing this, hemp-clad granny couldn't help but burst into a cackling laughter, staring at him intently. You're pretty clever when you need to be. Why don't you just hang yourself now? Granny, I'll teach you spiritual practice, ghostly Tao. This remark instantly scared Nicholas, who shook his head repeatedly. No, 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 Granny, I haven't lived enough yet. But before Nicholas could finish his sentence, hemp-clad Granny raised her hand holding a smoking pipe and waved it. As long as you die, Nicholas, my 8 handmaidens are all promised to you as wives, Granny. The next second, Nicholas was surrounded by 8 graceful red-clad female ghosts. Nicholas immediately had a foolish look on his face. This could work too. But before he could finish his sentence, hemp-clad Granny smashed a big pipe on his forehead. Nicholas yelled in pain at that moment. Granny, why did you hit me? The hemp-clad Granny, feeling irritated, smashed another pipe. Look at you, acting so foolish. Haven't you heard of a string of lies? Ghosts' words cannot be trusted. Especially those soul-snatching restless ghosts. Otherwise, you'll be close to death for real. Upon hearing this, Nicholas couldn't help but burst into tears. Looking at hemp-clad Granny with a sense of grievance, he said, If you said it yourself, how can you blame me for believing it? This remark immediately made everyone burst into laughter. And what hemp-clad Granny said proved to be true. She ended up saving him later on. At that moment, Asher suddenly appeared in the yard with Faye by his side. I apologize for not requesting Pax's permission before they arrived. Seeing the anxious appearance of the two, Pax was puzzled. Is there something urgent that the patriarch needs to inform me? Asher, however, had a serious expression. He respectfully bowed to Pax.
Pax, my ancestor asked me to deliver a message to you.
Do not let the fierce deity sleeping in the ancient tomb wake up at any cost. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Let's rely on our own abilities and hemp-clad Granny's skills. We simply can't deal with that guy. Pax was suddenly shocked and turned pale at the mention of it. What? It's actually so difficult to deal with. Nicholas is also more worried about his father's safety. He quickly implores all the immortals to think of a solution. Otherwise, that worship of evil will definitely be the first to kill my dad. But hemp-clad Granny seemed somewhat hesitant. It's not that we don't want to help you. It's just that the ghost is too fierce. We are not confident either. If not, let your father commit suicide first. I will hide his soul in the mountains. It's better than being frightened to death by that fierce deity. Upon hearing this, Nicholas couldn't help but step back in fear. Granny, you just asked me to commit suicide and follow you to practice ghostly Tao. Now you are asking my dad to commit suicide to bury his soul. Doesn't this mean that my family is about to be wiped out? Seeing this situation, Pax quickly stepped forward to comfort. Nicholas, rest assured that I will definitely help you. Nicholas, however, had a look of disbelief on his face, doubting Pax's ability. Don't joke around. Right now, you can't even draw a talisman. How can you help me? Upon hearing Nicholas mocking Pax, Andrew, who was standing next to them, couldn't sit still. Who said he doesn't have this ability? If he wants to help you deal with that evil spirit, even if it costs him his life, I, Andrew, will definitely be the first one to step forward. Upon hearing Andrew's words, hemp-clad Granny did feel a bit unconvinced. He is my grandson, so if anyone is going to step up, it will be me first. And at this moment, Roman appears to be the calmest. To deal with the worship of evil in the ancient tomb, you have to invite Logan or Pine Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Asher couldn't help but show a troubled expression as he stroked his beard. My ancestor has been out of touch with the world for a long time. If it weren't for our close relationship with the ancestors of the Pax family, they wouldn't have sent us a message. As soon as these words were spoken, Pax was instantly filled with excitement. Does your ancestor know about my background? Asher nodded slightly. Ancestor anticipated that you would ask him, the old man. Let me tell you not to be impatient. Everything will be resolved in due time. Upon hearing this, Pax felt even more despondent. Please thank your ancestor on my behalf. And now, Logan cannot leave the mountain. Everyone turned their gaze to the large pine tree behind them. Nicholas also understood in his heart. He immediately ran to the front of the large pine tree and knelt down with a thud. Please be compassionate and merciful. Can you save my father? But the pine tree did not respond. Nicholas could only continue to kowtow incessantly. Each kowtow was done with great force. However, the pine tree still did not respond. Seeing this, Pax felt extremely heartbroken. He then walked up to the front of the pine tree. He sincerely knelt on the ground and begged Grandpa Pine for mercy. After saying that, he and Nicholas kowtowed towards the big pine tree together. After kowtowing for 2.5 minutes like this, the pine tree, however, remained completely still. Hemp-clad Granny and Andrew both felt sorry for them. They immediately stepped forward to help the two men up, but were stopped by Roman. Don't go. Only sincerity can move Pine Grandpa. After knocking their heads countless times, a simple and ancient sigh finally echoed in everyone's ears. I can guarantee his safety in his lifetime as long as he doesn't leave this courtyard. Pine Grandpa's promise to Nicholas instantly filled him with great joy. He kowtowed 3 times more forcefully. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll go tell my dad the good news right away. He then got up and ran towards the side room where the Gabriels lived.
I have good news for you,
Dad said. Your life is spared. Upon hearing the noise, Gabriel, with an angry look on his face, opened the door.
What are you yelling about in the middle of the night, boy? I think you're up to no good again, aren't you?
But before Gabriel could finish scolding, Nicholas told him what Pine Grandpa had said. Gabriel was overjoyed as soon as he heard it. He immediately prepared to bring over tens of tons of fertilizer to express his gratitude to Grandpa Pine, but was stopped by Nicholas.
"You can't leave the yard,"
Grandpa Pine said. Hearing this, Gabriel looked at Nicholas, the nephew of Grandpa Pax, with some skepticism and asked,
"Is this true? How long do I have to stay here?"
Pax was momentarily stumped by the question. Pine Grandpa also didn't mention how long. He didn't know how to respond for a moment. And at this moment, Nicholas chuckled carelessly. "Dad should wait for the stuff in the ancient tomb to perish. Then you can get out. But it will still be at least 1,800 years, if not more." When Gabriel heard his son teasing him like this, he was immediately furious. "I think you are just asking for a beating." He then gave Nicholas a big slap. But after he finished, he looked at Pax with a worried face, wondering if he could come up with another solution. "I don't want to just drift through life waiting to die." This undoubtedly put Pax in a difficult position. After some contemplation, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if he had thought of something. "I know, there is one more person who can deal with the evil spirit in the ancient tomb. However, he has not been seen for many years. I don't know if we can find him." As soon as he finished speaking, Him-clad Granny and the others also walked over. "Are you talking about the Snow Corpse General?" Pax nodded excitedly. "Is it true that Uncle Wyatt can defeat the worship of evil in the ancient tomb?" Upon hearing this, Roman's expression turned serious. Snow Corpse General is the mountain god personally sealed by the Emperor. But the worship of evil in that ancient tomb also uses a fierce god that requires the sacrifice of tens of thousands of people. Which one of them is stronger, and which one is weaker? I'm afraid we won't know until they actually start fighting." Upon hearing Roman's analysis, the father and son, Gabriel and Nicholas, couldn't help but hang their heads in disappointment. "I see. In that case, let's not bother Snow Corpse General. We cannot let others take risks for our own sake. It would be too unethical." After Gabriel finished speaking, Nicholas instinctively touched his own butt. Seeing this, Andrew suddenly burst into laughter. "Gabriel doesn't need to be discouraged. As long as we can get the Snow Corpse General to come out of hiding, with the support of our 5 immortals and Him-clad Granny, we will definitely be able to kill the ferocious deity in the ancient tomb." This statement undoubtedly refers to the two of them, father and son. They have confidence now. That would be great if it's the case. Upon hearing this, Roman also expressed admiration with a fist salute. "Since Andrew is so bold, I am willing to accompany him even at the cost of my life." Upon hearing these words, Pax became confident. "In that case, let's set off now to find Uncle Wyatt." After saying that, he led the group towards the general temple deep in the mountains. However, after just a short while of climbing the mountain, the obese Gabriel was exhausted, his face pale, and covered in sweat. "How much farther is it? I can't go on much longer." Upon hearing this, Pax just awkwardly turned to look at him. General Temple is located at the deepest part of the snow-capped mountain. It's estimated that it will take at least 2.5 days to get there. However, before Pax could finish speaking, Gabriel was suddenly frightened, as if his body had been emptied and he fell backward. Fortunately, Nicholas behind him caught him in time. Otherwise, he would have rolled down the mountain directly. Then he looked up and let out a long sigh. "It's unbelievable that it still takes so long to wait for the return this time. I will definitely have someone come to fix the road after I go back." Upon hearing this, Roman praised him endlessly. Repairing bridges and mending roads is a great act of kindness. But at this point, Nicholas was clearly struggling. "Who can come help me? I need to make sure my dad gets back alive before I can do good deeds." Seeing this, Roman immediately snapped his fingers. A faint blue energy shot out instantly from between his index fingers. Immediately after, a green light beam quickly flew over from a distance. When his figure appeared, Eighth Master looked at Roman with a puzzled face and asked,
"Why did you call for me?"
but Roman just pointed to Gabriel beside him.
You go carry him. Follow us to the general temple.
Upon hearing this, Eighth Master instantly showed an unwilling expression and was about to speak out in opposition. He was stopped by a cold glance from Roman, so he swallowed his words back in fear. "Brother, don't look at me like that, I'm just joking." As he spoke, he used a hand seal to transform back to his original form. Suddenly, a 99-meter-long giant python appeared in the open space. Gabriel climbed cautiously onto Eighth Master's body. Sure enough, the speed at which everyone was moving forward increased significantly. At the time when the sun was about to rise, they finally arrived at the general temple. But it looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. Not only were there cobwebs everywhere, even the statue of Snow Corpse General was in ruins. It seemed like it would crumble at a light touch. So, Pax and the others tidied up the place a bit. He knelt before the statue with his hands clasped together and called out,
"Uncle, I have come this time to ask for your help."
Then Pax recounted everything that had happened in the ancient tomb. But after a long time had passed, there was still no response from the statue of the Snow Corpse General. Seeing this, Andrew couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the Snow Corpse General is not here. Pax also looked puzzled. In theory, Uncle Wyatt wouldn't have left Seal the Spirit for long. Could something have happened? Gabriel's newly ignited hope was instantly extinguished in this moment, leaving him deeply disappointed. Forget it, maybe I'm not lucky enough. He knelt down with a thud as he spoke. "General, I'm sorry to disturb you this time. You are Pax's uncle, so we are considered relatives. I will send someone to clean up here when I go back. Let's keep in touch often." At this moment, the Snow Corpse General is indeed not in his fief. He is currently heading towards the capital city of the underworld. He is planning to cause chaos in the underworld and take away someone's soul. And Gabriel is a man of his word. Not only did he have the general temple rebuilt upon his return, he also had the asphalt road extended all the way to the gate. The convenient transportation has led villagers to come to pay their respects one after another, making the incense at General Temple unprecedentedly prosperous. That invisibly saved Snow Corpse General's life. But that's a story for another time. At this time, Gabriel was obviously very worried. He didn't know how much longer he could live. Seeing this, Pax comforted with a smile.
"Don't worry. I will definitely think of a way to help you solve this."
Upon hearing this, Gabriel's originally lifeless face improved slightly.
"Pax, I'll rely on you,"
he said. In the blink of an eye, it was time to return to school. On the school playground that day, suddenly, a strange person appeared. The students were scared out of their wits. Only heard this person's mouth keep calling Pax's name. Dingqin took a look and realized it was Damien, who at this moment had a sallow face as if it had been drained. In just a few days, he transformed from a 200-pound fat guy. He is now so skinny that only skin covering bones is left. Like a skeleton, he wanders aimlessly in the school playground. Seeing Pax, he was overjoyed in an instant. It was like seeing a savior. "I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please forgive me." Upon hearing this, Pax and Nicholas were puzzled. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the person was Damien. Nicholas couldn't help but joke.